Okay, so we'll start a little bit about the debt and where we're at. And unfortunately, this year we don't have as much free cash as we normally do. So we're looking at about $1 million in free cash. Yesterday, we went out and bid for about $9 million in bands and permanent bonding. We were very lucky. We had a 2.4% rate, 2.43, I think it was. So rates are coming down. And we have a lot of debt. There's no question. I've said that many, many times. We need to pay down that debt. And there's two types of debt. One, there's the general debt, and then the guys over at Water and Sewer Enterprise. And so that's kind of separate, but it does take part of our whole debt picture. So because Water and Sewer, we're looking at rate hikes for the next foreseeable future. They would be able to more handle any type of additional long-term debt. And, what they do is infrastructure also. So they would be in a better position to do that. As far as the general city, I would discourage any type of significant long-term debt. Probably, we could do something in the $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 range to offset some of that free cash. And there is capital stabilization. I believe there's about between 600,000 and $1 million between the different stabilization accounts that we can work with. Again, everyone's not going to get what they want, but our job is to prioritize and say, this is the most important, this fits within our budget, and this is what we're going to do.
And just to clarify, so we haven't bonded for all of the fire station or the library yet, right?
A lot of it's on short-term bans still.
Okay.
Yeah. So we did an additional for the library, and I'm just going off my memory, about 250,000 just to finish up that project. And the fire station is fully banded and then slowly converting to long-term bonds.
Okay. And normally, I should know this, but I can't remember. I know we try to keep some money in stabilization for emergencies. So it's not a ton of money compared to what we've had in the past.
Sorry, Anthony.
That's okay.
I think that was about all I had. I thought that's really helpful.
Good.
Steve, I can't believe that you are here this early.
I know. Luckily, my dog woke me up.
The other question I had is, again, it's been a long time I've watched these. Is there somebody, one of the three of us, that sort of keeps it going, or do we appoint a chair? Or
we're supposed to elect a chair.
Okay, cool. So I guess we should do
I
that.
would be inclined to nominate Jean for chair because she's done this the most.
Second that.
Do you accept the nomination?
Choice.
Well, I mean, technically you could say no, but you shouldn't.
Okay,
Okay, do we need to vote on that or?
I guess we do, yes.
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 All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the honor. Okay, so go ahead.
I don't know what to do.
Well, so you could start telling us about the first thing that's in the, do you know what's up first? Do you have the order?
I don't.
Okay. I'll just tell you each one that comes up, okay?
Yeah, I don't have the order. So.
This is
Abercrombie Drive.
full depth
Okay.
reclamation of.
Abercrombie?
Yep,
Okay.
for 130,000.
So, it's not even, it's like a roadway around the old center school on up on Montague City Road, and the city owns that. And now Rackfield Brothers have been developing that property, so there's residents who live there. And we need to upkeep the road. I mean, it's been let go for a long, long time. And to get it won't be accepted for Chapter 90 money. It doesn't qualify. So to get it back to what we need for it to be a decent road, we have to do a full depth reclamation, grade the road, repave everything. I don't think we've really done anything out there. Because school wasn't out there anymore, and
There are little drainage issues around. the
yes,
corner.
there's drainage
Yep.
issues too. So grading the road will help with that, but there's also other work we just have to do in-house to rectify.
And the Zacchios don't have any responsibility for this?
We own the road around it. So that's falls on us to fix. They're their property, they're responsible for the property of the building, but the road around it is ours.
Well, that was a mistake.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I've been out to see that. I've gone out and looked at it. But he's done a beautiful job renovating.
I know that, but I'm just saying.
Yes, that was,
About this for years.
that was not the best.
There's also a governmental agency out there now too. It's the USDA office
Yeah.
in one of the buildings, so.
So,
Setting aside the whole thing about how next year will always be more expensive than this year, are there any other anticipated extra damages that will come if it's punted off a year?
The only thing is that there's gonna be people filling that building, living there, and they're gonna need access to the property. So that's really the catalyst for getting this work done. I mean, I don't think there's any other damages or anything aside from continued degradation of what's there. And
Which is
expended.
as bad as it can get.
Yeah, so plus, like you said, next year it's gonna cost more money, so.
No, because everything's going down.
That's right, yeah. I've heard that.
Okay. Then the next one is,
The guardrails around the city.
Oh, that's kind of, it's just to replace old battered guardrails that are still existing, miscellaneous places around. It'd just be for materials and we would in-house do the replacement, but.
and we used to have a constant, like $200,000 that went toward guardrails.
Oh, really? I don't, I am,
You might put that on your list.
yeah, I guess so. I didn't know.
Okay. And the next one is 200,000 to supplement chapter 9.
Yeah, we put in for that, every year.
Yeah,
So it just, because chapter 90 is only so much money, and that really gets us another, 2 or 3 miles of paved road. Kind of a list that's longer and longer every year.
Yeah, I remember talking with Marlo years about this, that there's like a very tight schedule to try to, and if it gets off at all, it's just horrible,
Yeah, it's-
because there's not enough money to do it to begin with.
Right.
So,
So we keep continually pushing back.
right, so it's, yeah, kind of fighting a losing
Yeah, and
battle.
like everything else, the asphalt costs and. they
Right,
go up and
I know
up,
they've
and
really gone up the last several years.
So it's. Cause even, I think last year we had to take off quite a few streets just to make it. With the money we had. We're pushing back a year, and then if you do that every year, you just never. get
Right,
anywhere.
right.
Did I take that off last year?
No,
Okay.
but we still had to take roads off. We had too many roads on them.
right. I'd say give them back to people. Okay, the rubbish collection truck.
Okay,
The 2004 Sterling Condor.
okay. So that truck was here when I started. And that was 18 years ago. It's got over 20,000 hours on it. And it's got considerable rust problems. And it's not meant to last this long. Should be replaced about every 10 years or so. So we're well past its usable life. We're still trying to use it, but it's getting increasingly difficult and it needs constant repairs and attention. The parts are getting harder to find because it's older.
And if you don't pick up the trash, people get upset.
yes, people are upset. And so that was, that's a big one. And even the newer trucks we have are aged now too, so
When is the other newest ones?
2012.
Just one other one?
I'm not sure the year of the other one.
Okay.
So how much of the time is this truck not even being able to be used because it's being repaired?
It was down for most, because there's two other rubbish trucks, so this one's down for like a long time of the year, and almost every day we have trouble starting it. Doesn't want to start, no matter the weather or the temperature, and it's been welded multiple times. Hydraulics are, steadily degrading. It's bad.
And in the past year or two, roughly how much money have we dumped into keeping it?
I don't even know,
Limping.
because I wasn't
Yeah.
involved then, but I know it's a lot.
And I don't know, a little history, at least from what I remember from the Ways and Means for 6 years, is that when I first got here, there was a long period of DPW trucks not being replaced.
Yeah.
Many, many, many years.
Martin didn't ever replace.
Right, and
them.
so that has created this
Right.
big time deficit that we've been trying every year to get some of these trucks replaced because they're really essential.
I mean, we can celebrate this one's high school graduation.
Yeah.
I can tell you're on the school committee.
I love the name though, Sterling Condor.
Yeah. It's an impressive name. I mean, they're pretty good trucks, but it's.
Right, right.
And their existence is rough. It's not, it's not just like driving it down some drive every day. It's getting used hard.
Okay, so now we're to the break room.
Okay. The break room at the transfer station has been in need of replacement since I was up there, and I'm sure far before that. It's a shed. I don't know where it came from, but it's been rotted and in disrepair for decades. And those guys, they need a place where they can eat their lunch and they can
Wash their hands.
wash their hands and they can, take a break. They're in with trash and stuff all day, every day. So where they need to eat and where they need to sit for break, it needs to be something that's decent. And this is definitely dilapidated and old, and it's just like a wooden shed that they threw up there.
And have you checked? I mean, this is what you can get one for.
Well, we looked at several different ones, different options, and there's 8 people who work up there full time. And the cheaper options are so small, like it was like an 8x12. And it's just not big enough for them to sit and eat and have some space. So this is I feel like an appropriately sized, nicer kind of place for them to be.
And it'll be hooked up to water and sewer and stuff.
Probably not water and sewer, but it'll have power, heat, because there's bathrooms up there already. Probably not water and sewer. It might have to have a sink in there though.
Yes.
I have pictures of this. I've been up there because we had such a rat problem that this is also part of that. Part of why there's a couple of things that we're doing up there because the rats were just right next to their lockers or under them, some places, the rat nest. So I showed you that already. This is the chairs in it they've gotten from
Oh my God.
Transfer station, but
They were.
the sanitary part of it, okay? You can just see, it's like I didn't take pictures of the outside, but this is what they have. They pulled them out of the dump, I think, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I did that when I was there.
Okay, all right.
Wow.
That's what it looks like. I was taken with the chairs,
Give me the chairs.
obviously, instead of the building itself. And there's John Garrett's little baby. Very important. John Garrett.
I wonder if you could plan for hooking it up for
We had talked about it.
water.
And we talked to central maintenance director about power and water and how we hook all that up. So they might need, I don't think we were planning on doing that because they have the bathrooms. And one of the things we put in for was to remodel the bathroom.
Is there any way to get more synergy between the two construction or just?
The challenge is running the utilities to the building. Sewer particularly is going to be difficult because you need pitch and gravity to help you. And it is labor intensive, costly to run to it. So
For this $80,000 modular, what would be the anticipated lifespan of the building? And then what would be the anticipated greenfield lifespan?
That's a great question.
the honest answer to that question is I don't really know because they don't really broadcast that kind of thing. And it's hard to say based on use and how they treat it. And it varies wildly depending on conditions.
Yeah. So the shack it's replacing has been there for,
It was there when I started 18 years ago, and it was there long before that.
I think it was pulled out of something.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't
really
think,
know the history.
I don't think this was ever bought new. And I would just say both of the things at the transfer station are sanitary things. And people cannot be having a place to go to the bathroom where there are rats.
And that's why I'm concerned.
Or so we did look at all the ends of this. So we had, what's his name? We go on to the bathroom part. An architect came up and looked at it. We talked a lot. I thought it would be very nice. My first idea was yours to be connecting it. But then the rats have been such a problem too. But to have that self-contained, and they're like digging it all up. I can just imagine those little fellers going right along from one thing to another. But this was looked at as the best alternative to, we're not going to blow up the whole transfer station because we can't afford to fix that. The bathrooms are inside. So, but I don't think I showed you my other picture with their feet right next to the lockers. Like, here, this is their lockers. That's rats. That's rat nest under the lockers. So
Yeah.
I think that's rather convincing.
Oh, I'm not arguing about
No,
that.
Central maintenance came up and removed them, but it's like, it wasn't even bothering him because they're used to that. But they took all the things out and they have to have a sanitary place for their lockers. And their money was stored right in this little room in like a little safe or something.
So we did initially look into a building with bathrooms and stuff like that. And when talking to everybody, it seemed like this was the better option.
Okay, I just wondered if we were being.
Yeah,
Because we're not anticipating.
Right.
The future is my concern.
yeah.
well, on the bright side, if you could take a shack and have it limp along for this long,
Yeah,
if we
that's
do
the thought.
something
Right, it
nice,
should be, it should
then
last a
divide
while.
it over years.
Carol actually found one slightly less than that, but yeah, I mean,
I was looking for the bathroom.
I think it's
the bathroom is at the end. I just moved it up in my book too.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll move the bathroom.
Talking about right now.
Yes, let's talk bathroom then.
So the bathroom, we had a couple people come and look at remodeling the bathrooms. Like, I think it was Mario Schmidt and somebody else, Penfield maybe. And the bathrooms, they seem to think if we could tear down all the sheetrock and all the stuff that was there and redo everything with paint and newer fixtures, that it seemed like the rat intrusion into the bathroom itself wasn't as bad as we had thought. So they thought if we could redo everything and put up material that is designed to keep them out, that would be substantial for their using those bathrooms and having them last for a long, long time from now. That also includes not just the bathrooms, but behind the bathrooms, there's like a utility room where all the electrical panels are and all stuff like that. So they'll be redoing that as well to keep rats out of there for the future.
Yeah.
So that is all inclusive of that project. mostly was ripping out the drywall that's in there, and putting up like rat resistant material for that.
And it's not that, I mean, it's convenient for them to go in there to wash their hands.
Yeah, as I
and
talked to
then go
the people there, they said that they were happy with that.
Okay. Okay,
'Cause I asked those guys how they thought about it, and they said they thought that they didn't really need the bathroom in the office. Kind of like the separations.
okay, that's. Okay, so now we're to your 1980s.
Oh, the service truck, yeah. So this truck, the service department uses it. It has a body on it with like several compartments and toolboxes, and it has a diesel tank in it. This truck is, what did I say, 1987? I mean, it's been around a while, almost as long as me. And the service department needs a truck. They're on calls all the time. They're leaving to go fix things or look at things, and they don't have a truck that'll hold all the tools, that's reliable, get them there to fix the stuff. So this is the truck we had been using. It's exclusively for in-town use. It cannot go anywhere else because it's not safe enough to travel on the highway or anything. So we really need to upgrade this one.
And roughly what percentage or just spiritual percentage of the time is it offline anyways for repairs?
It's not offline that often because it doesn't get used that much because it's
Not.
not really good for use. So offline isn't really the right term, I guess. They choose not to take it.
Okay.
And what you really need is a truck because it needs to have the tools.
Yeah, and it's gotta have like a diesel tank, so if someone runs out of fuel on the road, they can go fill it, stuff like that. This has a utility body that was borrowed from, it was a pickup. They took the bed off. The utility body with all the toolboxes was borrowed from something else we had. It's been kind of pieced together and
Lincoln truck.
yeah, essentially, so.
Okay. And then the 2007 Chevrolet in the parts division.
Oh, and parks. So that's the same sort of story. It's like 2007. It's been gone past its usable life. It's constantly trying to repair rust, change out parts. I think it came in a round of 3 trucks that showed up. I think the other 2 are in here too. I think it's used every day. You know, there's any kind of material you can think of in the bed. It's all rusted. I think it plows. It gets beat up every day. So they use it for salting sidewalks or pulling snow blowers, plowing, sand, anything else that you could think of, pulling lawnmowers. Lives a rough life.
And so the one in the highway division is the same.
Same, yep.
And
The solid waste,
waste,
same. Yep,
okay.
they all came out at the same time.
got it.
They're all pretty much in the same kind of state.
So I'm assuming there's also no money to be gained. These things are probably just gone.
Yeah, I
They're
mean-
like, it's such a dilapidated
Yeah,
state. It's
exactly.
Like they go out of the junkyard.
Yeah, I mean, we've been trying to trade things in to get money off and stuff, but you get nothing.
Right.
Yeah, you know, yeah.
They have to pay them to.
Yeah.
Right.
Unlike many of the other cars or trucks throughout the city, these ones, when they're asking them, they have welded them together.
Yeah, I mean,
Welded
frames
pieces
have been
together.
welded, yeah.
I've looked in and I thought my first trip down there, I thought, I've never seen a car like that where the seat was half eaten.
Yep,
It looked, if you sat on it and it was in the driver's side, honestly, it was half eaten.
mhm.
I don't know if something ate it or the seat was like this. Like if you were sitting on it, the first half of your butt would be on the,
Yeah, it's just from wear getting in and out, it just rips the cushions
But-
apart.
but nobody else puts their cars together. So, or welds them.
Yeah. Yep, we had to weld it's back together and stuff like that.
Well, it seems to me again that this is a long-term thing. We know cars wear out. Why don't we have,
Replacement schedule.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know
replacement
that there ever was one. I've never seen one.
Well, since I've been on capital improvements, I've been advocating for that for all these years.
Yeah, I brought that up too before.
If the mayor, the city council would go along with such a plan,
Uh-huh,
I think that it would save us a lot of headache.
right.
And then we would know if we can't buy all three of them this year, we can buy one each year.
Right.
Part of the problem, what I had seen in the past of attempted multi-year plans is that they get so manipulated that you can no longer tell what's reality. Because depending on who's in office or what people want, things vanish.
Yes, you're
Or,
right.
so I mean, I wish we had some kind of really long-term
Well,
plan that could kind of stay put.
well, if it was somebody like Carol in charge of it, because she's not going to manipulate it, right?
No, and she has been in on, since I've been in, she was in the room on she and Paul Newell were in the room on every vehicle, discussion. We'd run it by Paul, who's probably welded it back together. Who really knows, because he'll tell you from another department, and he just looked at it, he's very good, but he'd know whether or not we needed to get this one or not.
Right,
Yeah, I mean, the vehicles on this list were pretty much from him.
right.
Right.
'Cause he knows about every vehicle we own.
And again, I just think that if it were somebody we could trust, who were saying,
Right, and I'm wondering, because that had come up a few times recently about Carol sort of being in charge of like the city fleet. I don't know
So
where we are on that. Or,
We are on that. Now, let me tell you, we are on that with like laying out the whole fleet. And this department would be, we would have no trouble working with them to find out exactly now what car needed, what and when. But bringing everybody into the fold is not always as easy as you might think. You know what I'm saying? So we're working on that too. And I am, have just given the message again, just about a month ago, like this goes on this list. And you never just buy one,
yes,
So we are doing that. And that's also one of the subcommittees is advocating for that. And I said, no, we know we're working on the whole thing to go through and a replacement schedule. But this year myself, because the numbers on this, Aaron's coming out with the paper, aren't correct. I'm looking at this and I thought in this year where we don't have much, how many of these can we afford? Some of them will have to be bumped up. Some will be and some won't be.
well, I mean,
Accepting that.
Yeah.
we don't want to ever again have a situation like Mayor Martin who refused to buy vehicles. I mean,
Right.
that's the problem that
Right.
we've run into.
So-
Yes.
Yeah.
Have a-
Mhm.
So I guess my question is, with the understanding that all of these vehicles are needs, not wants,
Mm.
which are the needs that we might be able to push to next year versus which are the ones that are really time sensitive?
Okay.
Just because we likely will not have enough money
Yeah,
for
yeah.
everything.
I would think that truck number 46, the solid waste one, is like pretty bad. Highway one, we might be able to push. Parks one might be able to wait. I mean, we've been using it together long. In 1987 one, I really like to get. Yeah.
So the first one you said was,
I'm sorry, truck 46, the solid waste. It's a 2007, it's the same. But that one seems to be in work shape.
So
oh, here it is.
which one is it?
It's truck 46, 2007. So for me, it was the page that was after the highway division, 2007. Okay, I just want to make
Yeah,
sure.
so that one is probably. But now.
Okay, so the solid waste 2007 and the 1987 are probably
Yeah, I think
the-
those are probably the.
the most. Okay.
Okay.
And the truck with the service body, the 1987 replacement truck, it's gonna be more expensive because you need that utility body
Mhm.
for all the tools and stuff. That costs quite a bit more.
Okay.
Okay.
I just want to
Oh, yeah.
reiterate that I know these are all
Oh,
needs,
yeah.
and I know that these are not all of the needs even.
Yeah.
And I wish we
I
could.
fully came in knowing that, you're not gonna get everything you asked for.
While we're waiting for another piece of paper to come in, I'm just gonna tell you from 5-year capital plan, which I'm looking at, I said, it's not right yet. Looks like this. I'm just gonna go through the chapter 90 grant is a 1, because the wrong things are listed on the pages underneath.
Mhm.
Highway funding. Sidewalk replacement 2. Adding $200,000 to the highway is 1. Transfer station bathrooms a 1.
And the modular
Is a
things.
1. Modular is a 1.
We going to get a list
Yeah.
like that?
It's coming, but
Okay.
I just said to her that the ones are off to the side. I know, so I'm not done with it. Place trash collection number 197. That's a 1.
And the guardrails have to be replaced too.
Yeah. Guardrails. I'm gonna wait till the paper comes up, but I can tell you that. Okay, I'm gonna wait till she can, yeah. Okay,
So that's everything for DPW.
no.
No.
They have sewer. and water.
I know, but I meant for.
Oh, yes.
General?
Oh, yeah.
Did we get the sidewalk?
I don't, did we talk about this?
I don't think
I don't think
so.
we did.
Oh, we didn't. Okay, I'm sorry. Let's talk about the sidewalks. Oh, 200,000.
Yeah, just for sidewalk replacement and,
That's a.
status of the sidewalks is the constant. We need to replace what we can. Last year we did a whole bunch.
Now, is that for bidding out or is that in-house?
I think that's for bidding out.
Okay,
We have like materials and stuff like that for in-house stuff. But long stretches like our guy.
right. Now, the bidding out is, a lot have been replaced. I know those are terribly expensive.
Yeah,
And I hate to not fund it because we need millions. And if, again, we get into the trouble if we just don't, if we keep putting it off and then a year gets put
Well,
off
we
in
got-
another,
I
then
think we
it's,
did a lot with grant money too last year, so.
We're gonna get something, I don't think more than $200,000, but there's a safe paths to school one that we've applied for. That they're pretty sure we're going to get. They have to do. It's at the Federal Street, it would be, we had to pick a school, Federal Street School. And they're gonna have some programs. Along with the grant, you have to follow all the rules that are in it. Bike safety, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And then you get the sidewalk money, but it's on the way to that school. And I think it was like 150 or 190. for
It's create
sidewalks.
safe
You never know.
spaces for
And-
kids to get to school.
Is there a way that people who have sidewalks where puddles form and become ice, is there a way that they can get that part filled?
We could,
I mean, I have a friend who lives on Ferranti who has a huge ice puddle on her
it's
sidewalk.
tough because if you can't just really replace the slab, you have to kind of go back a few to get the pitch you need and to make the grade correct. You
And
could do a temporary,
that's what I'm saying.
yeah, we could probably use something, but you'd have to cut that slab out.
Because she's willing to pay for it. And I said, no, the city has
No, we'll
to
do
take care of it.
But yeah,
Yeah.
we just have to have staff, time to do it.
So
Okay,
with the safe path to school thing, I remember a few years back, there was a lot of talk about Newton and how a lot of the walking paths to Newton were in pretty not great shape. Has that already been addressed?
No.
No?
Oh, say, well, nope, that has not. You pick the ends of town that you're gonna do. And that was it was that school or this school? And we were still having school discussions.
Yeah.
Roland and I sat together and said, how about the Federal Street School? Because there's no chance anything's happening to that. And it's more heavily traveled because it's close to town.
So it won't just be the kids, but it will be lots of Greenfield residents who walk as their primary.
Yeah, the Weldon is right up there. There's a lot of other things that are there. With this littlest bit of ARPA money that was done, we did the little stretch of sidewalk, I think it's Church Street or Franklin Street, by the post office there.
Yeah, we did that.
Franklin.
Yeah, Franklin.
And I mean, people coming down with their walkers to that mess.
Yeah, High Street is awful still too,
Yep.
from when I lived.
So the cost of doing, because Chapman needs to be done as well, but to do a whole, street like that from one end to another, was that?
Like Chapman Street from one end to the other? Millions for that.
Right.
That's such a long way. That's why you have to do it in stages, like.
Yeah, like there was a little piece of that, but
It costs.
you have to- they're all labeled. And, we have a list of all the ones that we've finished, but those aren't the ones that you think about. Really, nor are they the ones that anyone calls. No one would really call me about Pond Street and say, wow, that was great, that was finished, but they will tell you about the one that wasn't.
All the problems.
Right. That's kind of the way that.
Again, if you just knew the worst things, like the puddles on Ferranti where
I can have them private. I'm just gonna say that. I could ask for that, because it, for when it gets nicer.
Because that's a street people walk.
It is a street that people walk on, but there was something else that somebody asked me about, and we did fix it. I think it might have been on Well Street. There was an older lady that was tripping on a little, where it was just uneven, and that street I knew wasn't due to them, but I talked about it, and then somehow it ended up with, I don't know what you call it, the black cement. What is it?
Asphalt.
Asphalt.
Yeah, for little things, we can
Yeah,
sort of temporarily do that.
that was what happened in the meantime. After, I didn't even ask, but I said, is the list, how does this ever get fixed? And then I looked the next time and I thought, that's good, because it was an older lady, and she goes, every time I catch my foot, and I thought, oh my God, I don't want that to happen to Jean either. So, not that we pick places where
But
our friends are either, but if we know of a senior, my heart goes to that. If I know of a senior that I figure she's gonna go down on that, well, we could ask somebody in the spring to put some cement, asphalt, black asphalt.
and if you had a place that people could put problems like that.
Oh, boy.
Well, the
Yep.
problem is, I'll just say,
Yep.
because just in my precinct alone, I believe the people that had lived on the street 50 years, the sidewalks were not replaced. So they were patched for 50 years.
Yep.
And this is the problem we have because we don't maintain anything. And then what you need to replace the entire stretch
Right.
at once, and which is horribly expensive.
Yeah.
One little stretch segment would be like 250, 400,000 of one side street. So, the problems, I've seen that list even without the evaluation. It's just, there's so much.
Staggering.
I don't know. It's hard to know how to solve it, but it's like, that's why I hate to have anything, even though we heard about all the borrowing, but you can see why we need to do some borrowing, because it's just
Well,
letting things go. It compiles so much worse.
We're reactive.
Right.
It's
right.
awful.
We're not proactive.
and I'm not trying to get somebody a special thing. I just.
Oh, no, I don't mean it like that. You know what, though? There are things and there are things. Like if there was somebody called me about something in front of Kimball House, I'd say the same thing. I think we fixed that, because I'm like, that's terrible. Somebody actually called my attention to Franklin Street. I'm like, there's 1,000 people that are coming on that, and it's coming down from the Weldon. That was a whole sidewalk that but that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. It's like
You fix what you know is broken.
right. And sometimes we do that. Did we do the Shelburne Road culvert?
We have not yet.
I'm sure that's nice.
So that's it for
The culvert, I think that's nice.
okay.
Okay, so the culvert was part of.
Yeah.
That's a tough one.
Oh, God, I don't want to do that.
That's been on, I think that's been on the list since I was
Oh,
put on this committee.
really? Well, it hasn't changed. It's not gotten better miraculously, so.
This is the list that we went over. Numbers.
Okay,
So,
I get it, I
I
get
had
it, okay.
not updated it properly. I printed, well, I have, but I printed out
So,
wrong.
yeah, Culvert on Shelburne Road is and still in a state of degradation. I mean, hasn't
It's gotten
improved.
worse.
It's gotten
hasn't
worse.
it?
Yay.
And expenses go up every year, so, you know. I just put it on there because we need to do it.
We'd have, that would have to be a, and how many years have we been putting that off?
I don't even know, a long time.
Okay,
But we tried to do grants and we're working.
and there's a culvert, was a culvert grant out there now, but that, we didn't qualify for that, do we? Or
We might, Athena was supposed to,
she's looking.
yeah, because
Okay.
I think that culvert qualifies the span and the. So hopefully we do, because
And then I would take care of that.
hopefully,
Okay.
if we qualify and get it.
Okay,
Unfortunately, there's not enough to go around.
Yeah, I know.
You need a truck more than a culvert.
all right.
Well, it's gonna affect the road too,
I know.
eventually, you know. So
I've even seen the pictures.
Oh, have we did do some work on that road not too long ago, but. This big culvert is this, because there's two other culverts that we worked on. They're smaller, but the big ones. The problem now.
So everybody now is, what everybody has to thing with the whole list, okay? And I'm sorry that wasn't to everybody to begin with, but let's just make sure that we had gone through everything on that, because I don't remember did we do the log loader?
That wasn't this year.
Okay,
Works.
okay, because I had that as a 3, not for this.
I don't think I put that in this year unless Paul changed it.
I see that in for this year, but it was a 3, so.
Oh, no, I don't think we're doing that this year.
Okay, no, I know, we're not actually. I know that we're not,
We had to choose between that or the rubbish truck, so.
okay. And did we talk about highway truck 45?
Yep.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Well, why is the highway fund a 2 instead of a 1?
Right, that was my question.
I kept telling people to pick. You know, I kept saying with this to pick because there's like 10 million or more of these things. So, yeah. That is
So
not,
that 200,000 for the road will get us about another mile of pavement.
okay.
Good way to look at it.
And
Hmm.
the truck 47, the money's not on there for that, is it?
Oh, I don't think that's supposed to be in there for this year either. That already came.
47?
Yeah, that was last year. Oh, change this stuff.
Yeah, this was, because I remember this, there's 3 dashes, didn't we get a bucket truck?
Yeah, that's all done.
So these 3 were last year, I
that's all.
think.
That's all
Okay.
done.
And there's no,
That's done. That is this, yeah, these are.
Those are last
Yeah,
year.
those are last year.
4716 in the bucket truck.
Yes, yeah, those are done already.
But there's no dollar number next to it, right?
right, which,
Right.
yeah, so they're, yeah.
But it's confusing, so,
Yes, it is.
I don't know why they're in there. Pretty sure I took them out.
okay, so
Yeah, I'm gonna have, okay.
So I think those are the same, are those, will they have no font next to them either, were those last year?
That
These-
already came.
These sound familiar to me.
Yep,
I
that's
seem to
already
remember
here.
voting on these.
That's already here. Yeah, we were already into that.
Okay.
I took all that stuff
So-
off. I don't know why.
That should not be in here.
Yeah, I
Okay.
took all that off already.
the log loader truck goes away.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
that.
everything that has no dollar
Yeah, that
amount
got
was
pushed
last
off.
year.
I thought I
It
already
does,
took it out.
the log loader truck does have a,
Yeah, that's.
Oh, and that's for
That's
next.
for next year or further down the road.
Yep.
and highway truck 45 is,
That's one of the 3 that we said we would. We prioritize the solid waste one for.
So, getting these like 1-ton trucks, like how long does it take to get them? Because I know with like some of these huge vehicles you order, we might not get them for a
like
year or
year or
so.
two, yeah.
Yeah.
These ones are typically quicker than that,
Okay,
probably with like, I would say within a year.
wow.
Probably 6 months, 9 months. They're more accessible than like a big, a dump truck or a trash truck or something. It'll take a lot of time.
Now, okay, the truck 43 for 108.
That's the parts. The same, those three all came at the same time.
45
Yep.
and 43.
45, 43, and 46. They all came at the same time. And but we talked about prioritizing which one was the worst.
Yeah, that's what I kept asking.
So,
And then that 1987 one, I'm trying to
is that
find,
not on there? I know.
I'm not sure, I might just,
Where is that?
I can put it up.
that is the truck 18. Don't think I'm.
Just, I don't think I see that on there either. I think that's on there.
Pretty on.
Which one?
It's the 1987 truck. Which it's impressive. That is to
That's
say
not
we still have. Because
I'll give it 2 more years and it will be in parades as an antique.
truck 18, yeah, that's not on here.
So we need to add truck 18. And how much was it?
90,000, what it says here.
Yep.
Where is it in the pages? Towards the end?
It is. After the break room remodel and before the parks.
There it is.
Okay.
Then road treatment truck 39, did we talk about that one?
That's-
Oh, wait, that's
that's
for
put off,
for next,
yeah.
okay, yep. I,
And
That was another choice we had to make.
and the 45 is put off until.
Well, we had talked about it and we decided that 46 was worse, so we go for that one instead. We could push off the other one.
Okay, so you have 46 pushed off till next year, but you want 46 for this year.
Yeah, I don't know why I did all this and it was.
I know, they just called, I just called her to come back in. That was worse. The $150,000 one was worse.
The
For number 46.
46.
So that
That's-
should be a
That's
one.
108, I think.
Oh, it's 150 on here, so 108. And I'm assuming we've agreed that Abercrombie can be put off till.
Abercrombie might not have a choice.
I'm just wondering if, I'm just thinking if they're gonna rent all those, how many apartments is it? Or condos?
It's quite a
Yeah,
few.
I felt like that
It
was gonna,
just seemed like it would be better to do it before you get everybody
Well, that-
moved in there,
yeah.
but I don't know.
Me either. I mean, it's tough.
I would do that before the culvert,
Oh, yeah.
right?
Mhm.
You wouldn't.
Well, a lot more people use the culvert
That's-
than use Abercrombie.
Well, yeah, Abercrombie would be mostly for the people who live there. Culvert is,
Can we work out a deal with the Zacchios that they could pay?
I've met with them.
And the answer's no.
We didn't get further than that.
yeah, they don't really,
Nope.
because it's ours. And they've felt like they've developed it and they're,
Paying taxes.
Yep.
And when is that project anticipated to be done with people moving in?
shortly,
Yeah, shortly.
Okay, so it's imminent.
yeah.
Okay, so we have no choice.
I felt like we didn't have a choice. on
Yeah,
that.
that would be pretty bad.
I'm probably gonna bump that up because I can't see having people. What will happen in the winter is the same thing that's gonna happen at Jean's house, because I've seen the dip and everything. If doing it kind of, I'm not very good at explaining. I don't know how things run, but you can see this. We went in the winter. I've been there twice, and I
Yeah.
thought, yeah, that's bad right there.
Yeah.
Somebody will kill
Yeah,
themselves.
they're-
You know, I'd rather somebody kill themselves, not that I like that, but, but when they kill themselves walking on something that you could have fixed, like, the road seems like you just probably wouldn't go on that road. But if we have to do that road, we'll have to borrow for it, which I don't know if Stephen already talked to you about borrowing while I was late, did he?
Yeah,
He said it wasn't a good idea, I think.
It wasn't a good idea, and yet there's so many things on this. I'm scared that we would have to do some.
Well, we put in knowing that it was gonna be a picking and choosing what they thought. It wasn't like we expected to get everything.
Yeah.
Figure out doing everything, you know.
Okay, then I would say it. I'll give them Abercrombie if you've already tried to talk to.
Met with them several times.
Yep, yep. They're interested in Greenwood to school.
Oh, are they? Oh,
And that's a good thing.
So I heard, well, it'd be good if they would meet better for me if they were building a school, but I'm worried about that loan. Yeah, okay.
so
So
we moved to now?
now we're gonna go on to water. Sewers before water.
Sewer?
And let's hope that this is matching this page.
I can fix that.
Let's just see if it's good.
Wait,
I just want to look first. On our sewer paper, first it has I&I.
that's the order?
Yeah, it has I&I, pump house electrical upgrades.
Yep.
WCPF stream one replacement.
Yep.
Nitrogen removal upgrade engineering.
Yep.
Press gate, SCADA, or
Yep.
whatever you say. And then replacing car number
Yep, that's
10,
everything.
which is the only two in there. So now
That's-
hopefully, let's hope in the book
That's everything.
that they are in order. Well, they're not in the same order. The first one that comes up is nitrogen
So
removal upgrade.
nitrogen removal is required by Mass DEP, and we're under-equipped to do that. Because it's a newer regulation. And as we all know, when Mass DEP requires it,
There is no
we
choice.
have to do it.
Okay.
Okay,
that's pretty easy.
Yeah.
okay.
Just saw Chicopee got a grant.
Did they?
Yeah, 1.1 million.
For nitrogen?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So I don't know if that's available to us, but
That would be helpful.
yeah.
Wasn't it? Okay.
So the next thing I'm just gonna take them in order.
SCADA system.
So you're all familiar with the sludge press that we have installed at the treatment plant now? Been an ongoing project. for a while.
Yeah,
So one of the things that was cut from that project to save money was hooking up the press to the SCADA system that we use to monitor everything else.
yeah.
But you can't just leave the press running with nothing to monitor it.
Right.
because then something could go wrong and nobody would know.
Sounds pretty important.
So,
Yeah.
This is the second thing that we've been back to, or third, on the press. I feel like it was a little bit underbid or not. We had to go for special, yes.
You're
We
right.
had to go back for concrete pad
Mhm.
and something else. And they're almost done.
This press is in, it had a test run, the building's built. This is just the last kind of,
Well,
unless you're gonna staff someone there for 24 hours a day.
I think this might be
50,000.
cheaper.
Yeah, it's gotta be hooked up to the alarm system.
And this all comes out of the water and sewer
This
fund.
is,
Sewer.
yes, we're still, one has about 100,000 retained earnings, and the other has about 800. Do you know which one is which?
Sewer has about 800, water has about a smaller amount.
Okay, which means we can take more out of retained earnings because we really, I never knew how fun it was to get on bond calls, but you know, they don't love all the, they told me when I was on city council, it was fine. Could just borrow yourselves right up to borrowing, perfect. But it's not. We didn't borrow it all last year or the year before because we're at the top. And he did tell you that. I'm sure our bond rating is going down this year.
Oh, but we have a $21 million fire station, aren't we lucky?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just,
Every time
don't
I
get me
think about it,
not get me going.
I get mad.
Yep. Mhm.
Okay.
But at any rate,
So what's next?
the next thing is replacing the,
Car
this is
10.
that Ford Focus
Yeah.
at Westwater. Is that what you have next? Not in the book. I'm looking at your book.
Is that the car 10 on the
Yes,
list?
yep.
Okay.
So that is a 2012 Ford Focus. It's facing the same problems as every other vehicle we have. It's really rusty. Mechanically, we spent a lot of money. We just got it back from being repaired or
And do we have the money in the fund to replace the car?
So I'm hoping that with some of these, the little ones, that Carol might be able to get something
So,
where there's a couple of
yeah,
people that need smaller
Mark,
vehicles.
for this vehicle, they were thinking an electric car would be better.
What?
An electric car?
Yeah.
To replace.
Yes. So,
But so we got a car 10 back for placed an engine cradle, which is a piece on the frame that connects the engine to the suspension that totally rotted away. And the suspension in the car now, the mounts are so rotted that the suspension is coming through to the inside.
inside of the car?
Correct.
So it shouldn't be used. Probably. We should replace that.
So
Because that could injure an employee.
I just talked to Mark, this water facility superintendent, this morning to verify these things.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Yeah,
That's why.
okay.
Yeah, so
So I just want to be, while Aaron's still in here, I just want to go over the first page of this. With our DPW thing. So,
I might have messed that up.
I might have messed it up.
no,
I
I
think
think,
it's quite probable.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm just gonna blame you.
I got a big
so
bill
these
list.
things from last year are on. All of these were not on any of the right thing. The log loader was supposed to be over here.
I can change all that when I go back too.
Oh, I don't,
So we've gone through them, we know what we need, but this, I just want you to know, this wasn't right.
they were
because-
in the wrong line.
Must have been because.
The wrong year. I
Wrong
can,
year and wrong line.
I can fix it.
And it was, yeah,
Oh,
okay, and truck
you don't need
18,
to fix it.
no, I just, and
I'll-
truck 18 was not on that. So
That might have been my.
sewer looks okay, and then we'll do water, but we have to sit down before the next one's got to make sure that the thing I looked at yesterday is what people are getting.
Yeah, I don't know. Those are all the ones that were on there yesterday. The only things I don't know what
Okay.
happened. I did have a question. I never got a chance to ask Stephen. So Stephen, under the Chapter 90 grant,
Mhm.
at the top line of the the spreadsheet, is that the updated amount with the new allocation from the new formula for chapter 90?
622.
Yeah, I don't feel like that's the right amount anymore, but I'm not sure.
I don't know off the top of my head. Maybe we should.
I think we got about that.
Yeah, whatever that is, you just accept it because it's a grant. We're not
Yeah.
I
spending.
think we got it right about that much. for last-
Okay.
So whatever it is.
Plus the 200,000 extra.
Well, I will adjust that line and bring it back.
Okay.
What's next?
All right.
The INIs now?
Yeah, I.
Ah,
So I'm seeing 500 and 600 in different places, which would be,
I think we've been getting 200 every year. I think you asked for 500 and I don't know why these numbers are. But we're under a consent order to fix INI problems from DEP. We're working on all
Yep.
The very good news with the I part is though, it's an election year, I think. Some people. And they've been very happy. They're trying to get us SRF funding and Marky's trying to get earmarks for this. This one, we're writing something beautiful. Amy wrote it up today that I think we might get money for. They want us to take a good look at it. So like Joe Markey, you want to call with him last week. Let's get this. Because it affects all of the communities to the south of us. So, it's environmental, agricultural, the water, all the communities are next to us, and an election year. So they're really working on getting this done with at least doing the search part first, and then they think they could get a large amount of this SRF money for us. Two steps. Marky wants to get something before that. What was he talking about?
having the Army Corps of Engineers.
Yeah. So they all have an
Focus.
idea of what could be, but they want to dump a lot of money into this. So whatever it is for our part, I feel like we kind of have to do
So,
because there's bigger money around the corner.
yeah,
Do you feel like that? I don't
Yeah, I
know
felt like that,
exactly
yeah.
what all inflow and infiltration is about. I
But we-
understand a little piece.
we had a sewer system evaluation done prior to this year. And the data that they collected for the flow rates in the infrastructure was done during drought. So the data was not very good. We did make some repairs based on that, but now we have flow data that was done in the correct season. I think a lot, so the data is much better. And so we're gonna do another evaluation in the worst spots to concentrate on where it's the worst, and then they'll give us an idea of what the repairs are. And that's about 200,000 a year. For 3 phases over 3 years.
Okay. And on here, there's pump house electrical upgrades. We don't have.
Oh, we don't-
oh, we do. Yep.
Oh, it's under water.
It's the first water sheet.
Okay,
That belongs under sewer.
The retained earnings for water is 973, sewer is 177.
oh, so we have a problem with the sewer things.
Because sewer
177 for sewer.
and water is 973.
So the pump house electrical upgrades are for the treatment plant to connect the new motor control center for the wastewater pumps. So it just upgrades the electrical and the control for the pumps that pump the wastewater out into and out of the plant. And those haven't been touched in a long time.
Does anyone know why that couldn't be switched from, if we have more retained earnings in one than another? Is there any reason why we couldn't switch things from one to the other? Water, so do you know?
As long as you say that it's for the purpose of one rather than the other.
What does that pump house actually do?
It pumps wastewater to and from the plant.
So that doesn't sound like sewer.
There's more flexibility with, cars and,
Okay, yeah. And then
So that does, Under sewer instead of water is what you're saying.
No. That goes in sewer.
Yeah, that's what. I meant.
Yes.
Okay.
Rats. Replacement.
Yeah. The rag screen, was put in, what was it, 1986? Rag screen number one. Been in use every day ever since, 24 hours a day. What first filters the wastewater when it comes in, so every big piece of debris gets caught in it. And 1986 is way too long to have like that.
It's in high school with that truck.
So we're in desperate need of that.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
so that's not a,
Yeah, like the initial large debris that gets, it's that rag screen.
look on the other,
It's.
It's not, it's under sewer.
oh,
It needs, I'm sorry.
So that's it for sewer.
Yes.
All right. That's done. Okay, now under water,
just a minute, let me.
I wonder what these are gonna, I'm gonna run, because you don't have this list in
I
front of
don't.
you. Yeah, okay, so just look and see, those are the things that, so we can all agree on this before we start going.
Cross connection survey.
Yep. I think this water repair van is not gonna be this year.
Which one? The water,
Yeah, I think some of these I moved, but replace water repair van, I don't think that's on the list. this
I don't
year.
remember that.
Uh,
I see replace water repair van twice.
Yeah, I don't know why it's on there. That was one of the things we decided we were gonna push.
Oh, yeah, see, it's on there
Yeah,
twice.
so I don't know why it's on there. I moved it.
Is everything else on
Yes,
there?
everything else, yep.
Okay. And let's see how many we have papers for.
Yep. Yep. So first is cross connection survey.
And there's not a choice on that.
No,
Yeah,
that's
that's right.
required,
Yep.
it's required by DEP. So, not really a choice in that.
Yep.
How can you replace the heating system, windows and doors for $70,000?
Well, it's I think it's to get it running properly again. I don't think it's replacing the heating system, but the windows and doors, that are definitely gonna get replaced.
But that's more than 70,000.
That's what the water facilities superintendent told me.
Okay.
If he can do it for 70,000, I'm not
I'd like
inclined
to-
to ask questions.
I'd like for him to come do some work at my house.
Yeah.
Oh, it's up here. Oh, yep,
Is it on this?
yep.
When I asked him, that's what he said.
Window, doors and heat, is that it?
Yes. And then I think that building is from the 20s,
Okay, I have that in here, right?
and that's a drinking water facility, hasn't been upgraded in some time. Water is very important.
And see, this is what should be part of planning and construction is it windows.
Right, exactly, yeah. And
See Millbrook,
Millbrook Wells, yeah.
one,
oh,
the paving,
paving.
that was an ask. Mark too.
Okay,
He said the last time it was paid was approximately 1985.
all right.
If something had to be pushed,
That could be
I would
pushed.
assume that that would be it.
And
Not that we don't need it,
Right.
but probably the other stuff is more important.
And we could push that,
for a year,
I could push that to the third year, maybe where there's not many things. Because next year.
So
there's a
what's the
lot of
next
things
one?
to do.
Yeah. Place terrace, so,
Where is that place? Here's.
yeah. Place terrace is where the early learning academy is.
It's on here.
it's easier to do these.
Just, yeah, let's just do
But
what
I
we got
don't-
there.
I don't see that.
I don't see it here either.
And then figure out what we do.
Got it.
So pay. Side is the next we do that.
Yep.
Place terrace meeting.
No, Place Terrace is just farther down, like,
In the book, I didn't see.
yes, it is.
Why don't we just go through what's in our book?
Yeah. If we can find it on this list.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so
What's next?
we have talked about the doors and windows, we've talked about paving.
So next I have is the redevelopment engineering and design.
Oh,
Yeah,
the
okay,
notebook well.
So that well, we do maintenance and rehab on the wells like every other year,
Mhm.
and that is not, the capacity doesn't return after the rehab anymore.
Yeah.
So we'll have to drill another well in the building above it to draw water from that well instead of this one. Well, one, they've been around for a long time. We've rehabbed them multiple times, so this one isn't, the capacity's not coming back anymore. So we need a new well. And this would cover that. Engineering and design of it at least.
And then we might get grants for it too, huh?
I don't know if there's any out there for that.
I don't know about that.
But there's no choice, so.
Right.
And then the next one is take well two offline, inspect and repair.
Yeah, so that's the rehab that we do every other year, so it just needs to be rehabbed and brought back to just like maintenance or
Okay,
to keep the wells going as long as we can.
and replacing the flow valves and structure.
At Oak Hill, that was the one I was saying, I think we're not gonna do that. Cause we had money somewhere, we found it to do that.
That's the 45,000.
I thought that was the 85.
Yeah, that was, we've got it done for less.
Thank you for
And we
doing
didn't,
that.
yeah, so we don't have to ask for that.
Okay,
Okay, the 85,000 is,
But I wasn't, so
and the place terrace.
So Place Terrace is where the Early Learning Academy is. Water main there is made of AC pipe, which is asbestos concrete.
Oh, that's good.
And it's not a threat to the people, the drinking water or anything, but it is old and asbestos pipe is some of the weakest pipe now. And so we'd like to get on a program of, because there's multiple places in town that have that. And we'd like to get rid of all of it, obviously, but
Was that the World War II shortage material?
I believe so.
Yeah.
So
Maintenance and planning.
that area is one where we've had a few
And
breaks
neither
and it's
of them
right by a
here.
school,
You needed to
and
time This morning.
so we just thought it was a good place to start. It's expensive to
Okay.
do because it is hazardous material.
I'm very familiar.
Take it out.
Both of the projects
So that
in Navy as well.
Has increased disposal costs and handling costs
Okay.
because of that.
You could do central maintenance.
Okay, just let me know.
Thank you.
Okay, so that takes care of all the money we have in the. in
Well,
the
it's,
fund.
well, I Yeah, and they're, just so you know, they had said to us this year, they weren't gonna give us a tax rate. If our enterprise funds went okay, so I was so worried about those.
And this is just, we've been trying to get into doing this.
Ugh,
I mean,
I know, I mean,
yeah, this, trying to be proactive rather than.
right. So we are going to say yes to this. Is that the,
It's a lot of money for that. So,
That might be one of those things where we have to do the math to see if we can say yes, but hopefully we'll say yes.
we say yes. And then if, in the end of all the things we say yes to, I'm gonna have to pull some of the things.
yeah.
Because I just have to add it up.
I know,
It's really hard because there's not enough, especially as I just have to say this, especially in DPW, because I feel like everything that comes through, I should say yes to.
right.
There are other people that come. I don't mean any slight to anyone else,
But
but there are other people that come that when they talk about rust, they mean like, here's a big car and it's like, well, rust over here. You know what I mean? I don't mean to make, but them, I thought when they tell you that, like that story with the car, and I don't really know that much about cars, but with the
when the
engine
seat
was kind of ready to fall out, that's bad.
Yeah.
And it's coming into the car. I thought, these are not like vehicles in other places. I mean, I've had grown men come up into the office and talk about this, about no place to go to the bathroom. So I feel like we all work here. And if you say that everybody's created equal, then treat them that way. Like they shouldn't be in a place where there's rats, and they shouldn't be in a place where you can't wash your hands. And nobody else in town has that. I wanted you to see those pictures of those chairs. I showed everybody that they pulled out of this, and we're in there walking over the rat doo-doo. I mean, that's different. So when they talk about a car, I'm like, so I'm going through it, and then we add it up, but then you're subtracting, and then there's nothing left. That's the hard part. Yeah. So
here's the dump truck.
The dump truck.
okay, those things belong in here.
It's there on the list.
I'm not seeing it.
It's not on the list.
No.
Maybe not.
The 317.
You got it, yeah.
I don't see it on here though.
Yes, it is not on this.
Under what? It's not on this? Number what?
Truck 40, which is the dump truck under water.
Don't see it.
So it needs to be added here somewhere.
I'm putting it in, just writing on the water fund total. What kind of a truck is it?
It's a dump truck. It's a 2001 Freightliner.
17.
So I graduated in 2001.
Is that in bad shape?
Yeah. Yep. It's so the water department uses it for water main breaks, responding to emergencies. It plows. This one is, again, I mean, so rusty. We've had problems with the piston that raises up the dump, leaks. That stuff is super expensive to repair. This one has been around for a long time. 25 years.
Yeah, and I think it's important.
And that's well past the useful
Wasn't
life
it
of the
our
truck.
current repair was
Oh, yeah.
over, or was that last year's? We should
No,
talk about
vehicle.
the vehicle repairs were insanely over because of cost.
Last year and it's continuing this year.
Because of the tariffs. Again, I don't know anything about car parts, but the service division of DPW, they're never over budget. Usually they're not, they stay in their budget. They were $127,000 over because the cost of repairs and everyone, I cut everybody's budget. I cut that in fire, I cut it in police, I cut it wherever, and every single one of them. They were over budget by like 20 or 30,000. Because fixing the vehicles is, and we do a lot of it in-house.
Yeah, we do.
But it's outrageous. So it would,
Yeah, we're ordering parts for everybody. We fix fire, police, school, us, any other city vehicle department, any other city department vehicle too.
right. Right. So how much is that? How much is truck number 40?
317.
317? Oh my God. Okay.
It's also used for plowing?
Yep,
Yeah,
Wow.
that's good.
Of course.
yep. We need every truck we can get to plow. So,
Okay. We had, what did you tell me? 35 people that worked from 1 PM until 3 PM the next day, 26 hours.
and then they were in again early. And they were in last night.
And they've done a magnificent job with what they had to deal with.
Very grateful that we had them.
Okay, so we
Okay.
have now finished water.
That's all I had.
That's all that you
The
have.
lime.
That's it.
Okay, so I'm seeing the lime silo ladder relocation to Adams Pink on this.
Oh, yeah.
Where's that?
On this list.
Oh, yeah,
It's not in-
that lime
Oh,
silo ladder relocation to Adams Tank,
is that not in there?
$35,000.
No, we don't have a sheet for that.
That one?
So tell us about it.
So at Millbrook, we do corrosion control for the drinking water. We used to use lime for that. Now that's outdated. And we've switched to sodium hydroxide instead. And so all of the lime equipment that we had is coming out. An Adams tank is a drinking water tank off of Burnison Road. And there's no way to get to the top of the tank to inspect or do anything. And Mark thought we could take the ladder from the lime silo at Millbrook and put it on the drinking water tank. So they could access the roof,
Well, that sounds like a good idea.
but I'm not entirely sure how that will go. I don't like the idea of drilling and anchoring a ladder into a drinking water tank.
How are we gonna anchor it then?
I don't know. That's why there's all this money. Somebody has to figure out how to do that. I don't know how to do it. Contractor would have to do it.
Okay,
I think now they're using just like a ladder. It's not really very safe.
Oh, no, that could be somebody could get killed doing that.
Mhm.
So I think that's an very,
I'll have to make that.
Yep.
The-
I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I'm gonna ask him, but I'm gonna bring Aaron in after. Do you know anything about the mini splits at the water treatment plant?
The what?
The mini splits at the water
I don't know
treatment
anything
plant?
about that.
Okay,
That's not, is that a central maintenance?
it's central.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't. I know they want them.
Okay. You wanna have a- Here, better.
I think I'm gonna bring my chair from my office.
Why don't you
just
go
to-
get that?
yeah.
I can't, I have the Oak Hill building wiring upgrade.
No, I don't think we did.
Is that one and the water system modeling
Modeling update,
upgrade?
yeah.
Go get your chair.
Yeah.
I don't know what the
What's-
modeling water.
You can sit-
the combination for the bathroom.
Oh, the men's room or the women's room?
Women.
Oh, 135.
What's the other thing?
Wiring upgrade and
So it's,
So we just,
I don't know what that
a
is.
little bathroom break, but I wanted you to.
Okay.
Thank you for coming.
No problem. Where is that? I know I just found.
What?
hey,
How you doing?
good.
Which one are we saying?
There were two on here that we did wiring upgrade.
How are you?
Modeling update.
I don't know about the modeling update. I don't think I did that.
Morning.
You're from school?
Yes.
Okay.
It's,
Fernanda.
I'm Anne.
It's chilly out there. Your hands are so warm, right?
It's terrible out there.
Excellent.
Wish we could, just have a subtropical climate on demand.
That would be nice.
Hey, sorry about the, I have a quick question. This, we had talked briefly about the Oak Hill wiring upgrade as a capital request.
Yeah.
We still on track of doing that?
After this.
Happy birthday to them.
Yeah.
I don't have this.
You know,
You don't have the one.
We're out and doing other things, so. Yeah.
It's two things.
We had Oak Hill, we had 65 for that.
Wiring.
Wiring upgrade.
And
There's
modeling.
nothing in
And that's
here
just
about,
a-
he doesn't have that. There's
It's all-
nothing in there about it. What's the other thing?
It's all
Modeling.
old wiring.
Water system modeling.
Update.
All right, let me go print those. I don't
Well-
know.
Do you remember
Okay.
that?
I don't.
Nice.
Let me go see if they're in there.
Okay.
So the wiring is from then.
But I looked at them again this morning,
Okay.
but,
Okay, that's all I need to
and
know.
last night. I don't
right, thank
remember,
you.
but it's possible I missed them. I don't know.
Okay.
The wiring at Oak Hill is
So,
from
look again. Let me
1923.
take a
oh,
picture
wow.
because
and,
I will forget. by the
We
time I
had
walk back over
a
there.
central maintenance electrician there trying to wire it, but so busy that it hasn't really happened. And Oak Hill is a drinking water facility, so it's pretty important stuff. He said that the felt covering the wires from 1923 is gone, coming off.
Imagine.
So,
Beyond, not into it.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll do a form for that. I thought I did one, but
You know what? Erin's looking in the drive, I think, to see if there's one. Although this is not really, some of it's not proper, it's very difficult to do. Because you keep getting, I don't understand this. We keep getting things from things and then you put it together on some sheet and then
Yeah.
it's something from the last year or whatever.
Yeah.
But
Well, sometimes the sheets will autofill, and if you're not paying super close attention, it'll do that right out from under you.
Neither one of those are in the,
we lost
the
something.
water modeling, I don't know what that is, so I wouldn't worry about that one for now.
Okay.
several of them just disappeared.
But I can do one of those forms for the wiring.
Okay, the wiring.
That's not a big deal.
So after Fernando, if you wanna do central maintenance after Fernando. Okay,
Sounds good.
all right, thank you.
I can do one of those sheets and I'll put it in the drive.
Okay, thank you. So we can't do all of that
No,
from retained earnings.
I mean, obviously we can do all of it. It's that much.
The cross connections we could wait on the paving, Plains Terrace,
The
that's.
Oak Hill building wiring will be getting
I
a
like
sheet
fix
later.
that.
It's 1923 wiring where the felt from 1923 is in the condition you would expect felt from 1923 to be in.
So we are getting that.
It sounds like the wires exposed with no thing. I don't know what's supposed to be around wires actually, but
I guess it was felt.
felt.
We do not want it to burn down.
No.
It's cheaper to spend this.
Yeah, it's your other piece of that. And we've had things, we had a little fire up at the transfer station one time.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yep. But that's easy because there's all kinds of paper dust and paper and
Yeah.
stuff around there.
But you don't want that.
So it's our process. We go through this entire book and then at the end of the day, vote.
Formally, yes, that's what we should.
Okay.
All right. Anything else you wanted to tell us about?
That's all I have for now.
And you had a lot of nice calls about the plowing, right, Glenn? And people being
No.
kind on Facebook.
No.
I noticed that as
Well, aren't you glad you came today so I could
I got some
compliment you?
good news. Yeah, I got some compliments.
But I just tell you,
And
I know
an
that.
email from Castle Bottomley, so that
Okay. And, the DPW workers in Springfield, that's all like, my only positive thing to say is that they're having a harder time. It's awful. You know how hard they work. And then everyone comes in, I'm like, did they actually write that? The person that said no excuses, I went, I'm not talking to you. I gave that to somebody else.
yeah,
Anyways,
we have had a lot of friendly faces.
right. Yeah, right. That needs to be done right now. Although one person at the DPW, I don't know who it was, Aaron asked somebody that's worked there for a long time, said it was like the sixth or eighth worst storm. He's been here 25
Yeah.
years.
We haven't had one like that in a while. Thankfully, it was lighter snow, so it couldn't be way worse like that Halloween storm we had a
Mhm.
while ago where it was all heavy, wet, and it was terrible.
Yeah, that one didn't get cleaned up for weeks.
Yeah. I remember plowing that storm and a tree came down right in front of me. Big tree. Wow. That's all I got.
All right, well,
Great.
that's good.
Thank you very much.
Was that fun?
Was it fun? It was way, way better than I thought it was going to be.
I know, I know. I tried to get her right on time for you too. and
I was nervous at first, and then once I got in here, it seemed like it was not.
You're very nice.
Yeah, I didn't have to worry.
Right, because you know what we're gonna say, it's awful going.
Right, so,
But they're all friendly.
and this is the first time I've done it, so it was
Right.
great. It's great.
First rodeo.
Yeah, my first rodeo.
Right.
So I
Good
appreciate you
job.
all. Thank you very much.
Explain
Thanks.
everything.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Thank
I'll see you. I'm sorry. Next, good luck.
It's actually kind of fun.
Good morning,
Good
everyone.
morning. You know, thank you for being flexible and coming over.
Oh, of course, no problem.
So you are, let's see. You just have one thing.
Yeah, so I have one thing. The one other thing that I wanted to say is Mark Snow had asked me to kind of back him up a little bit because he's got the software capital in here as well. So I'll talk a little bit about that after.
Okay.
He asked me to talk up a little bit because I won't be able to be here. Mayor, I didn't know. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to take the day off today, but I was able to take half a day. I had to schedule like a trip with my son to the Great Wolf Lodge for the weekend.
Oh, my God, I've seen those. Well, get going.
Yeah, no, after I'm done with this, I would do it. So
Okay.
it's okay. I had other things I had to do too. So
Okay.
I hand this out. So yeah, so basically the city, you read already over the last 8 years, we have been in a hybrid model for our document systems. And when I say Google and Microsoft, people think of Word and Excel, and that's one part of it. So that's why I said, you know what, they may not understand what I'm talking about, and sometimes people don't speak my lingo. So if I confuse you about something, please let me know, I'll explain it better. But this is really what we are doing to go from our current model.
You get one?
I think I got it for everybody. Yeah.
You get one?
Oh, I passed.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that I had. So right, this is what we're trying to go to. Okay, so right now we have Google for email, e-discovery. It's a whole suite. It's not just email and documents and Google Drive. In there we have Google Drives, and when somebody does a FOIA request for 1,000 emails from the mayor to between this person and this person, we have these tools available to do that. We also have tools that allow us to put or like, for example, our cell phone and iPad fleet for the DPW has gotten bigger. So we need to keep track of that equipment and where it's at, who has access to it. So we have all these separate systems in place.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And on top of that, there's also the pain points that our staff, and Steve can speak to this because we had a discussion about that. So we use Munis. You guys are familiar with Munis as our system. Well, they make us have to use Excel and that type of document. So now I have to buy Word and all of that on top of it. Then I have to buy antivirus for the equipment as well. So this would allow us to kind of go into, we're trying to stay lean and mean in IT. Maybe not mean, but you know what. Have everything in one pane of glass and be able to, so that departments can collaborate with each other with documents instead of, okay, we need this document here, you know, who can I share with? It's on the drive that they're looking for, they can't find it, you know. So that is in a nutshell what we're trying to do. And at the same time, part of that is also cybersecurity. This already comes built in with a lot of that. And it will allow us to have a more robust VPN solution. So I know I put all those points in there and I spoke about it, but this diagram right here pretty much shows you everything that we're doing. And this is a big project for the IT team. You know, staff will get their documents and email pretty much right away. The other pieces we are going to have to be building as we go. You know, so it's probably our biggest project for the year if you do approve the purchase. I had met with Steve and the mayor. Actually, Steve's at Cape Fernando. We are having a lot of problems with collaboration within our departments. And, you know, with HR and it's in the way that we're operating right now, there are some places that are still operating like that, but we need to move forward. So that's why I'm here.
I'm going to add,
Please do.
thank you I've been Fernando's probably biggest pain in the neck. But Fernando did a wonderful job upgrading us. We're having problems with payroll because outside of the accounting office, everyone was still on Office 2007.
Mhm.
So, and when you try to go to Office 365, you lose some information, you know? And so now that we have that more streamlined and we know where everything is and people can seamlessly go between the two, it's been 1,000 times better.
Right.
And I thank you very much for that.
And this is the next step for it. So for example, like we already have software, MDM, it's called Mobile Device Management Systems. So as we move from what we have right now and we incorporate this in, you know, then we will have that price tag in there. You know, unfortunately, I don't have all those numbers yet because I was like, okay, I have to come up with this and we have other issues we have to deal with. But there are going to be some, I don't think it's a savings, you know, because we are adding more. We're just streamlining the process for the city.
Although in terms of savings, if it is causing a lot of inefficiencies, that's manpower hours.
It is.
And then
yeah.
errors, you have to pay to correct those
Mhm.
errors. So it's not necessarily not saving.
No, and those are, I was going to touch that. I'm glad that you brought it up because those inefficiencies you can't calculate really, unless you sit there with every person. And then when somebody says, hey, Jared, or they're sending an email to the IT department, my Office 2007 is not working. We had Office 2007, 2010, 2009, you know what I mean? So it just becomes problematic and keeping track of all those licenses. And we were trying to move away from using Microsoft. And we're not the only city that's doing this. Cities moved to Google because it's cheaper, you know, and now they're going back because when I started doing my researching, I reached out to different companies for like, hey, can you give me like ballpark figures as to what it costs? They're like, oh, you're not the only one that's doing this. There are several cities doing this as well. But those inefficiencies, it's not just for my department. You know, now they have to wait for the person has to wait. They're frustrated. They have a timeline they have to get to. And so those are the things that we're trying to mitigate, you know, and you see, it's not just, that's what people see, you know, all these other tools IT is leveraging. We have them already here and there, but you pay for them singly. Right now, it's, you know, we want to keep it all under one platform.
Well, I'm in the process of getting a nonprofit started. And 150,000 is a bargain for all that you're trying to do here. This is wonderful.
Well, we do a lot of the work ourselves. That's
I know.
why the price is
I know,
what it is.
but I'm just
Yeah.
saying to you that being in the market now for all the software we have
Yep.
to buy.
Yes. No, it is very expensive. The reason, tooting my horn here or my team, we do a lot of things here in the city that you see the prices, but if, you know, like to getting engineered to do this type of work for us, it's, you know, $200 to $350 an hour. So, you know, do 90 hours, that's what? $8,000, right? So at $200. So we do a lot of that. That's why when, you know, we have the parking lot needed cameras, the DPW and IT built that together, you know, so we don't go out there and pay somebody to do it because we have the know-how. And City Council has asked us if you have the in-house knowledge to do it. So we leverage that all the time. Yeah, so.
Well, I'm congratulating you.
Oh, thank you, I appreciate it.
You know, as we're asked to do more with less,
Yeah.
the only way to accomplish that is through IT and automation.
That's right. And it all has to work together. It can't be a separate thing.
No, it's like, I feel like I have my hands in everything. Like I was gonna talk to you, like I'm leaving, but I thought Mark was like, oh, Fernando, you know, you're gonna be able, because we're supposed to have it on Monday, right? So it got moved. I'm like, I'm sorry, Mark, but I'll say something about this project when I leave. And I know that the bid that Todd's putting together in front of you as well, I built that, I gave it to him, and as you present that, right? He can present what the needs are, but I was the one that gave him the dollar amounts for it.
And and what he wants will work with this is all part of the same system.
Right, so for example, what Todd's doing, it's an internal camera system for the PD. There's this old obsolete, you know, and if you need cameras, that's where you need them. You need them in the jail, you know, you need access control, you need to be able to see what's around the police department. And like, I don't build anything that goes to the cloud. I keep all our information. I don't want anybody looking at our video, you know, so.
Good.
So Todd is going to be talking about that in more detail. And the one for Mark Snow, we have been trying to get online permitting. And when we started like 6 years ago with this company, we were ahead of the curve. We're behind now, and we tried and then they're like, oh, we need to spend this much more money, and it's like it's at some cost now, you know. So we decided to take a look at different applications that would allow us to. It's not just online permitting. That was the icing that would never got on the cake, you know. Because we want to make it easier for our citizens to be able to do their permitting and online instead of coming over, and those efficiencies. So now they come in with a form. The admin has to go ahead, enter it by hand. Sometimes we have a senior tax or a temporary person come in especially during the spring session. So that software that we're using, we're making it work. The backend database is there, but we need the other piece. So that's what he's going to be talking about it. We tried. Mark Snow has put in so much time into that. I feel so bad for him because he was like really, you know, he was championing it. We tried, and I supported him. I put a lot of time into it, but not as much as he has. And we finally said, okay, we can't do it. They can't do it, you know. So we started looking around, and that's what he's going to be proposing to you.
Okay.
It's actually something that's going to directly. Oh, Mark, good morning. Yes, you are here. I was talking a little bit come on in.
Is everything, huh?
Yes. I was talking about Open Go.
Oh, okay.
We'll go over it, yeah.
Morning, Mary.
Good morning. So this is going from one thing to another, right?
Yeah, so since Mark is here, and I just want to kind of back him up on that.
It's so nice. This is a really nice group.
We've been working on it together. It's been a panel of us that went ahead and you know, looked at other software and then identified Erin, big piece of this too. She was part of that. So I spoke a little bit, but you can go ahead and give him your.
Just to interrupt real quick, we had Mark come early so that Fernando could be here, and then I will. Sorry to
Thank you.
mess it up without telling you first, but I'm placing a lunch order too.
Well, thank you very much. And I appreciate the time to speak with you. Like Fernando was saying, we're looking into new permit software program. Not because we want to, but we feel we have to. It's a dire need at this point. The software program that we currently use is not adequate and no longer fits our needs. It was never completed the way that it was sold to us in the beginning. So the end goal was to provide online permit services for citizens. We're not able to do that with this current program. They keep telling us we are going to be able to do it, but they have not followed through with everything. So as a result of all this time and commitment and efforts, we feel that it's time to move to a different software program company. And we've had a few demonstrations, free. OpenGov seemed to stand out. To best fit our needs. And one of the other selling points for that program is that there's 135 communities throughout Massachusetts that are currently using it. So they do have an investment in Massachusetts. They don't have to reinvent the wheel because they already know what Massachusetts requirements are. So we feel this is the best fit, and cost-wise, it's the best for our needs.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's just like the cars break.
It is, and again, I have to stress that this is really, we're desperate for a new program.
Right.
Because we need to go online permitting. We're one of the few communities in this general area that does not provide those services. And we are asked daily by applicants, if we're going to be able to do online permitting. So I think it's in the best interest of everyone in modern technology that we move forward with this and move forward with it as quickly as possible.
And on our sheet, it's 50,000 and on here it's 65,000. Is that?
Yes, so originally we thought at the beginning, we thought 50,000 was going to be sufficient. However, when the numbers started coming in, we felt that they needed to be adjusted to 65,000.
Okay. I mean,
instead of 50,000. So
again, it's like buying a car.
yeah, it
They
is.
go, they go and whisper and come back.
Yeah, and it really is, it became, 2026. And guess what happens in 2026? Things go up. It happens in software all the time. So we were like, okay, we're going to do this. And the numbers came in.
I know they're not rich enough, those.
No.
Oh my God, I'm gonna write to Jeff Bezos. Something I was thinking of, I said, I was like, could you help us with that? Because you have a lot of money and we don't. And I was sitting in something, I thought, I think I'm just gonna write and tell him I'm the mayor of this city. And I know you have a lot extra and good to share. Yeah.
I think we should write to all of them and ask them to share.
Why not? Sometimes they've picked towns. If you write, they have. I saw some towns just got all these scholarships. The whole high school got scholarships because they wrote a good letter to somebody, and who knows if it will be ours.
Yeah, why not?
Sharing is caring.
Right. But they were recently, just like within the last week or so, they've been meeting with these people. Can this, will the fire department be able to use?
So as of right now, no, it's not planned. However, the capabilities are there. There's many other capabilities for other departments to log on to this program. DPW.
I definitely want to get the clerks to have really old software.
Like dog license?
Dog license and vitals, but we wanted to see if we can adopt this, get it going. If it's really good, then we can.
Well, I would, one thing I found being the mayor is everyone has done their own thing.
Yep.
And I hate that. I'm not happy with that. We don't all buy our own software because it's one team. It would be better if we all had the same thing, but this online permitting, then I'm not very good explaining it, but you know what I mean. It shares all the information. So somebody could look in and see, okay, this was done or that wasn't done. The groups that give permits the most often is you, health department,
Licensing.
licensing,
Fire department
fire department.
and planning department.
Yeah.
And planning department is actually part of this
Right.
software.
Yeah, this is not just for them. There's planning, code
it's-
enforcement,
Yes,
and
planning.
and
And you've checked with the other towns that are using it and they like it?
Yes, actually two local communities that I'm familiar with. One is Amherst and one is Northampton. Northampton used to have the same program that we had here, Finicity. It didn't work out for them as well. So they have switched and they have gone to OpenGov. They're currently, city overall is using OpenGov for many different things. The building department is just signing on. So they're within the setup phase right now. And according to their building commissioner, everything's on track. If the company says they're going to do something within a time frame, it's been done in that time frame. So that's a positive report. The inspector that I spoke with from Amherst, they really like the program, the capabilities and the flexibilities it has. So if something is kind of unique to Amherst, they can adjust it to fit their needs. So they both spoke very highly of this program.
So and the plan is to incorporate all licensing things into this.
If
program.
I think that because I look at all the departments, right, that if they've been talking to other cities and towns, they are really happy and they incorporate more things into it. I see us bring in other departments, definitely the clerks downstairs for sure.
Yeah.
And just to give you a little more background on the current program, initially when we set this up, it did include the fire department, did include the health department, and planning department. However, as things started to evolve and the program started building out, both fire department and health department felt that it did not fit their needs.
Mhm. So they got their
Like they had sold
sooner
it to
than
us.
you did.
So
yeah.
as a result,
They had to go and do it their own way.
they went and did it their own way.
The health department, to be fair to them, they have this public health excellence grant where we are with 5 other towns. And we probably are going to be that way. Sunderland, Deerfield, Montague, I forget where else. It's 5. So we have, huh?
Shutesbury.
Shutesbury. So, and I can't explain this, but there's something.
They
The
have,
health, they were like this new thing through the state. This is Michael said, it's not going to work. But can you?
they have this other other software that they use for that. It doesn't do everything that the city needs for as far as all the permitting on their end, right?
Correct.
But Michael Theroux said that the state is coming out with something. I don't know, the last time they said they were coming out with the virtual gateway, it took them like 15 years to do it, but well, we'll see what happens. So we'll keep our.
But the state keeps
ground.
making new regulations on the health field.
Mhm.
Yeah, so in regards to the health department, what director has told me is that the state is mandating that all health departments go to their system.
Mhm.
Their system is not slated to come online until sometime in 2027. However, we know how the state operates and we know that there's challenges for anything that is done. So it wouldn't surprise me if it was much longer than that. But
In the
don't know
meantime,
that.
they
Yeah.
can use.
Well, we don't want to, right now, we don't feel like we want to add them if they have to spend all that money because it's okay, you're paying for the software, but you're also paying for the implementation, so.
And you pay per user too, don't you?
No, that's something that we like about this, that this one is not per user.
Oh,
It's based on the city budget.
Oh, my God, that would be great.
And
Yeah.
for the.
That was a
online
big
permitting,
thing.
It seems like for a lot of people, that'll be great. But we do have some people in town who don't like computers. Will it still be easy enough for them?
Yes, and we'll have staff in the office to help them.
Mhm.
We'll have a-
So for them, it'll be pretty much business as
Yeah, I
usual?
mean, if they don't want to file online, they can still fill out a paper copy, bring it into the office, or they can come into the office and we can assist them filling
We'll
it
have a
out.
kiosk for them to be
So-
able to enter information if they don't have a computer too, so.
and can you coordinate with the library so they can go there and fill it out?
They should probably go to the Sanderson.
Yeah,
Street
to
for
Sanderson
permits.
Street if they want assistance from the building department, yeah.
I-
But I mean, they can log on anywheres,
Yeah,
Yeah,
a computer, log on, they can create an account for that program.
yeah.
And they can file for a permit anywhere as they are.
Yeah, you should actually be able, this one you can do with your phone too, right? If you wanted to. Yeah, so it's advanced.
I mean, this is what we're going to be spending money on in the future is software.
Well, it brings so many different efficiencies. I was talking about how you have to enter everything online. One other efficiency that this software does is that whenever a contractor submits a permit, Mark has to go ahead, log into the state website and find out if their
License.
license is up to speed. This will tie right into it.
Everything's gonna be right at our fingertips.
Yeah,
And, right now, our system is not functioning the way that it should be. So we cannot email through the permit program now. So we have to email and then we try to keep all the documents together. So we're doing a lot of scanning and downloading documents into the system. With this new system, everything can be done right from the permit. So everything, somebody has a question, they can see every piece of the puzzle pertaining to that permit.
Unfortunately, software only works with Microsoft, which we're going to anyway, but it's behind. It does not provide what the citizens of Greenfield need.
So it sounds like the heart of both projects is software compatibility for improved workflow and quality of life for
Oh,
everyone.
yeah.
Oh, yes. Improve efficiencies, yeah.
And this was actually driven by the consumer as well, because the contractors really, they don't want to come in.
Come to
They do not
Sanders.
want to come in. They want to do it
Take
online.
time out of their day.
That's
to
what
come
they're
to our
used to doing.
office.
Yeah.
Yep.
Whereas a lot of them, they go home at the end of the day, they fill out their applications, online for the other towns, but then they
Yeah.
have to come to Greenfield. So, yeah, we're asked daily.
Yeah.
Yay, yay, yay.
So how long will this take once we say we're going to do that?
Once everything is in place, they say 6 to 8 months. However, Rachel Roberts, local inspector in my office, she's a computer whiz. She's been kind of looking things over and she's very active in the current program. She feels that she can do a lot on her end to help build this out, speed up the process. But the anticipated time frame is 6 to 8 months.
Great.
Yes, yay.
And the upfront cost is for migrating. So all of our information that we currently have electronically, that's going to be migrated down into the new program so that we have all the history of the building on our program.
How labor intensive is that migration going to be?
Yeah, so that kind of lands on me, right? So it won't be too bad, because I'm basically gonna forklift all the data from one database and give it, and that's why we're paying them. Hey, your software where this fields need to go to. So it won't be too long. It's gonna be a little bit more painful once we're setting up like the payment processor. That's a little bit different. You got to meet the PCI compliance. Some of those things are a little bit more difficult, and they're up to speed with the technology in the background. I looked at their company, and they have like dual internet backups and all these things, so that I care about. So usually it's a project of this scope. In my experience, in 6 to 8 months, right? Because they have a blank canvas, so they need to implement everything and build it, test. So, but Rachel, it's really good. She knows Municity better than anyone, really, so she understands it, and that's going to be key. But the company is also committing to be able to do this within a time frame.
We could ask the different people as they come in, we could tell them about this program that we have. Huh? See how amenable everyone else, I tell them about this new program.
Yeah, no, so I want to see how it goes,
Do you think you're?
because I've been dealing with salesmen for a long time, right? So, I mean, I heard really good things about OpenGov. Everybody tells you it's great.
Well, there's
Yeah, you use it on
108
your-
communities, 135.
135 and hopefully 136.
Yeah.
And again, that's just Massachusetts. They're,
Right.
Throughout the country. So they have many others, but, it's a big investment for 135 communities in Massachusetts. So that does speak volumes.
Yep.
For that company.
Michael Thoreau said the last place that he worked, they had OpenGov in every single department, got all their permits
Yep.
from OpenGov. So it must work with other things. Not that I know how that happens, but
Yeah. No, and that's the other thing, I'm gonna be taking a look at everything. I'm gonna be looking at the assessor software as well, to see if they have something that you can tie into it,
Mhm.
Yeah, that's,
Not looking at Munis, they have a financial side on it, but that's its own separate thing right now.
Oh my
But those, when you're doing permitting, all the other things, because the other thing that we struggle with is like, and I've tied a lot of software so they can communicate back and forth, but this, if you're in one place, now you don't have to have those integrations going back up and down. When he does something on his side, the assessor is able to see it and vice versa.
and that makes it wonderful because you get the new growth then.
Yeah.
I'd imagine you just save time in everything you do once it's plugged in
Right.
together.
No, it is. And because you're not doing so much manual entry, there are less errors,
If that went right over, that's a very good point.
Mhm.
I mean, he's got to get the two compatible.
That has to go. That should be
Yeah.
the next priority because the new growth in the past, the assessors were asking for all the building permits from there to look there, and we missed
Yeah.
part.
So
We
we,
missed part of all these, which
Yeah.
we can add this back this year, but I can see what happened.
yeah, but when I first got here, part of my goal has been to, like what I saw when I came to the city, I was like, okay, we have so many databases and we don't do
It's
anything,
unbelievable.
right? So that one of the first things I did was actually build when we got this software here was we actually made it so that when the assessors did that, we integrated it and it came up to Mark. So he wouldn't have to be calling them or asking information or can you email me this? He was able to do it. The next phase was to now bring it down to the assessor, but we're not going to do that right now until this is built because, we're not going to invest on
But
that.
that I think should probably be the next thing. Like
Yeah.
she didn't know about Jadook.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
I've told all the assessors, I said, you need to make a list. I'm making a list driving around because Christina doesn't live here.
Just,
You don't miss anything.
just so people know, the inspections department do monthly reports for building permits and certificates that are issued for our department. And a report is generated and given to the assessor's office.
Can you
So,
mail that to me when it comes?
Mhm.
Email that to me, please.
I know at one point in time in the past, I was told that, they didn't have adequate staff in the assessor's office to enter the permits manually. So they weren't getting entered. So it's not that they weren't getting the information, it was just they didn't have the staff to enter the data
Right.
into their program.
But it wouldn't have to be entered into the program. They're all synced.
But if the two.
But that's what we're driving
No,
at.
no,
that- yeah.
I'm just saying that this is, that would be great.
Mhm.
And they did not buy their own software,
So,
just to be clear.
No, that's actually under my department. So whenever they try to do something, yeah. I did talk to Jim Dyksman.
Yeah,
He reached out to me because we were talking about the permit module to do that. I'm like, Jim, we're actually looking to move away from where we are right
Yeah.
now. We don't want to invest on this.
okay.
Fantastic.
great.
All right, so you can go to Wolf Lodge, I think, and we'll hear about the car. I know, it was there I
Yeah.
stopped there, I was looking for a bathroom, I went, oh, that looks fun, and I was telling.
Yeah, the boys are like, oh, he's going over there with a couple of friends, right? And they're like so excited, so.
We'll have
It should be very restful for you, Fernando, enjoy.
Yeah, it's gonna be very restful.
That's what people say to me, I would have to see.
One 13-year-old, two 14-year-olds.
Yeah, it's great. You'll have to get a lot of sleep.
Yeah. Well, thank
All
you.
right, thank you,
Yeah.
thank you.
And I mentioned the police department too, so, but I know Todd's got it, so.
Okay,
Great.
thank you.
So just, yes, good, yeah, have a good time. So just tell us about car number 4.
Car number 4. Car number 4 is a Ford Focus, 2012. Has 88,500 miles on it approximate. It was purchased by the city used when we received it. It's been a good car, but there are problems with it. When there are maintenance issues with it, it seems like DPW has a difficult time getting the parts to repair vehicle. So the vehicle could be down, for several days. Here, not too long ago, it was down for, it was down for a week, and then they found out it was gonna be down more, so they were able to do some adjustments to make it work, so we would have the vehicle on the road. Just so you know, the vehicle is one of two in the inspections department. It is used daily by the inspectors to conduct inspections, investigate complaints, monitor vacant properties, any business related to the inspections department that requires travel is done by one of the two vehicles. So it's a vital piece of equipment for our department. We are a small department, but we do have 2.5 inspectors, 2 full-time and 1 part-time inspector. So we try to coordinate the schedules, inspection schedules, so that everybody has a vehicle. I don't like the employees having to use their vehicle. So if anybody has to use their vehicle, then typically that's me. I just want to make sure my employees are taken care of.
How old is the other car in the department?
The other car is actually newer. It's actually one of the first electric vehicle in town, I believe.
Oh, cool.
So it is a electric vehicle. It's a Chevy Blazer. Not sure if it's 2024 or 2025, but it's and that's been serving us well. Though I will let you know the recent experience I had with the electric vehicle. Monthly, we have training down in West Springfield, so we travel together. So we went down. When we left here, it had 207 miles. The full charge is 225 miles. There's 207 miles on it. West Springfield isn't that far. However, it was very cold that morning. And by the time we got down to West Springfield, I only had 96 miles left. So over 200 miles down to 96, I'm like, not a mathematician, but I don't think I have enough of a charge to get back. So there is a vehicle charger down at West Springfield. However, those chargers were not working. One of the state inspectors pulled up in his vehicle to charge it, and he couldn't charge his vehicle as well. So on the way back, we had to find a fast charger, and we sat there for 30 minutes to give us enough charge to get back. So that's the only downfall that I have seen with this electric vehicle. Other than that, around town, it works very nice.
So, just so everyone knows, none of the chargers right now in the parking garage are working. That is Eversource. We've been in touch with them. I don't know, they've been in touch. People came in and let us know that they weren't working, and it definitely is Eversource, but they'll have to shut everybody's power down. Some people power down for 8 hours nearby. So I don't know when that is going to be fixed, but
After it gets warmer.
after it gets warm. My question is, does this, I want this other vehicle, this new vehicle would be electric as well, wouldn't it?
Yes, that's the.
Because, is this something that happens, is that happening in lots of places that there's problems with the chargers? I heard the one at the RMV is not working. Is there a problem in general with the chargers? Do anybody know?
I think some of the first gen chargers are not holding up as well as was hoped, but some of the glitches have been worked out since. I think the ones in the garage, the ones with the RMV, and there's another one in town are like early chargers, like early first and maybe second generation chargers. That's kind of how it was explained to me, that these are like earlier and they've made a lot of improvements since. But I think the ones at the garage too, there's also dealing with the electrical issues, which is never source thing.
So the one at the one at the RMV, that one wasn't, that ones in the garage were quite a while ago. And the RMV, who do we call about that? Mass DOT?
That's
Mass
state.
DOT. Mass DOT.
How's the library charger holding up?
We have not had any complaints about that other than the signage. That's okay. The one back here is all right. The fire department has a level 2 charger. They got an electric vehicle. They'd asked for 3. But I don't think they needed that.
Yeah, and just so you know, there's 3 different levels of chargers. Sure. The first level is like if you wanted to plug it into a 110 outlet in your house, you could do that. That's level 1. Level 2 is the slow, long time duration charge. Takes several hours to charge the battery. Level 3 is the fast charger. Again, we were at the charging station we were at was level 3. 30 minutes, we had 160 miles. So, it speeds up the charge. We have level 2 over Sanderson Street. That seems to work fine. Though what I would suggest is that if the city is going to continue to get city electric vehicles for the city, that we're going to have to expand on the chargers as well. Because if this vehicle is approved and we get a 3rd electric vehicle, now we'll have 3 vehicles over there, electric vehicles for 2 chargers. Not that that can't be worked out. It just takes coordination, but I just want to let people know that that's, we're going to think of that moving forward, that more vehicles need more chargers.
When we just went to the MMA conference, they had a whole aisle full of, it was the EV aisle. And there's all kinds of money for the 2s. You can practically get level 2s for nothing. And there's not money for the 3s. For the police, they're getting their first electric vehicle it should have been here, but it's going to be here sometime in the next couple of weeks. It was very difficult to get the 3 charger to come, but they can't, this is not going to work. They don't have, that's their office. So that one we're getting a fast one, but it was because they had to take I don't know how you say that, they split it off the telephone pole. It was a bigger project that was expensive, but there's no money for that. So are there faster 2s? Because the people at the conference, they're all trying to say, they're really good, but they wanted people to buy them. Are there some 2s that are faster than other 2s? Like 2 pluses, do you know?
Carol would be the person
Yeah.
that would know that.
I think there was I think she was talking about that. She's out. So, okay.
They say not to charge them every day, but when you get down to a certain point, it should be charged. So typically, if I plug it in at the end of the day, when I'm going to plug it in, by morning it's charged, which is fine.
Well, maybe we should go to Canada and buy some of the cheap Chinese electric vehicles.
Okay. That'd be good. Well, they're our new friends now, aren't they? Oh, best friends.
Just a couple other points for the vehicle, if you don't mind, is this request I actually intended to do last year for this vehicle. However, I did not meet the time frame. So that's on me. But this year I had to make sure that it's on here. The second thing that I'd like to make note is that Paul Newell, he's now the DPW director. He used to be the head of the fleet maintenance. I spoke with him about this and he said it needs to be replaced.
Yeah.
So he
Okay.
said it's difficult to get the parts and again, it means more time down. So I just wanted to put those
Thank you.
2 points out for you.
So how much downtime is the car having in a year or half year?
I really haven't kept track of that, but I know that I went for tires the other day and 3.5 days later, we got it back.
3.5 days for tires?
Yes. I think they ended up having to put some brakes on.
Oh, okay.
So, but again, there's getting the parts. And brakes is a routine maintenance, but again, if you can't get them, it's down. So here we were expecting, tires, they picked it up middle of the day, thought it'd be back the end of the day and 3.5 days later. So, and they're busy over there. They have a lot of vehicles to take care of. So I know they get to it when they can, but
And then in the event that the town is too broke for it, how bad will it be to push it off another year?
again, I would go with what Paul Newell was saying, is that it's difficult to get parts. If we have to deal with it for another year, then we have to deal with it for another year. I totally get it. We'll make it work. It won't be the best situation, but we'll make it work. Because it's not getting any younger, so, you know, it's hard for me to say what there's gonna be for problems with the car, you know? But if we have to make it work, we'll have to make it work.
Because I'm assuming between the two, the online permitting is the more important.
Online permitting is, yes. Yes.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
any other questions?
I don't. You don't?
Well, thank you, everybody.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
All right. Aaron's gonna replace Pug. He's gonna walk out and tell Mark one thing.
Well, thank you for coming early.
Have a nice day.
Does anybody want drinks for lunch? Because I didn't get any drink orders. You can provide water.
I just want water.
I have to run home and take the dog out, so I'll grab the coffee and the.
Okay, and Posada said the food won't be ready until 12:15, even though I ordered.
Did you say, but I work for the mayor?
Well, I thought about calling Chris, the owner. I was like, Chris, come on, make all my dreams come true.
Okay, we'll hear
Well, no,
another.
we'll get margaritas from them.
Oh, no, that'll be great. Just get completely wasted.
Water and
And then this
coffee.
afternoon will just be a party. That'll be fun with, police chiefs coming over, like.
And he'll say, where are your cars?
Yeah.
You know, I really need to not make these jokes on camera.
We're kidding. I promise. Just
No,
water.
just coffee and
coffee.
water.
There we go. All right, let me pull up all the stuff for Pugs here, because I had moved on to other things.
Central me.
So he is way at the back because he is at a concert with his girlfriend. I probably wasn't supposed to tell people that, but I did anyway. And I hope he's having a great time. So pretend I have red hair and a sweater. Well, I do have a sweater, but he always wears a cardigan in the winter. So it makes me Pugs, right? All right. So Pugs did a great job on his explanation of why we need some new traffic lights in town. He has identified, I believe, 5 intersections. I'm pulling it up. It's taking a second to load.
2, 3, 4. Yep.
Yeah, I'm looking at these and thinking,
Yep.
yes.
5 intersections that are having problems with their traffic signals. To use the one for at the Pierce Beacon Federal Street is a good example. So it has all these sensors under the pavement there, and I think there are 14 or 16 sensors, and they have all failed because they're copper sensors. They were installed, I don't know, sometime in the 1300s, and
When they first found copper.
it was a Bronze Age project, but they're very old, and with the ice every year, eventually all of them fail. So this would replace all of these 5 lights with 365-degree cameras. These cameras do not record. They don't have any facial recognition technology. They don't have any license plate. They're nothing like other cameras. These cameras are specifically, they provide.
The Kim.
Yeah, they provide when a car is there and it can update in real time
Yeah.
with how traffic flows. So you won't be waiting at that light by my house on Beacon Street for 9 hours and you just want to go home. So the other one, just to highlight, is the one on Main Street and Bank Row. And that one specifically there's 2 times a year where the sun is at this angle where what is there doesn't register properly for about a half an hour in the morning, and the traffic gets backed up terribly. So while there are older cameras there that help with the motion detection, these new cameras account for the sunlight, and that would be really helpful in just the traffic flow on that street, which I think is especially important with the new location of the firehouse. to keep traffic flowing and prevent those backups that could impede public safety.
My kid calls that the traffic light of doom.
Yeah, it kind of is. So, I hope I explained it all fairly well with this.
This would be incredible.
And Pugs will be back and able to answer any questions in email if needed, on Monday.
And a higher cost is listed on this document.
So, this was his previous estimate that he
Okay.
got, and he, upped it a little bit just to, and we left it in there that way so that we could discuss that. It was the previous estimate from earlier, so we don't know exactly what the estimate is for this year. But he has much more information if you want to read through it. He did such a great job writing it up. So that is why there is a higher estimate. I'm glad I was able to, that was his plan. So there we go.
What are the intersections? So it's here, Pierce Street and Silver.
It is Element Salon,
Yeah,
the Pierce Beacon Federal, Silver High, Main Bank Row, Loomis and French King Highway. So he also understands that there might be a need to prioritize some one year and some another.
This is pretty high impact.
Yes, it is.
Every single soul that drives into our city,
Yes,
I would put this as a high priority.
me too. And sitting there waiting.
Yes.
Yeah.
All of us, yeah.
Plus people do stupid things when they get mad. I'm sorry. They did apologize.
And if there are questions, I can do my best to answer them because he and I have talked about this at length, but I'm obviously not nearly as well informed as he is.
is Loomis and the French King, is that as you're going out, French King Highway? Taking a right.
It's like on your way out to the industrial park on
So Adams Road, it's that one. It's not the one that's closer to the police department, the Silver.
no.
I'm
I don't
gonna
think so.
look at it on a map quickly.
Yeah, okay.
I do want to ask a little bit about the high resolution video analytics about capturing the near crashes or non-compliant movements for further engineering evaluation. Just in terms of data that is recorded, video that is kept, or
So I don't know entirely what that is, that it would definitely be a Pugs question. I know that he said that it doesn't have anything. It's not the same as the flock cameras that, it's just not the same, but I don't entirely know the differences. So I will, I can email him with that question and
Would Chief Todd know
I don't think you.
I don't think he would.
that? Okay.
You can ask him when he comes, but I don't think he would. But I will definitely email Pugs and update.
okay, so Loomis and French King Highway would be near Stop and Shop.
Right. So it's the one right north of there, right?
Yeah.
En route.
So that would be on High Street. That's High Street, and Loomis is right before Stop and Shop. So that's one of the Turner Falls roads.
Oh, that is a
That one.
different one than I thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that is that one if you're coming from Turner's.
Like there's that dry cleaner right there.
And the
yeah.
auto parts store. Yeah, the building with the cool roof.
Yeah.
How, I didn't read this. How does it know? You have to put something in.
Motion.
The camera.
It's a motion detection camera and it also has.
Okay.
Did you want to join this meeting? No, you can come on in. Christina's up next. So I'm Pugs today. It's fine. I promise. They're all nice.
If I just.
Okay.
But so it's motion detection and I believe heat sensors as well to,
Okay,
I believe
in the-
it's infrared.
Not, so you don't put something under the road.
mm-mm.
Okay.
Yeah, and it does account for, especially on Main and Bank Row, it accounts for the sun glare for those 2 weeks a year in spring and 2 weeks in the fall.
And who reviews, do you know, does Pugs review the data collection? Because that was weird, like who
That's a good question.
does that?
I have no idea.
And is it?
And we haven't-
Data.
That has been a big focus in the last 2 months. You know, looking at all of the,
I'm putting an email together right now and as soon as he responds,
so good question.
those are great questions. I will update everybody.
If in theory, that could be good, if the data's actually being used and reviewed, so we could always make improvements, or it might give us more flexibility than we've had.
Well, I know at some point Chief Todd talked about there was an accident at one of the stoplights and they reviewed the data and the police person was the one responsible for the accident. And how wonderful it was that he was able to get data and see that. Now, I don't
It
know.
was impartial.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but it's good to have that kind of data.
At the same time, you don't want to feel like you're being tracked just
Right.
for going around
Right,
town.
Right.
So I will ask him all those questions and update as soon as he lets me know. The second project he has is installing a mini split HVAC at the water treatment plant. Currently, they have window units in their offices as well as their laboratory space. And it is especially important in the laboratory space to make sure that specimens are kept at proper temperatures. Because that's how laboratories work in science. So that's my science professional opinion. But it also gets hot out there. It's,
Yeah.
in the summers, especially with climate change. And this has been a project that Mark Hawley out there has been for quite a while. Carol Collins is also involved in it, and Pugs will be working with her. But this is something that he's been wanting for a while. Mark, who's the head of the water treatment, has been wanting, and Carol has been wanting. So,
Okay.
and I know the mayor also has a lot more info on this one. I mean, maybe not a lot more.
no,
Some.
Carol's been working on it. They don't. Their surroundings down at the water treatment plant. I would say they're second only to the transfer station. We got them a picnic table and they were over the moon. Where everybody else has loads of things like that. So they're, to be in a place where it's not comfortable at all to work isn't something that you would ask of any employee.
Well, they have always been the department that did not get what they asked for,
Did not get.
period,
Yep,
for all these years.
right. So their working conditions are something like you haven't really seen.
Yes.
I haven't seen things like that. I'd actually never seen anything like the transfer station. So,
I would echo that. I was just out to the water treatment facility the first time a few weeks ago, and
It's grim. It's been pre-COVID since I've been there.
I mean, it was built in the 60s or 70s. It's never been updated. It needs some love. But more importantly, the people who work there
Yeah.
need
I mean,
some love
that's-
because they literally keep us from getting cholera. Yeah, I don't.
And tell us when COVID's coming.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Yeah.
huge. So, are there any other questions about the mini split at the water treatment plant?
Nope.
Great. Christina,
so Christina's up and then is planning. Planning is after that.
if there's time before noon,
Okay.
do planning,
Okay.
and we won't be ready till 12:15, despite me ordering it.
Okay. Got it. Alrighty, so I don't know if everybody knows Christina is our new assessor. And you all might have met, but this is the capital committee. Jean Wall.
Okay.
She's been on planning for, and construction for a long time. Ian Childs is part of this committee. She serves on the school committee with me. She's vice chair now of the school committee.
Unfortunately.
And did a great job. And John Bottomley is Counselor Bottomley. He is a city councilor. So that's always the makeup of the capital committee. So they look at the project and review and give an opinion. No, this is fine. This one's fine. Thank you. So what do you have here?
As far as I understand, I only have one.
Yeah. Gotta find it. Here we are, first.
Asking to close the vehicle.
Oh, Lou.
There we go. Appreciate it.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Um,
It's not a $400,000 car, despite what it says in the book. It's
It's a $40,000.
Oh, that makes it different.
Sorry, I miss a zero in there.
Lamborghini.
No, I don't want a Lamborghini. Know how much that would attention that would.
But I don't think the citizens would notice.
We'll put a camo wrap on it. Okay.
So. So can you tell us anything about this vehicle?
Yes, so we apparently need a vehicle. The vehicle that we currently have has reached the end of its economic life. It needs to be replaced. It's been in the shop. It's stranded one of my people already. He's been a good trooper and he says he's still willing to drive it, but I have to admit that I'm getting a little leery about sending him out in it. It's like over 20 years old. And like I said, it just keeps breaking down. As far as I understand, the guy who fixes things says he can't fix it anymore. And so this would just be to replace it. Nissan Leaf, have an electric vehicle, we can keep it out there. And just, basic model. And then we need something that has a town logo on it, so we're not using our personal cars. We've actually had a lot of pushback from using our personal cars. We kind of have to use our personal cars right now. And we have had pushback from citizens who, they would rather have a town vehicle with an actual logo, something that says what we're doing there and all of that. And, we're taking pictures, we're out there measuring stuff. So we do need something that's a little bit more official.
Yeah, that would look really sketchy.
Yes, we've had some of that pushback. And so also, this is how we pick up our growth. This is how we make growth for the city, this is how we make income for the city. And so I think, supporting this project is something that will hopefully pay for itself.
And with all the electric vehicles, we are hopeful that Carol might be able to get something. Sometimes there are still things not for municipalities. I know that all the benefits for regular, in many efficiency things are up this year, but there's things that municipalities still able to get. I don't know about the cars, but she's on top of everything. We put the cost of what that's gonna cost without any help because you don't know what it's gonna be. For the police vehicle, she got, the first car that they're gonna get, she got some money. I don't really remember how much that was.
And I just pulled it off of whatever the internet said a Nissan Leaf would cost.
Right.
I'm kind of hoping that the city can get some kind of volume discount or something. And, it doesn't have to be a Nissan Leaf. It could be any, just we need a vehicle.
With a green wave on it.
With a nice big old logo right on the top.
And we have a charger right out the back, and I think that must
Yeah.
be too.
And that's why we're going with electric, is because we do have a charger out back. It'll be a lot easier to do that than it would be.
Again, a question about the purchasing. So do departments individually make those decisions and purchase, or does this go through
Oh,
Carol?
no, they should not. They should.
Well, I
never
just
do
wanted to
that.
make sure, because
The way it has been done in the past was the departments made the decisions. But now, with the new mayor, I think it all goes through Carol,
It does.
and it should.
I've
Yeah,
had-
oh,
I've
yes.
had one,
Don't want
So
that
much
decision,
better.
thank you.
yeah, I've had
for
one
every
sit
aspect
through,
of this,
but
the best deal, the best
Yeah.
whatever. It just makes sense. I just wanted to make sure, because we've had questions so much.
Well, in the past,
Yeah.
it's always gone through the department head.
It's ridiculous.
Yes. I mean, I've been complaining about this for years, along with the fire station.
Right, no, they have to go through, it's a capital expenditure. Obviously, our cars don't last just 5 years. They usually last like 15.
100 years.
That's the thing. I was really, really impressed when I saw this thing had no, I mean, it didn't have any ports. It does, so that's.
Does it have seatbelts?
But it didn't have any ports, so like I can't plug in any map finding or anything like that. We can't charge any of our
20
cars.
years old.
It was in like, it's before
What kind of car is
USBs.
it?
What was it?
Toyota Yaris.
Wow.
And it
Anyway.
is tiny.
The streets and stuff like that.
We should take our cars that need to retire and sell them as antiques.
Well, that's the thing. It's okay.
Right.
Yeah, Paul Newell said this was it's fun.
Yeah.
That's what we do with the First National Bank building, car museum.
There you go.
Except we have to have heat, water.
So we good? I think
Yeah,
that's.
that's it.
Yep, that's it.
Any other questions? That was quick, right?
That was good. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for your consideration.
It's good seeing you again. Thanks for speaking in the council. It's great. It's-
Yes, anytime.
So.
And
Anytime.
I hear raves about you, so.
That's great. It's always nice to hear because we don't get it down to.
Right now.
Right.
I'm gonna do the last one of planning, which is at the very
Thank you.
end of the book. Okay? There's a required update every 5 years of the local hazard mitigation plan. I actually was on that hazard mitigation team probably 10 years ago, first one. And previously, it's been paid for by the FERCog.
Mhm.
And that money is no longer available. They really have a lot of things that will not be available as we go through because many of the things are grant funded.
Hmm.
But you're required to do this. And you won't get other fundings, like turning things in on time. In finance, they won't give you the other things unless you have a hazard mitigation fund. So we've looked at this before. I just remember being on it, and interestingly, our number one problem here that we will ever have, they feel, is flooding. But it needs to be done again, and we tried, although it wasn't going one way, we tried different ways to apply for a grant for this, and it isn't there. There was a one stop, but there's, everybody put in for it, and it's not there, so we're gonna have to pay for it. The new administration pulled the funding for this grant in early 2025. And so you can see that. But
Finding it on the
sheet. Okay, well, I can see that that's not the first time that we've had trouble finding something on the sheet. Not that it's there, so
I haven't found it. but-
let's put it after the veterans. I'm gonna pull it there. And application.
if it's required, then it's required.
It is,
Right.
yeah, but we're gonna have to do that one way or another, so it's up to you what you vote, but I'll be putting that, I have to put that, there's some of them you just have to put forward no matter what. So I'm gonna put that as a 1, because I actually am on the FERCog committee, which is fascinating. I didn't know that as the mayor, I was gonna be part of the FERCog executive board and the finance board.
That's sad, though.
It's so sad. It is, their meetings are really tough now. They've just had to switch their health insurance out of Hampshire Trust. There's huge changes that are coming, and our just so you know, we got our rates for the FERCog assessment. Those are going up as well. I think both the FERCog, there's two assessments that we get, just as an FYI. I have the dollar numbers on those, and that's increasing as well. For the first time in many years, we were able to keep things as is, but I am particularly worried about, you know, the FERCog and also our economic development, which is a lot of grant funding over there, but that just needs to be done, and I guess
Yeah.
will explain whatever it says under here. And Ella's our new planning director. She's wonderful. She'll probably be the person, I guess, that will be putting it all together. So,
Makes sense to me.
all right. So do you want me to, so do you want to take so lunch isn't going to be here at 12:15? Do you want to just take do you want to take a break now, or for me to try to squish somebody in till lunch comes? To you guys?
Well, I'd love to take a break because my
Okay.
pet sitter couldn't come today, so I have to run back.
Okay,
Okay,
is that all right with everybody?
Yeah.
And we will see what's in the, ask Aaron to see what's in the afternoon, if we can bump people up. Just so everybody can get out of here earlier.
Okay. So probably want to at least pause the recording if not the entire
thank
Zoom.
you.
Snapping.
Oh, sorry.
No, we were just talking for a few minutes. It was all good. Don't worry. It's all good, Kathy. We're just glad that you were here. And, don't worry, everything's gonna be yes. We can buy everything. Husband's paying.
That's right.
It's capital.
It's a capital, and I know that to not be true.
We could make a $100 bill made again. You're gonna buy one.
Well, in case we have that, then let's go for it.
That's what I say. Let's see.
I have two submitted.
Mm-hmm.
Do you care which one I do first?
You do not.
Okay. So we'll do the vault first. So the vault request came from the mayor and Aaron, for me to find out what it would be to bring the vaults up to code. We don't have any fire suppression in there. We believe we have wall thickness, but everything other than that is lacking. To get someone to come in to give a professional update, we would have to hire a consultant, but we don't have money to do that. So I went to Derek Healy, who is in the business, and just asked him to tell me what he could, because there are no vault specifications in the state of Massachusetts. I'm sure if we were building a new facility, we would have more information, but we're not. So this is based on what Derek had said in an email. Other than that, I don't really have anything. I have no expectation that that would even be remotely approved. And even if it was, I think it would need to have more than the 280 in retrospect. Because once you get into something, you find out that other things are wrong or need to be upgraded. That's what's there.
Yes, so, so the ones that we have all the things in now, they're not fire resistant, or you think they might be?
I think they might be fire resistant due to the thickness of the walls, but there is no suppression system.
Yeah.
If the fire were to get in or around, and
the building was constructed in 1850 something. I'm thinking that the bricks may not be as hardy as they once were, but that's just a guess, just because they're bricks,
But,
you know?
but we all, that, putting $280,000 into this building would be not something.
Foolish.
Right, but
You know.
just the storage part of this, because are your other things that are downstairs, are they meeting all of the, in the dirt cellar, are those meeting all of the regulation? Good question.
I can only imagine the answer would be no, even though I haven't looked into it.
Okay, all righty.
Definitely not when you're talking mold.
Okay. Yep, and I can see, because I go down there periodically giving tours. I can see that it's sinking, like the bricks are. And Derek came with me. He was like, oh, yeah, that's Boeing. And I thought, yeah, that's our half, Kathy, that's our half, so walk lightly.
I mean, I could talk about other structural deficiencies, but
We all.
we all have them.
Toured all of the buildings.
Yeah.
The bowels of City Hall.
I mean, if you look at electricity accessibility outlets only, this building wasn't built for computers. We'll just say that.
Yep, it's kind of scary.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, tell us about your other
The
one.
second request is for a book scanner so that we could put not all of the records that we have downstairs in the vault, because some of them are confidential and they can't be put out, but we could scan them in to put them out. All of the old meeting minutes records from 17 something, selectmen, town meeting, that sort of thing. And this is a really great scanner. The best feature I think that the scanner has is it has, so if this is the machine, it has a glass plate that comes down and pushes on the book to give you a more clear image of what is actually written in the book. So if anybody has ever tried to scan anything and you put it on the glass, you have to push it down, you get this curved edge and you can't read it. So if you're going to do it, you should do it right. This scanner is very expensive. My goal for this scanner is that we would have something starting off with a piece of equipment that would last us years. Yes, we would have to have updates. Yes, there would have to be maintenance. But I think going for something like this is better than buying a little something here and a little something there and working up to it. If you're going to do it right the first time. Get what you need. That way, moving forward, you're already set. You have what you need. Then you just need to have to find the time during your day to train and be able to do it. As far as location goes, I would like to have it located not in the main clerk's office, but behind the scenes.
Yeah.
So that while someone was doing the scanning, that they just had that one thing in front of them to do, and they didn't have the constant interruption of the office. Myself, the assistant clerk, the clerk administrative assistant, and anyone else who wanted to use this, because it wouldn't just be for the clerk's office. If anybody needed to scan other things,
Like planning,
they're,
planning
sure, why
board
not?
of building, all building records.
Yeah, so the problem is, I don't see it being a mobile.
Oh, no, I
piece
know
of
it's not gonna be
equipment. They
mobile,
would-
but people could come over there.
Yeah.
So we seem to have an awful lot of old boxes. Do you know what you have? You've got a whole closet for it. Did you know that?
Purchase orders, and we have tons and tons of things.
I mean, there's
It should be,
the whole book
Okay.
on what
Should
you,
be.
how long you have to save things.
Right,
et
there's a
cetera, but-
retention schedule for the state of Massachusetts.
But,
Yeah.
And there's a retention schedule for paper copies as well.
Yeah, and some of them are permanent. I'm not saying we can get rid of the books. That's not what I'm thinking. I'm thinking for access. People using this for genealogy, looking to find out when their road was accepted, looking to find out how much they paid the tree surgeon in 1908. Well, here it is. It's online. Find it. Again, you know, a lot of people are curious about the Poor Farm and where the origins of the Poor Farm came into it. I do also want to say that we have applied to the CPA, Community Preservation Commission, also for funding for this. So if both were partial,
right?
I don't know what they're planning on doing or
They
anything like
usually
that.
vote. The good part is they usually have their votes before. Not before this committee votes, but before the orders have to go out. They're very good and they'll tell me what's.
Yeah, and we still would need to work with IT and, you know, get their blessing.
Did Fernando look at this by any chance?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
No.
So is that just a scanning tool or do we have digital databases for these things right now?
So we do not that I'm aware of, but that would be part of what I would work with Fernando on. I know that having with the website, you can't always have everything you want up on the website because it's too much from what I understand. I don't know anything about websites. But if we had scans and people request information, we could give them the scan document.
Right.
Rather than for us to go through every single page looking for the tree surgeon's.
Okay.
Yeah, Fernando has a offsite storage and backup.
In like a cloud?
Yeah, not like a cloud, so we go to that, so at least it would be accessible if anything happened. And also, this is great for, if other people can use it for emergency management. You know, if this building burns down, none of us would be able to retire because all the records are paper, all the payroll records are paper and in different places, so if we were able to.
You wouldn't be able to retire?
No, we would not be able to.
It's gonna happen anyways, though.
We would not be able to provide the backup information, the payroll records.
Is one enough then? One
No,
scan?
one is not enough, but let's start with one, I think, yeah.
Again,
This is in case somebody wants to watch.
Gotcha.
That we're talking about the things, but I don't know, people will watch later, but for transparency, et cetera.
People on this committee next year who have just been appointed and need to know what the committee does.
There you go.
Gotcha.
It's very. Bob has just finished this.
But we don't have a tab.
Yeah, I don't see it.
No, we didn't, we didn't really get. It's okay. Roland's gonna explain. There's not sheets on. They weren't missing. We didn't have other sheets on those.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just sending that up. But I didn't know what we're talking about. So, and where are we? So you don't have this. So John, we're gonna have to share. I'll put my paper in the middle.
Where
It's halfway through. It's after recreation. It's after recreation. You'll see the list.
yeah.
And then you can talk about anything that's on your list.
Okay.
And remember I called you and you
Yes.
put ones and twos.
Yep.
here we were next to them.
Right, and I have
So-
these sheets that
Yeah,
probably leave with you
so-
there or something, you know?
Oh, you have some sheets.
Mhm.
Okay, all right. So the first one being floor carpet replacement in the middle school and federal school. That is a 2 and it's for $30,000.
Your rankings are 1, 2, and 3, or
Well, yeah,
4,
one
5?
is that's good. I'll go all over that. One is really needed. Right away. 2 is, well, that's
Next year would be fine.
next year would be okay. And I don't think I asked you about the carpet, so you feel like
That's
this
all right.
one. And then like a 3, well, I don't think there's anything lower. We didn't put anything.
Oh,
lower
okay.
than
No, I didn't know if it was a
3. We
1 to
didn't put
5
anything lower
scale or
than a
1 to 3.
Because,
Okay.
because they shouldn't even be in here if we don't need them that much.
Yep.
Why talk about it? Because we don't have any money anyway, so.
Mhm. I hear you.
But we do some of these things, whether or not we have money, we have to find a way to do them because they're so needed.
Yes.
And that's, okay,
So I would agree with you, yes. 2 on that. Mhm.
okay. And
Then
the Ford F, yeah,
Yeah, we have that. So that's, it'd be a 3/4, I'll leave you this stuff here. 3/4 inch, not inch, but 3/4 ton Chevy pickup truck with a 9.5 foot plow, ladder rack, safety lights. The trucks are used daily on a day-to-day basis. And they plow right now and help the city, well, help do our own stuff, but also help the city as well for plowing, playgrounds, maintenance, entrances. The current facility's car is no longer roadworthy, so that is going to be deemed surplus by the DPW. Last year, they would only do a 6-month inspection and said this would be the last year it could be driven, so it is undrivable right now and not in use. Not so,
and Paul listed that as Paul Newell, who's now the head of DPW. He used to be the lead mechanic, so he has a relationship with almost every.
all the vehicles,
vehicle
okay.
that's in the city.
Mhm.
So he's kind of our local expert and you just go, yeah, you gotta get that one. I just want to explain on this one, it says C and dash RP. We're going to be able to, the RP is for repurposing. We're going to be able to repurpose some funds that are left over from the fire panel. I think.
Yeah, there's about 125 left on there.
Oh,
Right.
so this is.
Maybe even, yeah,
Maybe even more,
just
yeah.
a few more. but
So this is an easy,
This one,
Mhm.
I think is pretty easy where it's a
We think so,
one
we hope so.
and there's money for it.
Yeah,
that's what I mean.
Yes.
It's easy.
Yeah, we were fortunate to have 150,000, sorry, 300, I apologize. From I don't know how many years ago, but you've done this in the past for the fire panel. And through work with the fire department and Mike Boudreau, our maintenance director, they were able to do a different fix.
Yeah.
For half the price instead of 300 for
amazing.
150. So that's going to take place, scheduled right now for February vacation. That's the 16th to the 20th.
That's great.
So Steve was very helpful along with Fernando, who's here, in terms of getting things moved through the PO process. So we could lock in the company for school vacation to be least disruptive to our students.
Right. So that's great. Now, underneath that, it says something that I think should be just crossed out. I think the elevators are fixed. It says elevators, original appropriation. As my understanding is that we fix the elevators.
Yeah.
I think I'm just crossing that up. I just didn't want to do that without.
That was done just before school opened this year, you may remember.
When I saw elevators on the list, I was like, no, not again.
So I just want to say
Now,
how hard we try with this. We're getting, and I know it's like not perfect in the book, but I don't even understand this. But people have different domains and their stuff doesn't go into like the same drive. They can't put it in the L drive. So it's very hard to get everybody's together, figure out what you.
Right, we don't cross, so schools don't cross over.
Right, library either, and so.
So yes, the elevator, the south elevator, I believe was the one that was
Yeah,
not working, or maybe I'm wrong, the north. But the other one has been acting up a little, but in life, that's last year's,
Right.
yes.
and so the next thing in the middle school is the
Wait a minute, the Federal Street
Parking.
school park.
Oh, yes,
Parking
I do want to talk about that. The Federal Street, yep, I just skipped right over that. The parking lot paving at the Federal Street School, which you should write this in. We've already voted $75,000 for this. We voted for that
A couple of
Might have been.
a couple years ago.
Might have been a
It was
couple.
before I was mayor, so it must have been when I was on city council. It hasn't been completed yet. And as I recall, there was an issue with accessibility with it as well. Somebody had, it is still a parking lot. And the price here for the rest of it, is 200,000 more. I asked,
DPW.
DPW to their engineering to take a look at it because my guess was it doesn't look like a full reclamation thing. I'm not sure, but I don't think it would be another 200,000. I think it would be less than that, but I don't really know.
Yeah, but we wouldn't say that's a one.
You know.
It's the longer we let it go.
Right,
Oh, yeah, depending on who you talk to.
right.
I agree. Some would say it's already there.
Yeah,
Like,
maybe it is, and I don't know.
I say some. Some would say that thing's over with and done with, right? It's dead. We're just driving on it. And others would say, I would agree with you, Mayor. Like sometimes, oh, maybe we can just patch and limp through, right? Because it's amazing. You see all the expenses here. I see these every now and then. Tar or asphalt is a lot of money.
Yeah.
Almost too much. You hate to say it.
Yeah,
you know?
it's
And
insane.
then
yeah.
sometimes not doing it is worse, like on that one, because it can cost you more later. So I'm gonna let the jury decide on that.
Okay.
And I'm sorry,
And so the fire alarm panel at the middle school is done.
yeah,
And the awning and roof replacement by Sanderson Street.
Is not done. That would be a 2.
Okay.
and anything else you want to clear on that? I don't
No, that would be to the tune of, I think, possibly 30, a little under $25,000-$30,000. I was talking with Mike Udro, our maintenance, our facilities director, and we may, and I use the word may be able to eat that with some other funds, depending on how things go at the end of the year. You've seen budgets before, so I don't want to say it's not big. I mean, yes, $25,000 is a lot of money, right? But it might be something we could cover in the next few months. We're looking into that.
Mhm.
And how imminent is the replacement need? Like, is it about to start leaking and causing massive
It
amounts
is
of water
leaking a
damage?
little. No, it's outside. So
Okay.
it's outside. It does not, it's that it overhangs the back of the building, literally it faces those fields back there and then curves around towards that
Faces the
side.
playground, that
Yes.
part? Okay.
And then curves around to the side. More for water. It's not in danger right now of falling on, cracking on anybody's head, stuff like that, but
Great, great. Okay.
So the GMS for energy recovery units. What are those?
let me see if he's got those here. Oh, that was, that's a reoccurring one that.
No, so
The next page.
I'm gonna tell you a little bit about that.
Yeah.
And again, I hate explaining things that I don't understand, but we put some money towards this, or we got some money towards this. And I remember Joe Comerford said we should go and get that. Like, go have them go look at them, because that part was paid for. So we had them go look at it. And I think they developed a little plan, and it was gonna cost more money to fix, but this seemed like more important through COVID, I think. I'm not sure about this, but it wasn't, I don't think Carol or anybody else thought this was
No, this is not anything that we'd be actively pursuing right now.
Okay, so we can scratch it off.
okay. Yeah, I should like explaining what energy recovery units do is not my thing. I can't really tell you. So
Okay, and repave the driveway at Newton School.
But that's
That's
a
done.
few years down the
That's
line.
Down a little bit.
The Discovery School at Four Corners.
But
The
that's
ADA
same-
nurse's
the
office,
same
that comes
nurse's
up every
office.
year for 150,000. I did talk with Roland about that, and that moved to the 2 category.
Correct.
Because the other thing that could be done, which no one would really like, is that they could move offices. The solution, that's just my opinion, should never be what the most expensive is. It's like, nobody wants to move their space, but that's what I'd do. For $150,000, that's a reading specialist, plus a para, maybe, I don't know.
Plus.
Okay, I don't know.
Health insurance.
Yeah,
But does that also include a design study? Because the design study is a separate line from the actual work. And would we be able to do the work without architectural design because of the grading of the land?
Well, it's a two, so we don't need to worry.
So we don't need to.
yeah, I would have a hard time. I'm just gonna be truthful. I'm not gonna put that on the list of orders because we have so many things that we need. I don't like,
And you're right, they can move the,
there's a very accessible way out of there, and the other is like, I've been in there and looked even recently, it's 3 to 4 steps down. Well, what would you do if there was a real emergency and you were at that back thing? We know it. We figure it out. Okay, you've got a couple more here. At the Greenfield High School, where I also want to point out there is some money left from capital on the high school renovations. There's some funds that are left. I think like about 100,000 or something. I'm not quite sure of the figure, but there are two things here. There's track maintenance and painting of lines, which is a 2 for 50,000. And then it has a larger number the year after, 200,000. I don't know what somebody thinks is wrong with the track, but I did talk with Roland, we put that as a 2. Do you have
Yes.
anything else to say about
No.
that? Okay. I don't know more about the track than that, although I walk around it because it makes you feel young again.
Get a little bounce out of it.
Yes, I feel like I'm 20.
Mhm.
My knees don't hurt. It's very good for your body to walk around, spongy. And then
the lighting
the
control.
lighting control system, which is
We-
$50,000 is a 1.
Yeah, you can, I think, was there already money given to that? We're in control of that. They've had people come in and I talked to Mike just today. I think we're down to, I'm pretty sure that one is good.
That's gonna be okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm. That they had people come in and we were able to cover some of that and wasn't where it was. What the concern was, the quick version is, you remember what was going on at Minnetonka High School in Wilbraham, where the lights were staying on for years? They stayed on, they were even being made fun of in the news and Saturday Night Live and stuff like that. They couldn't shut the lights off because it was computerized and this company went out of business or something. Similarly, we had that with not the entire building, but with a couple of rooms as things aged out. They've taken care of that. We may be Mike told me for this spring, maybe for another $2,000 worth of parts. The other stuff has been worked on, so we're in good shape now. And we'll handle that.
So while we're on this, if there is money left at the high school, for the high school, could that be repurposed for an awning at the middle school?
No.
Okay. All
It
right.
has to be for the high school,
Okay. Alrighty then.
unfortunately.
Just trying to
Yeah.
think of repurposing that.
So
So-
we're down to the exterior painting of the Academy of Early Learning.
Yes.
Yeah, so I do have those here. And those would be really just to put them on your radar in that sense. So Mr. Boudreau mentions to me that one is, I think you have painting gutters. So I have the gutter one right in front of me. All rain gutters on the front side they're old wooden rain gutters. If you remember the old days when they were wood.
Mhm.
Right? So you may not remember that. And they're still up there. They're rotted. They don't work well. They freeze up, cause ice dams. Water gets in the building. Right, that causes trapping of moisture inside the building, water to run down the outside of the walls. It's been going for years. The longer they wait, the more it will cost, and possibly cause rotting.
And mold.
Yeah, and the other one, just somewhat tied together. All the trim and exterior wood at AEL is flaking and chipping, leaving bare wood to the outside elements. Some of the wood is starting to show rot. They would need to scrape the loose paint, repaint the entire exterior, which is mostly trim and windows. Because the building's really, the brick is nice, in good shape, but all the trim and windows and,
I
Up
looked
high.
at that a couple of years ago myself.
yeah. If they did that, he thinks that would help prevent having to replace the windows and trim due to having it rot out in the near future. One thing, right, you need to be concerned about and thinking about too is how long are you going to maintain that building, and is it viable as a school in the future? I mean, the inside, it's running fine, right? But that, I know that's a bigger and maybe longer term scenario of, do those kids move into the regular, I say regular schools, but elementary schools, all that kind of stuff in terms of any type of structuring of grades, combining of buildings, that type of stuff, which we know isn't going to happen this year, in the next 3 months, I don't think.
But that's a whole facility for 80
Yes.
something children, and with a practical hat on,
Mhm.
I'll be hard pressed, although that, it sounds like that needs to be done. The wood rotting, but it's hard. As the mayor, I'm hard pressed to put a decision forward when we haven't even talked about what is the future of those 87 kids.
But-
And I'm not bringing it up again because I'm not taking.
No, but that's why I'm just bringing it up.
No, I'm just saying.
Us here.
The building needs to be maintained, because even if you don't use it.
We don't want the
it would-
Green River School situation
No.
on our hands again.
No, I mean, the windows, if the wood is rotting because there's no paint on it,
But just the way
It's
that as soon as we stop.
going to
using it,
cause
it
the building to
deteriorates.
fail. I mean, you've got to take care of the building. As long
Some
as
things,
you own
I
it.
agree, but some things in a building you absolutely have to take care of, like if the
Like-
roof is leaking, and this one had a burst pipe, isn't that the one that had a burst pipe over Christmas?
Federal Street.
The
School.
federal.
Okay. So some things you're like, okay, we have to do that because the building would collapse, like with the old
The-
library.
But the
The
gutters and
wood
the,
gutters
and the
and it is
window.
causing leaking.
Okay,
He would, Mike would say though, that if there was one versus the other, in terms of priority, he has it here that the gutters would be the first priority and the
Right.
trim would be second, number
but
two.
they both need to be done. I mean, it's not for the schools, it's for the sake of the building itself that we need to take care of those problems.
yeah.
If the windows rot, it's an expensive problem.
Oh, no, I get that. I just keep thinking, if that goes to something else, what's the next person gonna do? Are they gonna replace windows? I would think so.
Mhm.
But I definitely understand. I'm not gonna ever let a heating system go in a facility like what happened at the Green River School. That whole building went to you know what, because the biggest part of that, the heating system was nixed. That was silly, in my opinion.
It was, yes.
Um,
The council
I don't know if I should
sometimes
say that
does
loud.
not make good decisions.
But we funded that and then it
Yes.
never got done.
And then we
My
rescinded the
first thing
borrow.
6 years ago, I voted on, what was it? Some enormous amount of money.
$500,000,
Yeah.
$500,000.
And no one ever spent it.
It couldn't be done for that amount. It was more than that.
But that caused a building to totally
Right.
deteriorate. So I agree, if it's gonna cause a deterioration of that. The wooden rain gutters, how much does that cost?
What can you
Half of
just?
that?
pay them?
15,
15?
yes. I'll leave these with you, Mayor.
Okay, and we can pass them around.
And the exterior trim and things like that would be up 50. And that was ranked as a 2 for us, and the gutters would have been a
Oh, one?
potential 1, yes.
Okay,
The painting was how much?
50, 50.
and you think the gutters would be around 15?
Mhm.
Okay. All righty. Is there anything else that you wanted to tell us about any of the schools?
No.
Buildings? Okay. And
We want to just check, so our top priorities were the truck with plow to replace a vehicle that is no longer able to be
Not
driven.
running.
The lighting control systems that we
We're in
have.
good shape.
Yep, we've got the money available there, and then the gutters for AEL. Those would be our top priorities.
Yes.
And but I do want to advertise this. I think we should consider the parking lot paving because there's $75,000 in a borrowing that we're probably already be bonded for. Because it was So we have money set aside for that, and the price of paving is going up. I put a 1.2 on that because there's already, probably, maybe half the money, I don't know, maybe it is 200,000.
No, but I
doubt it.
know that Mike has talked with the director over there and there's different costs, right? One, if you hire an outside company to come do it, and then two, hey, say if DPW can help and some of their engineers and people can do that, obviously you could maybe bring the cost down.
Right.
Depends on workload and all that stuff.
And we're talking about the,
Federal Street School parking lot.
Yeah. Which has no,
I mean, that's been bad for.
right, it has no, it has, and there's no
So we already-
NSBA, well, I would do that one. 'cause-
75.
For past years.
Okay,
Okay,
all righty.
so thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and we can pass.
They're all there.
Yeah.
There's just one copy of each.
Yeah,
Okay.
I got it, and then I will have Aaron make some copies of these, so you can each have them. Thank you so much. Let me go over to Aaron and.
Thank you. I know you guys have a busy day and a long run here, so best of luck.
Marathon.
Thanks.
And when you find that pot of gold, let me know.
Well, I was interested for the budget and finance subcommittee.
I still got a couple of days.
Yeah, so you have a few days to plant the money tree.
Thank you. Have a good one, everyone. Bye, Will.
Hey, Barney, you want the mayor to come back?
I think so. I don't know who's next. I don't know. But I'm assuming since you're here,
Cheese must be.
you're our person.
Should be quick. It's only one thing, so.
I have a funny story before it starts about the printing machine.
It's warm over here. Yeah. Our office can't keep up. We come in every morning, it's 55 degrees.
Really? This room is like, I'm
Not.
most comfortable it's been in a while. It's usually hot. It's hot in the summer.
Yeah,
it's
sometimes,
hot in
yeah.
the-
I'm okay with hot, but I can't do cold.
So I just want to share this on the printer. It's really like working here. Okay. Patty went to go print something and there was no the toner was not there. There was no toner. And she called because Fernando's really in charge of all of the, those type of machines, our printers and anything technical. He's in charge of. And so I know I cut people's budgets down so much. I could tell people were worried about were they going to be able to afford the ink cartridges or the toner. And I'm telling everyone, you know what? I had to cut it down, but if you need something like that, come to me and I'll share anything that's in my budget. So now the toner runs out of this one down the hall that we all use. And Patty calls Fernando and she goes, who's responsible for this? And he says, whoever finds there's no toner in it when they go to use it, it's their department.
Oh, geez.
Okay. And I went, I said, you're kidding. I said, well, everyone would pretend then you'd go shake the toner thing.
Yeah.
Or hand it over.
Yeah.
And that's the way that is. So now I just had to hand the things over and Erin, she said, I can't do it right now, but somebody else have to do it if they can find a copy now that is working. Okay. So anyways, Chris is here and I just want to tell you before he starts talking that he's graciously put this, it was pushed up 2 years. Pushed up
Before I even took over, it's been pushed off.
Okay.
The boss.
And explain, and you can explain about it, how it's paid for.
Sure, yeah, so we're looking to replace our van that we got out here, with either another little van or maybe a small, what do you call it, like an SUV. Because the biggest reason, one, there's only 2 seats in there, there's 4 of us, and we go to some of our outreaches, we're taking our civilian vehicles with us and stuff. So that's the biggest reason we need something, is we need something that has at least 4 seats in it, so we can all get around together.
How many towns
We got a big district. So the good thing about our district is it's not just Greenfield paying for us, it's all 26 towns. So Greenfield always pays 50.
It was already recording. I don't know why.
Okay, so Greenfield always pays 56% of our budget and the rest of the towns pay 44% of it. So if we do get this vehicle, we're estimating it around, we don't know if we can trade the other one in or if it's going to stay in town or what the deal is. We're estimating a new one. We're looking around $42,000. And then that means about 18,000 of it will be paid for by the district. So we would recoup that over anywhere from a 3 to a 5 year period. Basically, we have a advisory board from all the towns and they would vote on how they want to do that repayment back. And we assess that out to the towns with our yearly assessment. So the town wouldn't be on the hook for the total amount. They are up front, but eventually they'd recoup that, about half of that back if we were to do this. That's pretty much all.
And do you, how do you feel about, would there be something in this that was good in electric? Just
As long
ask.
as we can get to where we need to go, I have no problem with that.
Okay.
Now, our biggest thing is just like when we do go to our outreach, we have a lot of stuff that we bring with us, especially when we're going to fairs and especially summertime. We do most of our outreach in the summer because that's when all the towns are doing their old home days or they have car shows for the elderly. All the so that whenever they have like some type of a senior event, we're trying to get there because that's where the majority of our veterans are. They're there and their spouses who we take care of too. So we have to bring like a tent and chairs and table, all that stuff, and all our outreach materials.
Okay. So, you'd be happy to work with, would you be happy to work with Carol on?
Oh, sure.
The energy.
Oh, yeah, whatever. Yeah,
Okay.
whatever works. Because you guys get a discount for getting going
Huh?
electric.
Well, it is the thing that, we're trying to move
Yeah.
toward that, towards the most, climate friendly. And it also is much more likely to be endorsed
Yeah.
by the city council, who's very much in favor
Yep.
of that, as am I. But I'm a practical, with my practical hat on, I, encourage the electric vehicles if possible, if not hybrid, because, that's the way it's going here.
Right. And we really don't attend anything more than an hour away. Our yearly conference is just down in Fitchburg. And then I head out to every quarter we have meetings for all the districts, like Adams, Springfield. So it's not like we're traveling 2-3 hours with it. It's maybe an hour most for a long distance drive. So, yeah, I don't think it would be a problem with an electric vehicle going that far.
And if we needed, in the back here, if we even need another electric charger, they're practically giving the twos away. That's my understanding.
I'll bring it over to the old Guild Town Hall. I think they're still doing 1 year free electric hookups there. Maybe that year's done. When they first put it up, it was free to all the residents for a year.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And if anybody knows of a place to rent that's in the downtown area, like centrally located, I just want to say that while Chris is here. There's a couple of things that I did not know about the Veterans Agency. They do a great job, I know that. But they are not allowed to be in the building with any other city office. I found that fascinating by some law.
Yeah.
And so
I wonder who sat around and thought of that.
I don't know.
I mean, that was somebody's.
It's probably tucked into page 800 of the bill. Are you telling me about that?
Charlie used to be down in the cellar and they passed a law and he and Laura had to move. They went downtown.
Right. So they're across the street, you know where they are, across the street. And the setup is not perfect for, privacy wise, just, it's not that they needed so much space, but we are looking for something. Or, it's a whole nother year before the lease expires.
we
But
got a
I
year.
thought that was an interesting thing to explain about that, and that also how many municipalities. So how many days, how often are you traveling to another town?
So at least 2 to 3 times a week. Yeah, that's just for our outreach, not including if we have to go to a veteran's house that
doesn't have the ability to get to our office will travel to them.
Right.
And that's probably maybe 2 or 3 times a month.
And I also just, while he's here, just want to say, I'm always so proud of you and how much you care about all of our veterans. I mean, it's actually very heartwarming. We had something one time when we like the checks late. I thought they have all these extra gift cards for the holidays. Like we were like it's beautiful how much you're looking to take care of them. And
not all of them, there's some that get to us.
Yeah. Very conscientious with his budget. He was one of the first people that came up to my office. It's like, Mayor, we always plan for 2 people over in the budget, and like one more person moved into the city. And he's like, we could be over. I said, well, we're going to find a way for that. At that point, I didn't know how, but I just wanted you to know that while he was here. So, all right. Well, thank you very, very much.
Thanks. Hope everybody survives the weekend. We don't
Yeah.
get that.
If there's anybody out there next, we'll send them in, and if not, I'll find out who they are. It's getting there. We have police, fire, and GSAC. Okay. He is such a good guy.
Yes.
And yeah, he really is, but it's going to be always going to be 2 of them. Yeah. One more. I guess you need like 100 and something thousand of benefits for each person. I'm like, well, that's okay. Fine. I don't know how.
Fire, police, recreation. The GSAC?
Yeah, okay.
So I'm assuming that the vault is a no-go.
I can't do that.
Oh, I know.
I can't, I don't see that, but that is a need that they have. So Erin said, please put it on.
Well, I mean, in planning and construction, we talked about renting space to store things.
I've thought about that. I don't know what the price of that is. Yeah, I visited that new storage when it opened, by Tractor Supply. It looked beautiful. I don't know if the storage places, Stephen seems to know a lot about everything. He just knows about things that I would never know. I don't know if some of them are.
Wealth of
fun.
useless information.
Yeah,
That's
fun
me.
or whatever, but, okay.
But there has to be somewhere that stores papers for cities.
Yes, yeah. I've used the Blue Mountain shredding. They do shredding, but they also do storage, like climate controlled and everything like that. For a pretty decent fee, they'll archive it for you, but it's really.
Well, I just wondered if the stuff in the basement could be moved.
Yes, I would love that, because
it's shameful that we're letting it sit there and mold.
I know when we go down and it's just falling apart when you pull stuff out. It's not good.
So I leave it in your capable hands.
Okay. Great. Great. We'll find some storage shed.
Well, but we could use the DPW storage shed.
Where did we go? I forget. There's a storage facility, but it's all overgrown with and GSIT uses it. They keep their wire.
Is it over there?
I forget.
There's on Riddell.
Riddell, that's it.
Yeah.
Riddell.
Where, wasn't it like some kind of insurance or whatever, like there's a building there? And we're like, well, the loose definition of building.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. But there's some interesting stuff in there, boy.
Saw a sad news story on my phone. Catherine O'Hara died.
Thank you.
She was supposed to live forever because she was funny.
She's amazing.
Yeah.
She's been active recently too. I've seen her in things just recently.
You don't know
She was only 71.
Oh, boy.
Huh?
Catherine O'Hara died.
Hi.
So who do we have next?
Next is Todd, who was 230, because we guessed, but he he's rolling our way. And I think on month after that, I said, alert people, it's moving along a little faster. Which is a good thing.
Well, yeah, because we'll need time to do our cocktail napkin math and figure out what we can spend.
I put stars next to things that it said we get a fine. They are. Thank you. I'm springing in the heat. Patty's gonna make copies of those things. Oh, thank you.
Sure about this.
Just rolling, so.
All right, so we need Millbrook well number 1 added, I believe.
Is that true? Doesn't seem right.
So that was from before. That is not true. Because we did 3 last year.
6.
Yes, we did 6. And I just want to tell you, of the ones that we voted on last year, I don't think that we've taken possession. I know we haven't taken possession of the electric vehicle. And I don't know that the other 2 have arrived yet. And we can ask him when he comes. If they did arrive, it was within the last couple of months.
That's tough for you though, to plan when you're going to spend the money.
Well, the bigger part of this for me was I wanted the electric vehicle to be there as soon as I said yes, because then they'd have had a whole year to see if they liked driving them. The fire chief got an electric vehicle. And they're liking that very much. I didn't know about that, but they're liking that a lot. And it has a lot of oomph, pick up, get up and go. They're exempt vehicles, but I thought if we need to go that way, that's just the way, as long as it works. And, that's why, but the level 3 charger was like an act of Congress to get that installed. We had to split that off of a telephone pole. And that's a big project. And then the level 3, but that's like going in this week, but the car's not here. Then the other 2 cars, which were hybrids, I think, they were on the assembly and looked ready to go, and then had a recall in both of them. So let's just see if they've gotten into their hands yet. So it is perhaps true that many, yeah.
So is this the one that you said was on water or needed to be added to water?
I think so. I wrote it in myself. Where's water? So that was like, oh no, we have to have that. It was either at the end of water or sewer. Oh, wait a minute. On the front part, I didn't know the front part. It was.
Can I see the info for this real quick?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Truck number 40. It was 2001 something. I don't have
Right.
very good notes.
No, that's what that is. That's the 2001 freight. I bet that's it.
2001 Freightliner.
Okay, so that needs to be added because it's not on the water. Right, got that.
So we all wrote that in because he's like, it's not there. He's like, I really need that.
Okay,
Everything in water and sewer they need.
and then what does that say
Um,
by the Millbrook? I couldn't read that
says-
writing.
that not on this. moved on their or the Millbrook well, the capacity doesn't come back.
The Millbrook well, number one, redevelopment.
The capacity that doesn't come back. That sounded like that had to be. And underneath that, if anybody remembers, it says replace the water.
So I didn't know what not on list moved on.
I don't remember, and it was just a couple of hours ago, so I'm ashamed to admit that, but not that ashamed. I'll say it out loud. I forget what it meant. And then sometimes I don't finish my words when I'm writing lists, so it makes it even harder to know what it said. Not on list. You or I don't know what that meant.
It's on there, I think.
Well, it didn't come out on the paper.
Which one?
Truck number, the 2001 Freightliner.
Well, that one
FL80.
didn't, but the water repair is the one I'm wondering about.
Yep, so if
Repair
anybody looks on
It's
the.
crossed out.
So we don't need that one
We
on
don't
there
need-
anymore.
We don't
Okay.
need this, okay? So
Okay.
I don't know why, but I have it Xed out.
Great.
Repair them, yeah, which was on twice.
Place
and
water.
Oh, yeah, because it's on
Yeah.
there twice.
Oh,
It's on there twice, but we did cross it off. That was not
Maybe
a
it wasn't.
priority.
I don't know, but we didn't, I had,
Because,
I can't remember what he
Thank
said.
you
now.
very much.
yeah, what I have written down is.
oh, it is on there
The
twice on
original
this
on the
one. I don't
top.
know why.
And I
Okay.
stapled up.
Was it a priority two? Maybe that was it.
I
I don't
explained to
remember.
them the toner story, which I
Oh,
think
yeah.
everybody had. Patty was the lucky finder of the empty toner. So,
You won a prize for that, right?
yeah, we pay for the
I do have
toner.
practice stickers.
So anyway.
No, add that.
Lucky you.
I need this back. It's for me. Just notes here.
We had like crossed some things off. Or things were changed.
Parking lot paving.
Okay.
All right, so for the parking lot paving, we're looking at 75 now?
No, we
No,
think
the parking-
75 was already
75 was
allocated.
voted.
Okay,
Okay,
so the elevators are done though, so I can take that off?
the
Yep.
elevator has been.
Great.
Okay,
Now,
Where's the hot seat?
the hot-
This is the hot seat?
it's actually, don't be scared, they're very nice.
for mine.
Oh,
I've
I've
seen
very
you-
mean to everybody today. Yelling
Yeah,
at
you guys are known for that, yeah.
I've seen you way
I'm so
too much
intimidated.
recently, Tom. You've been around way too much.
I think I should do somebody's whole thing first.
The awning roof on Sanderson Street, what is that?
The
Oh,
awning,
wait a minute.
was that one that they said
Okay,
we
so
don't pay
here's-
money
Oh,
for?
that
I
was
think?
the,
Awning.
that was a number two, it was an outside on.
Okay, and that's on here as a two.
Yeah.
So that's okay. And then the energy recovery units, Mayor, you want me to remove those?
Yeah.
Okay.
But we do have a great plan for them. If I write to Jeff Bezos and he's, and my story's good enough, and he sends the money this way. Okay, all right.
All right.
You have his.
And the Academy of Early Learning.
At Amazon.
Okay, good.
That's two, and that's 50, not 30.
Right, and
The two
15 for the
Gutters.
gutters.
I do want you,
The gutter.
I want to tell you one other thing. That although it may look like, why haven't they gotten all of those things done? I just like to say that we both left last night at 9 PM. So it's not easy to get it all together.
It is not.
There's a lot of stuff that happens behind the scenes and a lot don't take into account.
Right.
The toner was really what killed me last night.
But yeah, did you hear the toner story?
No, but ours is failing too, so you'll see that in my printouts. There's an issue lately, I guess.
No, so this is the plan in City Hall, okay? I cut everybody's budget, as you well know. And I've had people that were afraid that they couldn't replace toner in their office. However, the story in City Hall for the one that we all share is recalled because Patty went up to it and it
Yeah,
had no toner. And so she called Fernando and said, there's no toner. What do we do? And he said, oh, whatever department
Get some.
finds that there's no toner, it's their job. And I said, probably other people have been shaking the toner and hoping that somebody else would.
That's what Aaron said yesterday. She was order shaking and she still couldn't get it to work. And she meant the toner.
I'm still gonna forget my gloves. And then I'm gonna walk out to, my hands are so cold, I thought I had my gloves. Oh, well.
So
Now I'll remember that, I'm
Only in
sure.
Greenfield can you have this much fun. Capital meeting.
Like I said, everyone, $8.09 for capital.
We're gonna have to figure out, I was gonna get a pack of gum, but I figured out, no, I guess I won't.
Well,
it's okay.
payment plan.
Well, they're like $6.50 now, so. Can we borrow for gum? What's the interest rate? Gum.
Well, we bonded for 9 million yesterday and got an interest rate of what, 2 point something?
2.4. Wow.
Yeah, that was great.
Didn't know you heard those numbers.
And I'm like, oh my God, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
So even though I'm punching holes and things, I would say just, I'm gonna pass these out in a minute. You can start talking about your thing because time is important.
I don't know what documents you have. I have everything. I will get to you what I do have. So for FY 27, there were 3 items that I had originally started with. If you can see the original sheet, those consisted of updates and a reconfiguration of our security systems at the police station, followed by body cameras and police vehicles. In order of priority, police vehicles would be 1, security updates would be 2, and body worn cameras would be 3. I want to start by saying remove body cameras altogether. Okay, so because I hate sitting here patting myself on the back, but this is the venue to do this. So I took that off the list because I have since written a grant. It will be the last body worn camera grant that the state gives out.
I love you.
And there was a balance of a considerable balance in funds that they can distribute. So rather than asking the city for the money, I'm waiting to hear back on that $200,000 grant.
Okay.
So I'm not going to go into that. I'm not going to belabor that. We don't need to talk about it. But what it's going to do is, again, they're needed. It is a needed thing, but we're going to keep that off the city's financial problems. So, but the first one, cruisers, this is a thing I will, as long as I'm here, and I'm going to guess as long as anybody else is here, they're going to ask for at least 3 cruisers a year. They are not in the operating budget for various reasons, but being that they're not, we do need perpetually 3 cruisers. If we're going to stay on top of things, we need 3 a year. Now, I had our cruiser maintenance person put together packets, and I'm going to send these around if you have a minute to look. The first pages are a list of the repairs currently required by our fleet. And there are also some very nice photographs in there for you to go through, and you'll understand. A suggestion was made, and maybe we'd do a little field trip. I thought maybe you would hate me if I took you out in cold. I thought pictures would be better for this group. So if you look through the pictures, you're going to see these are what these officers are dealing with today. Some of them you may not find too bad, but little things like these are the lights that shine on residents as they pull up to make sure they're safe, etc. Motor vehicle stops, they have those lights on. You can see they're all crack damaged. They don't work. On other pages, seatbelt buckles are broken, destroyed. They don't work. Flooring's pulling up. Seats are just completely destroyed. And again, what we try to explain to some is that these cars may have, although you'll see the mileage in the original sheets are 86,000, 104,000. The ones with lowers like 16 are the ones that were so graciously approved over the last 2 years. So over the last 2 years, we've replaced 5. We haven't gotten the 5th one yet. That's going to be the electric truck.
And did you get the other 2?
We got the other 2, yeah. So you'll see in here, these are the low mileage ones. We just took possession of those like a month ago.
Okay.
You see one has 1,100 miles on it. Another one has 1,600. But the other ones have 113,000. And in that range of 90 to 100,000 miles. Understand that that's more like 270,000 miles for an average car because there's hours, not necessarily miles that these cars are being used. So that you'll see the vast majority of our fleet is they're almost unusable at this point. She gave me better pictures. I don't know why they're not in this stack. There was one where really the perfect example was the seat. She didn't include the seat in this little pack. I wish she did because it was totally torn up. Springs are sticking out. The seat controls don't work. So we're down to a point where in some cars, only certain officers can use those cars because the seats won't move. So unless you physically fit that car, you have to move to another car. And as you know,
It's like the toner.
we have a variety of sizes of individuals at our police department. So,
Really?
yeah.
Okay.
So I also have, this now, just to put it in perspective, this is I printed out pack. I gave you the picture, right? Please take one of these whole packages, if you would.
You can give one to me with this extra, only this extra.
The mayor, please. One for you. Thank you. In this package, you'll see that I have a quote for cars. But you'll notice it's last year's quote. They won't give us one just yet. So you kind of get those when you order them. But if you look through McGovern's quote for cruisers, last year, and you'll see we asked for like the 280,000-ish. That's because they were, if you look on page 4 of the cruiser bid, I know you got to kind of lead through is a car that we just purchased was $94,000. I'm asking this year for 325 because it only follows suit that it won't be $94,000 next year. So in order to attempt to stay, in line with the increase in pricing, I felt 325 was a safe number. It's likely they'll go up $5,000 or $6,000 a piece. That seems to be the trend in vehicles over the last years. The things we have to take into account, these are fully outfitted. So it's not just the car price that's going to change. We're talking radar systems, computers, radios, modems, lights, the sirens, the consoles, and all the upfitting stuff that goes into these cars. The likelihood is each and every component will increase in cost. So any penny not spent out of this obviously will be returned. Chris Green does the builds of cruisers, and he's the cheapest man on the planet, I can assure you. And he treats the city's finances like they're his own. And I can assure you with that, you're in good hands. He will not spend money that doesn't need to be spent. He saved us, in the last round, he saved us at least over $80,000. And that's no joke, like $80,000. So we both kind of go at that together, but he's the primary pushing for the builds on the cars. So that particular thing is $325,000. The only other one we're looking for is the security enhancements to the station. I only ask in that. I can't get too detailed with the security enhancements unless we call executive session, because essentially it's talking about vulnerability and it's vast, unfortunately, in our current situation. So I did include for you in this packet the quotes that we got. The one thing you'll note in the quotes that I got, and these were acquired by Fernando because I teamed up with Fernando because he's IT. I don't know if you know this, but we have an amazing IT department. And they too do everything in their power to save the city as much money as possible. So when I shot the idea over to him, Fernando immediately deployed and got me some prices, the best prices on enhancements to our credential system, which is the stuff you scan in and out of our doors, the security stuff, and enhancing our camera system. Okay. Again, I can't get into detail on it. You can lead through what I'm looking at here. The one thing to note is the quotes that you see from Fernando come up to about $140,000.
They do not include work that will have to be done by our IT department, as well as some additional stuff. Fernando didn't have time to put together an actual estimate for us on that. He is swamped as well. But he said, please include another 40,000-ish to make sure we have enough money to cover the full project. So he did, you can see from Security 101, I think it is. Those are the security enhancements. But just please take into account, there will be some additional expenses to the tune of hopefully 30,000 by IT to actually make this work. And like anything else, we will continue to do everything in our power to save as much as possible to do this as inexpensively as possible and get the system that we need. The thing to note is the city already owns and operates the Ocularis camera system across it, and it's amazing. It's great. It's what went on in the parking garage. The reason why we're saving so much money is because at Fernando's direction, this is going to tie into that. So we're not adding we're not going to have our own infrastructure here. This is adding to an existing infrastructure. So we're not adding yet another layer of cameras across the city. This is nothing more than joining the network that we have. We are accredited. What comes into play with this stuff is we are an accredited agency. There's a lot of benefits to accreditation of our agency, if nothing else, the trust and confidence that you can have in your police department. We have to do things by the rules or we lose our accreditation standard. That is looked at about 3 times. So they come in and they audit us and we have to do things correctly. With that being said, we have to make sure that our doors, our security systems and things of that nature are monitored up to the minute. So when individuals are in our cells, we have to do cell checks. That is checked. The credential system that we're asking for in here, the updated credential system, is the system that monitors that. The credential system is also the thing that tells us whether or not doors have been left open. They tell us when doors have been entered, right? In conjunction with our surveillance cameras. This is data that we really, really need in a police department. And there's things that we can't right now, without getting into detail, provide. So it's leaving us in a bad spot. The last thing I can say, well, a couple of things. The system we have right now is so antiquated that IT has had to kind of band-aid it, for the lack of a better term, on an older server, which now is only accessible to the deputy chief. He's the only one that can get in there and maintain this. There's no redundancy whatsoever. It is outdated as outdated can be. It's the system we've been using since we moved in there in the 90s. And that's a computer system that we've been using since the 90s. It is one step up or down from MS-DOS. It is that old and hard to use. And
I heard of that. I remember that. That was when I was like working.
I managed it and it is the weirdest, oldest. You can't print the reports that we need out of it for a system such as a police department. It's bad. The biggest concern I have is that 24/7, 365, we have civilians working in that building. 24/7, 365, we do not have police in that building. They are out on patrol. Oftentimes, there is no police. They're out doing what we're asking them to do, and that is out protecting the citizens of Greenfield. They do not live in the police department, right? So they have work to do. The civilians' work is right there at the desk, watching those screens, answering those phones, and sending first responders to calls. They are left unsecured because of the lack of security in various areas that, again, I'm not going to talk about specifically in our police department. It's not a good place to leave these people. It's not. So it was brought to my attention when we started going and walking around doing these quotes for the security system. There was stuff that we should have that I wasn't even aware of. I'm not a super IT guy. I know enough to get me in trouble, but some of the suggestions made by the team and several had come. I was sort of taken aback by the complete lack of security that currently exists. So we can always talk about that more in depth in a sort of a private manner, but from me to you, it's pretty important, very important, I should say, to increase the security at the police department.
So I haven't heard the whole thing because I thought what used to happen was the mayor would meet with the person and talk all about it, and then the person would come and talk here. So most of the time, this is all new for me as well. So, and also I was punching holes and I usually do 2 things at once very well. So with the security, is there any, well, my first question is there any possibility we could do part of it? Is there is there part that you could do one year and part you could do another?
Absolutely. So if you notice these, right, so that in the packets,
Yeah,
we're any movement towards being more secure is obviously good. If you say no, you say no, we'll live. That's just how life is. My recommendation is that we're not in a really good place security wise, but Fernando provided us a quote for cameras.
okay,
And then he also secondly provided us a quote for that scan system. So there's two in there. The one thing to remember, I think the additional costs come to the camera. So if we look through this packet right here, just real quick. So you're looking at the right one. Okay, so if you look through, it gets to green. So it'll say Greenfield Police Department.
what is that?
That's video surveillance. Go to the one that says access control upgrade. So if you leave,
I might have,
it's probably the first one of those, right after the pool.
right after the thing comes, regardless of.
Actually, it's after the video surveillance. So the video surveillance you see is 87,585, then some additional money that Fernando would need to make that stuff happen. Then it goes to the mass budget quote access control upgrade. So that access control upgrade is only 50,450 of that total 180. And I don't think that requires any additional by IT, but I'm not sure. So Fernando gave me them both and said, you'll need another $30,000 to $40,000. That's the story he provided to me. And I absolutely have no reason to distrust that. I don't know if that meant, he would have to do some additional work to make the access control work or the camera. So what I do know is that Security 101 to upgrade and enhance that scan system is the 50,450.
So I'm going to ask a question probably for everybody's benefit, because I knew absolutely nothing about this before maybe a month and a half ago. The cameras that, like, we have cameras in here, like down the hall, and then they're right outside. It's all the same setup. And I know that you can see those and the ones at the parking garage. So could you explain for everybody, and they're just viewed inside at the police station. Could you just explain how that works, and do we save those? Because I've called them to look up when we had an intruder here.
You want me to explain the Ocularis network?
Well, whatever it is that we have.
So a few years back, IT upgraded to what's again called the Ocularis system. It's an amazing system. So when they built the parking garage, that was the point when I really got a good first look at it.
Okay.
And I was overwhelmingly amazed at the capabilities of this cameras, to the extent that I joke, it's not true, but it's pretty close to true, that I can tell what you're ordering inside Village Pizza. You zoom in, these things are PTZ, and I'm like, I can literally see who's in Village Pizza. And they're up on top of the parking garage.
Right.
These are an amazing resolution camera system. Over time, they have installed them, Town Hall, Energy Park. The DPW's come to help us and actually have cut trees so they're not blocked. For a while, we were dealing with a lot of vandalism at the Energy Park. So cameras were installed down there at very little cost, because it's we're only adding to a network that was started by IT. So,
And it's an internal system.
it's all internal.
That we are just, I think that's important.
Yep.
Because there's a lot of talk about.
It's not a
this
police department camera system. It's a city's own IT.
But I just wanted to make sure that we said that out loud for anyone who's watching.
So what it is this system is petitionable. So IT can go in and sort of preset clearances, right? So for example, if we were to put cameras at the police department on the Ocularis network, it's still secure, because they will go in and by individual user determine who's accessible, who can access those cameras, and to what extent they can access them. Can they pan, tilt, zoom? Can they see them at all? None of them, however, can be manipulated. None of the data recording can be manipulated. So we can't make up stories, so to speak, in this camera system. They're not ours.
So because I know the schools have cameras that we did the MOU for the police to be able to
That's all
access an
theirs.
emergency.
Yes.
That's part of the system.
No,
Okay.
no.
Nope.
So the schools are always something different. They got their
Oh.
own IT, their own everything. They have to give us separate login credentials to access theirs. And they had to have a very strict policy as to when. And we're more than happy with that. I want to say we can't get in under those circumstances, right? Because the more access you have, the more you can be accused of not treating them. I don't want it, right? We will go on there when and if an emergency exists at the schools. It's the only time we want to go on the school's campus. The same thing exists here. Only certain people want access to ours, right? So we have a property room, evidence room. It's very, very vital that that is of the utmost security, both visually and in the scan credential. So right now, for example, our property room, I can't get in. I am the top official in that police department. Because of our securities, I can't scan my way into it. It won't unlock for me. And that's super important because of accreditation and all the stuff that's happened with property.
That is good.
There are 2 people and 2 people only that can physically gain access to that room. And that's Jeff Bangston and Jay Batinsky, who's in charge of the property. And that's a little snapshot of what security systems do for us. The problem with the current one we have is it could fail any minute. Without embellishing, it's 30 years old.
Right.
So it's not ideal and it really is in need of enhancement. This year, maybe not, but at some point we definitely need to talk about it. We're vulnerable at the very least right now.
So my other question is, if in 10 years, the Magical Grant Fairy decides to fund a new police station for us, how much of this will we be able to move, or how much of it is, once it's installed, can't be touched?
So no, any of that stuff can be moved. The thing is with it, my assumption is in 10 years with a new one, you'd get a new one anyway. You know, the way technology is the way it is, 10 years, it's already antiquated then. So, and you know as well as I do, we're not going to move before that. So if you put for $180,000, you invest in the security of your police department records, civilians and property and evidence and all that other stuff for a decade, seems reasonable. Yeah. But if the stuff is still good, like the hardware, it can all move. It's just screws and wires and take it out and move it.
So, and just so you know, and I don't know the name of them, but those big things outside, they came from the, where the offices were, you know, those big condensers or whatever they are.
Oh, yeah, the
Things,
mini
I don't know what
splits,
they
yeah,
are.
yeah.
They're outside. They're huge things. They came from another place. Oh, I learned a lot being here that we don't waste very much. Nobody wastes. It's usually recycled and passed on. We got a camera. This is funny. I just want to tell you on the cameras. The vault downstairs, which is a very old vault that's very hard to open. But it's like, it's because it's so hard to open, it's like open all day and everybody's walking back and forth. That is not a good thing. So, Catherine, I thought there was a very good suggestion on Catherine's part. We should have a camera there.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And so for things like that, and then looking to see if people came in, because we had a problem with this door being locked. I feel like somebody was trying to keep the front door open. And then they can go back. I've only asked for it twice. Somebody go back. Oh, when the person did something naughty in the parking garage. I said, let's find who that was.
And to add to that, that's the beauty of that Ocularis system. You can actually search the history of it to look for a change.
Yeah.
Change. That's pretty interesting. Like it knows when a change happened, meaning I won't get too into it, but when a chemical wasn't there, and then when a chemical all of a sudden was there, it'll bring you back to that point. So you're not wasting hours searching through things. The search capabilities of Ocularis is amazing.
Well,
and it really helps. Oh, it's great. So, and Gene taught me that one. So that's amazing. Oh, that's great.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah. And
I was
again,
thinking I was asking
there's no
really-
facial recognition. There's no retina scanning. These are just cameras. That's all they are. We need them for security. I will say this at risk of saying too much. Your police department, I'm not going to tell you which sides, but 3 sides are totally uncovered.
Yeah.
There's only 4 sides. So
Yes.
just to give
Yeah, I
you,
wouldn't say anything.
that's
I wouldn't
not,
say anything more.
that's not great. So I won't
Yeah.
tell you what sides. But again, we are vulnerable. We're vulnerable. I would really like that system to be enhanced, but I also understand the current fiscal crisis.
Yeah, he's been wonderful about understanding that.
As what she was saying as well, We are as much team players as we possibly can. We do not like throwing money away. We're in the middle of replacing our lockers. Our lockers were also, this is a prior capital that we did. They're actually coming to install them this week. Our officers are very happy. These were 30-plus-year-old thin metal, I call them aluminum foil lockers now. They are going to be replaced next week. And my first move upon decommissioning them was calling all the other agencies, asking if they need them.
Right.
And I think central maintenance took 3 to 5 of them for tool store. We keep and save and salvage and recycle everything as humanly possible. So we always think about everybody else.
There were things to be done inside. We couldn't find contractors because it was a smaller thing. And the chief, and deputy chief, and a couple of others, they volunteered. And they did the inside work with the electricians and
We demoed and
yeah, just to save money. So it's been very economically smart.
do you have any questions on any of those invoices, quotes, whatever?
I have a question on the vehicle. So my hope for all of this was that by now you would have had a vehicle to try, an electric vehicle to try. And when is that supposed to come? When is the Charger supposed to come? And how do you feel about one of the new ones, even though we haven't tried it? We can wait because I'm not going to put the orders forward if one of them were electric.
So the concept, I can tell you, I'm a car guy, right? So from back in the day, I've built dozens of high runs. I'm a car guy. I'm a gearhead. That's why I'm all beat up. I have a 57 Chevy truck on my list right now. I'm rebuilding the whole thing. The concept, so I'd be one who would be like sort of naturally opposed to EVs. No, I have not been afraid of it yet. And the reason why I'm not afraid of it yet is I have patrolled every square inch of this city for 30 years. It's not big, right? We are 21 square miles. And that EV is rated for, any EV is rated for at least 150 to 300 miles. I also know the pattern of what a typical day-to-day is for an officer. So an officer who would be assigned to this truck would take the truck out, go on a call within 21 miles, do the call, come back and do the report probably related to that call. We went out of our way. When I say we, me, the mayor, Carol Collins, and we fought a little bit. It was a good time. Fights. We ended up with probably the best Charger you can probably get right now. And for good reason. We've learned stuff along the way. We do have other EVs in the city. We learned from our mistakes before we got it. The Charger is at the station. It is sitting on a pallet. It just got dropped off today, and the related electrical adjuncts are there as well. The pad is poured, the conduit's there. I assume that Charger will be installed within a week. I've talked to the truck MHQ, and the truck cap was being put on last week, which means the final tweaks were done this week. We're probably seeing this truck next week. Shockingly, as all the stress was coming up, I accused that truck of being a boat anchor for a while because we're not going to have a charger. Carol's going to give us a home charger for the truck. Yeah, we were going over every scenario, but the reality is it looked like they could not possibly come across the finish line together better. Like literally everything's coming in at once. And again, I'm not afraid of electric vehicles in this city for the purpose that we're going to use them. I am absolutely not afraid of them. The deputy chief and I went to the International Association of Chiefs of Police convention in Boston last year. They had the Blazer PPV, they call it, police package vehicle, and it's EV, fully EV. And it's one Carol had been sort of giving me information for prior. And I got to be honest with you, both the deputy chief and I fell in love with that car. We're like, this is nice. It's roomier than you could imagine. It's a little thing, but it's got more room. They just did it ergonomically. I don't see where officers would have trouble in it. The viewing angles are sufficient. Storage is sufficient, and it's fully electric. So I do hear they're really fast. Carol will tell you. Apparently she's a lead foot. So she loves her EVs. But I'm not afraid of it. And even though we haven't had a chance to test it yet, I'm still not intimidated by it, considering we have this Charger that will really inject some juice into it really fast.
like in a half hour, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, you will get a substantive charge in 30, 40 minutes, like
Yeah.
to the extent of 40, 50%.
And is is this the only charger in the city now that will be a 3?
Yeah, I think this will be the beefiest charger out
Okay.
there now.
And do you happen to know, the one at the RMV is not working? Who do you think we should call, Mass DOT?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yep.
Alrighty then.
yep. But again, I'm not a fan, and to that point, the charger we're installing is a 2-place already. So if we got a couple minutes to make this decision, in the event these cruisers purchase is approved, which I beg and plead with you to do that. If there's anything this police department needs, it's cruisers. There's no, and that will always be a need. It's hard to get people to understand that, but if we don't get 3 a year at least, we are going to fall back into where we are. We are right now $30,000 over budget in cruiser maintenance. And that's growing every day because look at the pictures that you're seeing. We just can't, and we have to have these cars. So,
Yeah, and he spoke sharply to the man who wasn't fixing the car fast enough because they didn't have it.
and I can tell
I
you.
mean, nicely sharp.
One of the local dealerships and maintenance facilities they cut our labor rates in half. They are giving us discounts on parts because we sat with them, we met, and they're compassionate enough to know the struggle we're having right now with cars. So they cut us a massive deal. The problem on the other side is our DPW is strapped for people worse than anybody. They can't keep employees, they can't keep mechanics there. So we're trying to figure out alternative means to relieve. We're literally just having this conversation today, myself and Sergeant Cloutier. Sergeant Cloutier is our cruiser maintenance manager, and the jail has stepped up and said, we can do some of that stuff.
Oh, really?
So, but again, there's contractual things here. There's union things that we have to work out. But if numbers are close between DPW and the jail, and the jail's willing to do it, and DPW is willing to concede it, we're gonna spread these out to try to relieve everybody's burden. But the reality is, we have 2-3 cars a week in a shop for one reason or another, and it's because they have 100,000 miles on them. They're just broken. And again, like I said, I can't stress more that if you see a cruiser with 80 to 100,000 miles on it, multiply that by 3. To the average individual, multiply that by 3, because that's the hours are important on a cruiser, not miles. And those miles are even high for an everyday car. So if you take into account the hours on them, these cars have been run into the ground, and they need to be replaced. And with that being said, any and all of these cars that we can recycle to other groups or departments here, we have no problem doing that. The reality is they're so bad by the time we're done that they're ready for the
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'd say by looking, at least at this stage, it seems pretty obvious. I mean, just looking at the age of the cars alone is pretty amazing. How many of them are over 5 years old is kind of frightening for that kind of work. But I'm curious, what do you think is like the total amount of cars, vehicles you'd want to have? Is it like 12, 15? It looks like there's maybe 15 currently.
We have 13 marked cars. 13 marked. And what that does is obviously.
So we're gonna have 6. We will have, like, by the time the other one comes, be 6 kind of new ones.
5. So the first wave we got 2.
Last year, okay.
Yeah, the first wave we got 2, and then we're replacing 3 this year. So we've replaced 5 in a couple of years. We got to replace 13 old, right? So you're going to see that the ones that you're seeing are going to continue to age for the next 3 years.
Right.
So the way and this isn't throwing anybody under the bus or making any assumptions or anything, but if I've been playing around with this for quite a while, the truth of this is I truly believe cruisers should be in the operating budget, right? Now we know what goes into that as well, but say, for example, if cruisers had been in the operating budget right along, they're not a change, right? They're not like, it doesn't stand out as well. Like the police department's looking for 14% increase. And if we did that right now, that's exactly what it would look like. But if they were in there regularly and we did 3 a year, that would keep us in a decent place. Then once every 5 or 6 years, we would ask for a capital to catch up with the balance, because we have unmarks that we need to keep running as well. 3 a year would keep our marked fleet up to speed. every 5 to 6 years, we would put in a request to replace a couple of the unmarked say-through capital. To me, that would be the smoothest way of doing it. So we're not asking for 3 cruisers capital every year. But again, there's little to no chance that's going to happen reasonably to get these into the operating budget. But I would suggest that over time, maybe they get slowly worked into that. So it's not a massive jump off.
But you're also so far behind.
We're so far behind.
Yeah, to the.
Well, that
Right
would
now-
be good, but
Right now, we need 8 cars.
I know.
We need 8.
and it's also, there's a lot in your head that goes into it. I know that they're desperately needed.
Yeah.
So if we're like I said, if we did 8, I'm not suggesting anything, but if 8 cars were given to us this upcoming year, then we just resume our cycle. And we would be back on track. I know it's a big ask, but that would be an ideal situation. And we're not asking for that. We're asking for it. But at some point in time, that would get us to the point where we could then resume that 3 a year and we would stay on top of our patrol.
Yeah. Okay.
The only other question I had is it might be got to dig through this to see if there's an easy way to separate out some of the police station updates so that if people wanted to consider something less than the total, like you're talking about the scan system.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, just.
I can get that. We don't
Can
need.
you ask that again?
I did that to me the other day. I'm like, what did I say to
Well, yes, the cameras versus the scanning.
Yeah, I mean, I'm that I was curious about. Yeah. Yep. Because we were talking
So
about
it
if
is
the
broken
age
down.
is so close to failing on something like that. I don't know, that seems.
So
Like, it might
right
be
after
pretty
the
important.
McGovern quote starts the video surveillance quote. The video surveillance is 87,585, but I'm thinking that plus 30 from Fernando. And then it goes into the access control. So access control is one and video surveillance is the other. All of those are from that
Oh,
security.
there's access control.
Yes, that, so
So
that's
is
the
that-
50,
That's a 50.
5450. Yeah, 50,400.
And that is that part of that scan system?
That's the scan, that is the scan.
That is, okay.
Yep. Yep.
But you could do one piece, is that right? You can do one part, not the other?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And
Yep,
if
yeah, two different quotes, yeah.
we do have to break it, which would be the priority, the cameras or the scan?
I'd say right now the scan system is going to help us out better because it'll help better.
Okay, and
It'll make us more secure.
if we did the camera, I'm not, if we did the scans, it'd be that 50, then another 30 install, or was the 30?
I don't think, I don't know. I'd have to talk to Fernando on that, but I think it was the camera stuff that would require additional
Labor.
stuff by him. But honestly, if you say 65,000 for the access control thing, give yourself a little bit, it'll all return. If we don't spend it, we'd probably be safe. Because if he was determining 15,000 extra was needed for the cameras and 15 for the access controls, put you at about 65 for access controls and we're probably safe.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
That was very helpful. And thank you for the booklet.
Absolutely.
Anybody wants me to.
This is really, I appreciate the car by car.
Yeah.
Used to get the DPW and it just is helpful to actually kind of see the reality of.
Thank you.
You know, the funny part about it is that's Sergeant Cloutier's notes. So you'll see they're really in real broken down terms.
Yeah, no.
I read some of them, I was laughing. I was like, well, they may get a kick out of some of these comments.
You can send it with a thank.
Thank all of you.
Whoever
Yeah,
is
thank you.
outside, you can tell them they can come in
Have a
next.
great weekend.
Thank you,
Who's
thank you.
next? You're right. Good to see you.
So, and the other things I gave you were all those pieces on the school that,
You don't,
yeah,
you don't even have. a-
right. And I can hole punch this if you need.
You guys ready for me?
Yes,
Oh,
come
yeah, come
on
on
in.
in.
Come in.
How's everybody doing?
We're good.
Teaching.
Hi, John.
He's a little bleary eyed
Yeah,
now.
I don't blame you, really.
It's been fun though. We've had, we've a different cast of personalities who come in. It's nice. We learn something about every department.
Yes, we do.
You know everybody, John. Is that right?
Yeah, we're going well.
Your family has moved.
Yeah, the boys are back in with that. They're going back to school. Can't afford to do that and run a place, so.
Oh, well.
Oh, yeah.
Back home.
This is your.
And it's because we didn't have GC.
I'm putting this under here.
Yeah.
Oh, great, great, great.
My electric bill, once they moved home, has gone from about $280 a month. Last month it was $600. And I won't tell you, there's three of them. We have a guy who's practically our ward because he actually passed away earlier, so we help take care of him. And the amount of food they eat is just shocking to me. And I'm not like a little waif guy. I can eat plenty myself, but oh my God.
Sorry, that's happening in your house. I never had that.
Oh,
I had
it's
two
okay.
kids. Okay.
You know what? I don't mind because it's fun to have everybody around, but they started kicking in for that.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, that's nice.
It is a good idea. All right. Sorry. Do I just start?
Just
start. Okay.
Just start talking. If anybody has any questions, they'll.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm here to ask, I put in for $175,000. And what we need is equipment and we need a couple of different pieces of equipment for a couple of different reasons. So in the last couple of years, we've been very successful at getting a bunch of grants because just like any other group or just like the other enterprise funds, if we're going to expand, we can't just pay for it out of regular operating expenses. Mm-hmm. So we need money for things like when we go to a new area, we have to bring fiber. The mayor knows very well, John, you know too, the issues with Make Ready. I'm actually part of a group where all major state agencies and the Mass Broadband Institute we're part of a grant review process, and it's really illuminating because we meet every 2 weeks to talk with Eversource and Verizon and say, you have to finish that. And the answer is a pretty much barely civil, we're going to do whatever we want and you can't do anything about it. So if we want to expand out, we are looking at ways to do it without going up in the polls. Because if I apply for a license for a poll, it's 4 years until it happens. And that's if we're lucky. If the state may be able to get them to do it in 2. But that's about where we're at. So one of the things we're looking for, as we said here, conduit installation equipment is part of what we said. And that is something called a vibratory plow. And it's a machine that allows us, it's like a giant knife with a machine that cuts a slot into the ground and automatically pulls along and puts in the slot a small conduit. You can't use it for everywhere, but it would let us get to places without having to go through the Make Ready process at all. Because
so then you could do countryside?
We could do countryside.
And Silvercrest?
Yes, we could, because those are places where a lot of the places that don't have poles, when those places were built, the people who built them had Comcast or Verizon come in and put in the conduits, and they are not inclined to let anyone else use them. So there are no neutral conduits that go into a lot of those places. But I mean, I understand that.
Briar Knoll?
Briar Knoll's the same way. All of them, none of them own the only one who may own we're working with Countryside because I'm working with Peter. They may own their conduits, and they said, we own them. And I said, yeah, you have to give me something that proves that because I'm the one who'll get sued. GSAT will get sued. So, but the best way to deal with this problem is to make it not be a problem. We have rights in the right of way. That doesn't mean there aren't things we would have to do. We would have to work with the tree committee. We would have to work with DigSafe because I saw the grant. There are new trees on our street. I think it's great. Yeah. But those are things that there's absolutely a way to work together to make sure that we don't damage trees that we planted. There's ways to make sure that we don't inadvertently hit a Berkshire gas conduit. Nobody wants that. But if we're going to expand and we're going to break out of this straitjacket hold that Eversource and Verizon have, we can't keep going up on poles. We can stay up on poles that we're in, but in some areas, but there are also areas, as you know, we've talked about this before, about the hangover of unlicensed poles. If we get off those poles, then that issue goes away. So there's a lot of reasons why we need to do that.
How much is a vibratory plow?
Well, there's a huge range, but for us, we would need something in about the $35,000 to $45,000 range, because we don't need, like, we're not going to go up Bernardston Road on that. There will be areas where we need to stay on the poles, but we do want to get off wherever we can, and it really in like every neighborhood, every cross street off of High Street, everything in the middle of the city. If we can go down the Greenway, then we can go to people's houses and we can get off of the great majority of poles in town. And then we have infrastructure that is owned by the town in land that is owned by the town, right of ways that are owned by the town, because right now our infrastructure depends on our direct competitors allowing us to put it on their infrastructure. And that's just, we don't think that's going to end well.
So I'm just going to tell you, a vibratory plow is between 35 and 45,000. That's what you missed.
Oh, right.
It sounds like a good thing to buy.
There are, just so I'm clear, then you have to buy about $10,000 worth of saw blades, specialized couplings, things like that.
That's part of it. So
Right.
it's really 45 to 55.
For the plow itself. Then you have to buy the conduit, and there's other things to buy as well. But that's really to get that piece of machinery. We have an excellent relationship with Westfield Gas and Electric in Whip City, who has done some vibratory plow work for us. We have some experience plowing, but we work with other MLPs, and we're sharing knowledge and training, cross-training to get the most we can out of everybody we do. So part of this would for sure be that. Another part of this would be what's called a splicing trailer. Right now we have a splicing truck. It's a bucket truck. We also have a construction truck. Our construction truck is 16 years old. We've spent over $20,000 in the last couple of years fixing it because there's just a lot that goes into it. Our splicer truck is a few years younger, but is frankly on its last legs. We use it very carefully and sparingly. And we've just, I think, found a pretty creative solution to retrofit the construction truck with an inverter so we can do splicing work in there if we have to. But what we really need to move and do things in any kind of a timely basis is a splicing trailer.
So I don't understand this. So splicing trailer, it's not a car. It hooks onto a car?
It would hitch onto the back of the construction truck. And what it is an enclosed space that is climate controlled. And it has space and the power because we have what's called a fusion splicer. We actually fusion with, it's a laser essentially that splices together the two strands of fiber optic cable. And we do a lot of our own splicing, but it's got to be clean. It's because it has to be very, very precise to match them up. And we have a machine that can do it, but it takes more power than trucks can normally supply. But a splicing trailer comes with a really large, powerful inverter. And sometimes it's tied to a generator. Sometimes you can run it right into the truck itself. And if we have an inverter, we could run it in from the truck. And that would give our people a place to do things like they're doing today. They have to bring splicing cases down and they have to thaw them out because sometimes they're blocks of ice in the middle of the winter. And we would use it for new expansion, but it would also see a lot of use just for maintenance because we spoke yesterday, Mayor, about some people who were down on David. Everybody's back up. We fixed everything, but there is
The
daily.
nodes can freeze because they're up high.
right.
That's my simple explanation of that,
Yes, she's correct.
right? I learned that
And-
as well.
And so it will see a lot of use. And that tends to run about 20 to
The
$25,000.
splicing trailer,
Mhm.
because it could be, we're really tight. So
Mhm.
we've been breaking things down with other people,
Sure.
so that's why we're asking and what they are, because then I don't know how everyone's gonna vote, but then people are picking their favorite things. Like, so
Sure.
that should be the department head picking the favorite things.
Yeah.
So a splicing trailer is between 20 and 25,000?
25,000.
Okay.
Yeah. I would say 25 is probably the more.
Okay, so I'll just put 25.
Just put 25. Yeah.
And you have a construction truck, but it's 16 years old.
It is, that truck is, we could probably get a replacement for that truck for about $40,000 to $50,000 because we don't need to go up any higher than 35 feet. We don't want to
Right.
go up into the power space because we're not cleared, which means we don't have to have some of the shielding that power trucks do, that power bucket trucks do, and that makes them quite a bit more expensive.
And if this group and me, we were all to approve this,
Uh-huh.
would that be something that you would go through Carol's to make sure it was authorized?
Yeah.
Like, I don't mean, we're trying to get everybody to say this is energy efficient before you buy it.
Yeah, we would.
I don't
definitely-
know.
Carol.
So you would promise that your truck before you were like,
Absolutely. And the Bears being nice because we just screwed up and didn't do that for the van that we got because we were up on it and we got lucky. And it is so she would be perfectly justified in
we're
putting it
living
out, but
from
she's
this
being
day
nice.
forward,
Yes.
definitely, yeah, we're
So,
living in the present. The construction truck is about how much money?
I would say we should say it's going to be 60 to 70 just to be on the safe side. 50 is sort of where we started, but I looked the other day and I would say, you'd probably say 60 is probably a range for that. And then the rest of it in its own way is almost more important because it's the actual machinery, the pieces that we need to connect to homes. Like there's something called an optical network terminal. And it's essentially how you translate the light pulses from the fiber optic into something that is compatible with a router in your house. So you can have Wi-Fi and you can have direct. So that kind of equipment, the cabling for that kind of equipment, everything like that, you have to have clips and screws and what's called a bill of materials that you come down to. It's going to cost about this much per house. If we're right there and we're ready to drop a fiber down to a house, how much is that going to cost? And all of that stuff together, if you say it's 25 for this and 60 or at 85, and we're saying it's about 55, you're about 135. The rest of it, which is about $30,000 to $40,000, would be for the materials to support those kind of things. It would be for ONTs. That whole group is something we call, apparently we love acronyms, called CPEs, Customer Premise Equipment. And it would be a mix of that. But it would also be more of the things I talked about earlier, like conduit itself. It's a flexible plastic conduit. We would buy things like these are much lower cost things, but they add up. We would buy an air spade, which means one of the ways, for example, that if we had to go anywhere near the root ball of a really big tree on a greenway, you can use an air spade, which is messy, but it does not hurt the roots. There's water spades you can use that do that too. So we would be thinking about, how do we address, because there will be areas that we're going to have to figure out what to do so we can get through, because in other towns, I know they use air spades. And if that tree ever falls over in a storm, you'll find out that the conduit goes right through the root ball, but they've used an air spade and they haven't damaged it. And if you're careful, you can do that. So
I've never heard of that either.
Yep.
Another new thing, huh? An airspace, can you imagine that?
This is keeping your brain active.
It's a very niche business, you know, it has very specialized equipment and we're trying to think about how can we get away from people who are causing us so much trouble with Make Ready and to work in land that the city has a right to and be able to work on the schedule of us scheduling ourselves and probably some subs from time to time to come in and do some work. So we don't have to just sit and wait and wait and wait and wait for Eversource and Verizon to get back to us because we know what's going to, we've lived through this, we've seen this movie. I don't want to see another movie like this.
So, and is all grant money expended? I went to something the other day.
All grant money is promised. Yeah.
So they said, the thing I was at was like, make sure you get it all.
Right.
I don't know how that works, but is it already here? If for something that's got a PO on it, is the money already here?
If it has a PO on it, yes.
It's in the city, okay.
Yeah, we wouldn't do a PO unless we had the funds.
Right. And so we would send a PO and then we get, for example, some of them are ARPA was upfront money, retrofit and the GAP grant, we send the PO and then we can send the PO to MBI. I actually worked with MBI. We are very concerned about Make Ready and MBI has agreed to amend our agreement to say if for any reason the feds try to pull back money, MBI will keep us whole because I threatened to walk away from it because we can't be left holding the bag for $250,000 worth of equipment. And we're certainly not the only people asking or talking to them about that. So they have it.
Where a PO, like, I mean, I might be getting this wrong, where a PO's there, but not spent yet. Is there, so two things. Is there any of that could or should be repurposed because we're thinking a new way as opposed to the other way? And secondly, of the things that you listed, we'll have you prioritize in case we're not doing all of those, okay? But maybe
are we back to this or are we talking about, I'm sorry, Mayor, are we talking about grants?
The first thing was about the PO that's open for the federal funds, the ARPA money. That was I guess
Okay.
the ARPA money that is not yet spent. Can any of that, oh no, you can't do that. If there's a purchase order out, you have to use it for what it says. Is that
We can cancel the purchase order if we don't want the stuff.
I think I can.
Like, you can't, okay, all right.
We do
we'll
need it
discuss
because
that.
it's for the CPE stuff for the build. We're still
Okay.
doing the lashing, but
I'm
it
just
really,
trying to,
no, I hear
it's
you.
not enough to go
But
around.
it really needs to stay where it is. So when we pull all of the lateral fibers off of the backbone, we have all the fiber, but we don't have all the equipment to connect up the houses. So we need it for that. I will go ahead and get all that now because I did hear what you said.
Yeah, that was like that.
yesterday.
They were
Yeah.
just like, do that. And I was on another one saying, oh, let's do that like yesterday.
We had a conversation about that today.
Yeah,
So
okay,
we're
good.
pulling together what the final bomb is to get all that pulled out.
And if you were to prioritize the things that you had and we're putting in order for,
I would say for me, the items related to the vibratory plow and would be number one.
It's 55 with the, 55 with the extra saw blades, whatever they are.
Yep, yep, you're correct. I would say, I know it sounds funny, but number two would be the sort of the catch-all for all the smaller equipment because you need that to make.
Optical network something.
Yeah, it's all of the optical network equipment and the air spades, but also the CPE stuff for houses because we want to get to all those houses and still be able to install people. Number three, I would say would be,
The construction truck and the splicer, because there's always next year.
I know.
Say that.
And we just spent a fair amount of money fixing the boom on the construction truck. And first of all, I will say DPW is tremendous in their help in keeping stuff on the road. They are absolutely awesome.
They kind of like make cars in their hands.
They do. And I work mostly with Zach, and I literally, my kids and Lenny's kids went to school together. I've known Lenny forever. And I know Paul well also, and they have been phenomenal. And I actually think between them and some of the other work we've done, I would put the splicing trailer ahead of the construction truck, because it is a question of this, this year or next year. I will come back someday and say and probably within the next couple of years, and say we've performed every magic trick we can, and we can't keep this thing running anymore. So I would say plow and related materials, the general materials for
airspace, optical, all those things.
All those things.
How much are they?
How much is that?
That was about 45-ish.
Okay.
And if I said I'm estimating to you, so if I'm off by 5,
I'm not holding you to that.
After that, the trailer, which is about 25,000, and then after that,
number 3,
for whatever the construction truck would be, which would be about 40 to 50. I think if we had to, we could probably make it through, because we do also, another thing I will say is that we swap back and forth. If the DPW needs a bucket and they're all tied up, and we're not using it, we let them use ours, and they do the same for us. So I think if we absolutely had to, it would make me nervous, but we could probably get through. So I would put that.
I'm nervous every day now. I don't sleep anymore, so I can understand that. It's all good. Yep.
So that would be the order I would put them in. And I think,
great.
And, I know that it's tough, but it's been a while since we've had some capital, and we're at the point where we really need it if we're going to be able to.
And there's a possibility, I'm just going to say that next year, if we did some this year, your retained earnings were like 47,000. There's a possibility next year there could be 100,000. Yeah. And so if it is 100,000, maybe, I don't know if that's what you do, but maybe you could spend 25 of it on something else, right? Because we spend some of the retained earnings. You keep some of them. And then spend, so there's a possibility. But also it's mostly the economic.
I agree. The only thing I would say is we do plan for that, but we also feel really strongly that we are going to have to come to some kind of resolution for all the legacy stuff. And our plan was to keep the great majority of retained earnings in and available, because I can't really come and say, give me a bond for something that might happen this year, but I don't know if it will. But what we can do is keep retained earnings. And if there really is our hope is we can build up enough retained earnings that we could address it, at least mostly out of retained earnings. You're right. We have to find a way to make a balance, because it is what you're saying is correct. So that when we think about it, we think about what percentage of it do we think we have to put aside, because I don't want to be coming to you saying it's an emergency to put it off for years. I think, knock on wood, I don't think it's a super high possibility that it would all happen at once. But it would be irresponsible for us to just ignore it. So.
Okay.
I have a question because we were talking about Make Ready, which I know is horrible after going through an education process for the last few years. But my question was in the north end, like how much Make Ready is like done or so, okay. So that, because my question was how much, like we have a ton of pools that are whatever licensed or
up north
in town, don't we, in general?
No, that's the issue.
So that's the legacy.
The legacy stuff is the stuff that the first group
was put on, but they're still not.
They never did.
Okay.
So the poles, they're done out in the north end, but it's not the way that we want to go in. We don't want to go in on the poles up there. We want to go in with the.
Since we have the ability to, and we would like to get people going, we've spent some time. We are working, and we have, I think, very strongly used the grant money. We got about $2.5 million worth of grant money. The only people who got grants for retrofit were Verizon, Comcast, Charter, and GSET. We were literally the only MLP in the state that qualified for it. So for us, some of that we use to put in the basis of a fiber direct to the prem system, which is very closely related, but not exactly the same as our current system. And up north would be the first place where we could drop a fiber to people's homes. The very first place will be the Weldon. So up north, what we would do, because it's not, even if everything went great, it takes a long time to dig and build out. These are projects that take quite a bit of time and effort. So we would probably want to use the poles for a year or two, because then we could prioritize other areas where we were trying to get off of poles that were not licensed. And I say we're done with Make Ready, John, because there are about 12 poles right in the middle of everything that got rejected. And we said, we are absolutely not going back into Make Ready. And I don't care if I have to go out there with a shovel. We're just going to get off the pole, go along in the right of way that we have.
Those.
What's that?
They can reject them?
They can do anything they want. They can say anything they want. There is absolutely no check on them in any way. So what we're going to do is get off of those. We've already done it. For one, we had a trench dug, and we're just going to get off and go past those poles and then get back up on the ones that we're licensed on.
Okay.
Because we're just sort of operationally, and I talked with our board about this, we're just not doing this anymore. We're not going to sit and wait and
Well, I can certainly understand it. It's hideous. I did have a question about, because we had talked about previous DPW directors, and I know I talked with Mark about burying infrastructure, of which he felt the appropriate place was in the road, not the tree belts. And there was a city group that had sued the city over burying gas lines in the tree belt.
Right.
Very recently, I might add.
So, that I don't know. I know for a lot of people in the public, it's going to be problematic to be burying straight lines down. Because we didn't want our gas lines, but it would be extremely expensive to dig up a street, because they work out something with the gas company and everyone else that would cover some of the street repairs.
Yeah. So there's one sort of really crucial difference.
Okay, thank you.
The infrastructure that Marlo is mostly referring to has to be buried below the frost line. And that is a much more involved process, where fiber optic cable does not have to be. You could, no one would, but you could technically just leave it on the ground and it would work. It is not an issue that is an issue of whether radios get affected by cold, but a fiber dropped directly to the house, we would bury it. And it's literally, if you're interested, I can send it to you.
Yeah, I didn't want to go too far off into the, but I'm just curious.
It's much less intrusive. We're not digging big open trenches. We're running a machine. There will be holes that we have to dig. I don't want to downplay it, but mostly you literally run this blade that's about this deep and you put it about 14 inches under the ground, and people walk along behind it and you really can't even see it once you're done. It's kind of amazing, because it just cuts a little trench and pulls into it. It's a flexible conduit, so it's much less impactful on the ground that it goes into. So that's the main difference. And we don't have to go down 4 feet, because when you go down 4 feet, you have to excavate. You don't have to excavate if you're going down 14, I would say between like 14 and 16. That's the really big difference. It's way, way less impactful on its surroundings.
Any difference in the speed or service?
Yes, it'll be faster.
Sign me up.
I know. We would be able to offer all the way up to 2 gigs per people, which is bandwidth, not speed. It's bandwidth. And we don't want to ever know what people are doing. People have the right to privacy on the network, but we do know people's raw usage. The only thing I will say is almost no one maxes out the 200 ever, or even the 100. You can have 5 people in your house, They can be online, they can be streaming TV, they can be video, and you're going to be at around 120. So it is, they will impact you if you have really big files you want to download, and maybe you do, I don't know. But if you do, then the bandwidth that you get from a gig would be helpful, and it would be faster than we do right now. But for what most people do every day, you'll never come up unless you are having an extraordinary amount of people over. You will not hit the max. We've literally never seen people do it. And I will tell you, I've been here I'm in my 8th year here. There has literally not been 1 second since I've been here that there haven't been people on the network. Every second, every single day. 3 o'clock in the morning on Thursday morning, there are 40 houses online. It's every day. So it gets constant use, which is why we were here over the holidays, because the air conditioner broke at the Pop, and Bill Betancourt and I were here 8 o'clock in the morning. And it's 24/7, 365. And, I don't.
Wow, thank you.
So.
All right.
I appreciate it.
It's a very good job.
Thank you.
Very good job.
I know it's not easy this year, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure.
But anyways, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the time and I appreciate the questions. And if you got some.
Remember Countryside.
I will. I will.
You're probably more apt to get a vibratory plow out of this. But you know what? You actually put it as number one, not us.
Yeah, I did. I
If you
did.
go out there, just tell the next person, if there's somebody else out in the hallway waiting.
Okay,
they can come in.
sure.
And,
All right.
So we can, I have a question before Aaron just handed me another edition. So if I could-
Thank you.
Right. So what does everybody have? The last truck that was talked about under DPW regular. Okay, regular old DPW, not water or sewer. I remember he said a truck was $108,000, I think, because it's not, I started writing it and then I didn't write the amount. Replace truck number 43. How many?
I'm not next, but Christie agreed to swap with me if that's okay.
Oh, it's fine. Come on in.
We don't.
I am trying to get out of town.
Truck number 43 was
I have
$108,000.
108.
Yeah. And then there was truck 18, right?
Truck 18
Was
I-
90,000.
90.
Okay, so
And
that's
then
not.
Truck 46 was listed as 150 for next year, but I have it written 108 with an arrow to this year, so there was something there.
Okay, thank you. All right, got it. All right.
Hi,
Hi.
how we doing?
Couldn't be better. That's great.
It's so much fun telling people no.
Yes. Yes.
So here we are.
So I'll jump right into it. I've only prepared a statement based off of this year,
Yeah.
not.
Oh, no, just this.
Okay.
This is here.
So I
I
wanted
can't
to,
even think about next year. I mean, I don't want to think about another year. Get through here.
so we went and looked at our needs. Everything in this is a high priority for us, but then after talking with the mayor and talking about the bleak outlook for capital this year, and some other things, I actually have some recommendations for some changes to the overall ask that we are asking for, which I will get into. This did go to public safety. On Wednesday night, public safety did make a positive recommendation for all as is, except for the last two items that I'll get into. Two commissioners, and each one of them was a different commissioner voted to not to push the capital, two items, and I'll get into that. So the first item that we're requesting is to replace automatic defibrillators. This is not a fire department only ask. This is a police and fire department ask. Our defibrillators are incredibly old, and they're coming to end of life. The new defibrillators are compatible with our our monitors that we have in our ambulance that we have, as well as the monitors with all the EMS agencies around us. So everybody pretty much has, the pads are what goes on the chest when you have to introduce electrodes. And having a standard pad makes it easier in the event of a cardiac arrest where you're not ripping off pads and putting new pads on. And so we asked for 61,000. If it's okay, I would like to amend that for to a price of $30,835. And instead of 10 units, or instead of 20 units, we will be buying 5 for each agency.
Okay,
So
can you say it again?
Yeah, so $30,836. Down from the 61,671 number. We recognize that the capital improvement process is very tight. We acknowledge that. In addition to this, we do have a collaboration with AMR. AMR is a nationwide corporation, and they are going to allow us to purchase through them, which should get a better rate. So the 36,000 we're asking, I do anticipate when it's all said and done, that number will be a little bit less.
30,835.
I'm sorry, I'm reading the next one, 30,835.
Okay,
Yes.
great.
Okay, so we're gonna look at every way to keep the cost of that down.
Okay.
Okay. Any questions on that?
No, I don't. We didn't do that. I didn't do that last year, and this group had a positive recommendation, but I knew it could wait at least 1 year. So
Yeah.
that's what we did. But
Yeah. So we cut that in half. That is a number one. There are 2 number one priorities for our department. That is the first one. The second one is a little bit more complicated, and that is turnout gear. I did provide a list of our current, based off of firefighters, their inventory for their turnout gear. And basically what we're looking for the next fiscal year is that we're going to have to replace 10 sets of turnout gear. Some through operating, some through the capital outlay. I do have an amendment to that as well. We asked for top to bottom replacement of equipment, which totals 76,450. In that request, there are 5 radios because that is part of their ensemble. We are going to remove the request for the radio portion of it. Knowing full well that down the road, we're gonna, police and fire are gonna have to start addressing the radio situations within their department. But knowing the financial difficulties we have, I'd like to offer a suggestion that the PPE request remove the radios, and the amended price is $36,450.
36 for,
36,450.
okay.
That purchases the 5 sets of ensemble minus the radios.
so that's 5 sets.
Yes,
So from a grant was coming 3 set, right?
3 sets, and the hopes for that, it's whether it's capital or operating, the 3 sets will count towards that. My guess is that those 3 sets are going to be in early, and it's, it all depends on which way the budget goes.
Right.
So if it's not paid in capital, then obviously we would offset it with capital. My thinking is that the operation portion of is for the operation budget for next year, it's probably going to come out of that. We're going to have to reduce the operating budget.
Okay, yeah. But
So
I think we just got a fire equipment grant of 15,000. You said we were going to use that for 3 sets. So that's how you're able to reduce this to 36,450. Is that part of it?
No, ma'am. The reduction in this is strictly to take the radios out. It's still 5 sets of turnout gear. We need 10 sets altogether.
Yeah. So where's the other 5 coming from? That's what I-
Operating, but that's where the grant is probably going to offset 3 out of those 5 when I build out my operating request.
Right. Okay, so, no, so the grant money that wouldn't even be for next year's operating, because didn't that 15,000 just come?
It has to be spent by July 1.
So we'll buy 3 sets of turnout gear, right?
Right, which is going to offset the 10 anticipated that we
That would be
need
7.
between now and next
Yeah.
year.
So then it would be down to 7, and then like 2 would hopefully would be absorbed in
Right.
operating. Got it. Okay, I just wanted to figure
My
out.
operating budget, I am anticipating I'm going to be requesting less sets of turnout gear within the operating budget if the capital gets improved with the 5 sets. If capital is not improved with the 5 sets, then my operating budget's going to be asked for the 5 sets in
Got it.
operating. So it's like, at the end of the day, I need to come up with 10 sets of turnout gear. And we have committed that if any grants that we have that are available to offset the cost to the city, that's where the efforts of the grants are going to go.
Okay, that's great. Good.
I do have the list here. It does explain, it does show you all the turnout gear that's coming out of compliance as well as replacement. So, and it totals 10 sets of gear. I also gave you the invoice from the manufacturer or from the.
Yeah, I did. I haven't been.
Yep.
My email I've been in here all day, so did not read that. I'm sorry. I think you might have sent something yesterday, last night.
Turnout gear is a vital part of doing our job. And we need every firefighter gets 2 sets of turnout gears, no longer than 10 years in service. So basically that comes down to a new set of turnout gear per firefighter every 5 years. And when we have an influx of people coming and going, every year we have retirements, it's
But
hard.
let me ask you something. If you had a retirement
Mhm.
and that person, or maybe if this is bad that I'm asking, but if somebody retired and they just got new turnout gear like 2 years before,
We try to repurpose it.
yeah, another person.
And then we
could
do
use the
make,
thing,
we do
right?
make alterations. The problem that we had, and I said this at public safety, like this last round of firefighters we had. I don't know if it was a new requirement we put in the application, but they're all 6'1" and 6'2".
Well, you have
They
to.
replaced firefighters that were like 5'2".
I'm gonna ask how tall they are. If I know what we have left over, and my favorite, I'll be on the assessment team. For nothing, and I will recommend someone that's 5'7".
We can't hire you to fit in the uniform.
It's okay. I mean, hey, look, times are tough.
So, yeah, I mean, we joke around, but that
You
is.
can't make it longer, but you can, but.
We
as
do
long as you're
repurpose
not-
as much as we can. That
Okay,
is
that's
correct.
what I want to know, because we have several people that are leaving. If anybody just had stuff, that we don't count that.
Yeah, what typically happens, a new recruit gets a new issued set of turnout gear and then gets something in compliance that is as close as possible to their size as possible. So,
Yeah.
and then we have had to send out gear to get it altered to add a couple inches here. At the end of the day, their primary sets of turnout gear is really, it's bought and spec'd out specifically for that firefighter and cut specifically for that firefighter. Because extra material, cuts down on their performance. It's not as flexible. It's, these are almost like athletic suits now that the firefighters wear. So having a primary set tailored to the firefighter is pretty important. It's not just like, hey, this large coat fits me and it feels pretty good, right? There's a lot of science that goes behind the cut of the coats and everything else. So, okay.
Great.
The next couple I think are going to be easy because one of them is rescue equipment, and I'm respectfully with it's on the capital to show that there is a need in the future. But I will, because of the situation, make your jobs easier and ask you to remove that.
Which one is that?
The rescue equipment for $55,268. Try to make it easier. The next item is a UTV. This is another piece of equipment that's getting very old. It's used a lot. It is purposely designed for my department. It is different than other UTVs that the city has. But I will make it easy for you and ask that I wanted to remain on capital for the 5-year project, but remove the request for this year.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you.
So we are, I did enclose, I did show you pictures of the old versus the new. I didn't include the pictures of the police department one because theirs is a troop transport and ours is more of equipment and patient transport. But to make it easier, I'm respectfully asking it to be removed in light of the difficult times we have with capital.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I don't know how wonderful that is.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're like dreading the last part.
Yeah.
It's not very fun here.
So that's
great.
So my two requests, public safety did not go along with my recommendation of lessening the amount for the DFibs and lessening the amount for the turnout gear. They did positive recommendations of all of them to go with what I'm saying to you folks, that cutting it in half in light of where we're at is okay. And I recommend doing so that the capital can be stretched amongst everybody in the city that needs it.
Thank you.
The city mayor, the city council has been very good to the fire department. It doesn't take away the fact that we still have asked, but I'm absolutely sensitive to the fact that we've been taken care of. And we will find a way creatively to.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. Is that your written list of the outgoing ones? Is that the outgoing ones?
The turnout gear list, this is the same thing that you have.
Can I have if you don't?
And this is my recommendation for.
May I have the turnout? That would be great. I didn't think about it
I
yet.
did send it to you, but.
I know you did. I was just being selfish and asking for it.
The green is is on ordered and a PO has been issued. The tan is what needs to be replaced.
Okay.
And the end one shows the necessary replacement for 3 firefighters that we anticipate replacing.
Okay.
And obviously, like I said, we do repurpose if we can turnout gear, but we are limited based off of who we hire.
So what is the purple action needed? Means it must action needed.
It means it's coming up next year.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
They're all dated. You can look at the
Yes,
date.
I'll
And
look at it better. I did not do that. I just ran out.
we have been we used to have, when I got first hired in the department, you'd go down to the old basement of the old firehouse and there'd be racks and racks and racks of old turnout gear that had been used and no longer in service because of retirements and whatnot. And that's how you found your turnout gear. We've gotten so good at this replacement and identifying exactly what needs to replace. And we've had to alter people so they're like within, it's every 5 years. Because sometimes it worked out that they got an old set of turnout gear and they have to replace their turnout gear every 2 years. We've got really so efficient with this. We really don't have a lot of turnout gear in stock that's not being used. That's in compliance. So the mayor asked for this report. We have it. We just wanted to verify all the equipment. The guys worked really hard on it the last day and a half just to verify.
Thank you.
So. Because we want to make sure that, you have a clear picture of the.
Whoever did it, I said, thank you. I'm delighted.
And we hope you have a wonderful weekend.
Yes. Yeah, I'm going to Mystic to spend the weekend on the water. I'm probably bugging out early on Sunday because there's a storm coming.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So
bad.
it should be, my plan is the room I got is overlooking the ocean and it's got a fireplace. My plan is not to even leave for the weekend. Trying to decompress. So.
This sounds great.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. I do appreciate the time. I really appreciate Christy. Give her a plug for swapping with me.
I will. All righty.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thanks. Is this it?
This is it. This is it.
Howdy, Mal.
Hi, Christy.
How are you?
Oh. Tired of saying no.
How is it out there? It's freezing. Is this the worst day? Isn't this supposed to be
It's
the worst
pretty
day?
brutal out today.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like -17 tonight.
Oh.
Really?
I'd like to complain to weather's manager.
Well, I'm happy that Mother Nature though got the memo to bring us some snow, so that's good.
That was good. I think the way it's going, it's still gonna be.
Yeah.
You know, that's
Yeah.
a good thing.
I did bring some flyers in case you guys didn't get one for the weekend.
Oh, thank you. Wonderful.
So our requests this year are, see what you guys have on top, okay, is pretty straightforward. We just have three things, we have, put in for. One is the replacement of the hillside splash pad. That has been deteriorating over the years, and we have, fewer and fewer features that are working, and this was the little, you guys have the individual things? This is like a bigger picture of the proposal, just so you guys see. And what it is replacing the features only. So we hope to like saw cut around and leave the sidewalk.
There we go, sorry.
That's okay. To save money and not have to replace the ADA sidewalk around there. So it's basically approximately 1,000 square feet of features, and obviously the water control unit and everything, which has the pumps, and that's what Steve, our plumber, puts in a lot of time with me over there trying to get things working properly, which at times is a struggle. So this cost includes the purchase of the equipment as well as estimated cost for construction. And it does also have engineering and construction oversight in here, because obviously our city DPW department has many projects that happen at the same time. So it's an all-inclusive request of 400,000. I don't know if you want me to go through each one or if you want to ask questions individually.
So I just wanted to say they've had some plumbing problems this year. And they went down and fixed some of the things. There's some things that are underneath. You're not just doing the top part, although you're saying the features. It's like some of the things are under the features.
Yeah, exactly. It would be cutting out all that. So there are several broken pipes underneath. Obviously, you put crushed stone and then concrete on top. And then as the earth, moves with the winter, there's always going to be some broken pipes. And unless you were to try and saw cut it, there's just so many pipes running. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but there's probably maybe 30 to 40 different like spray features that are on each splash pad. So all those lines all come from the control box, which is that big green box at the end. So there are some features of the current one that don't work. That's what the mayor was alluding to, because there's broken pipes. We've tried to figure out which ones. It's just hard to isolate because all the pipes run parallel to each other. So this would be saw cutting out the center where all that equipment is and replacing all of that new piping, and then the control unit as well, because the manifold does have a few leaks in it as well. And that's where all the pipes come out of.
Would the new design be easier to repair than the current design?
Well, obviously it's
not gonna be each.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same concept as far as the pipes and the pumps and everything, but everything gets modernized the more that they continue to make upgrades with equipment. So my hope is that yes.
And so Steve was explaining to me, but however they did it underneath, under what you can see, under the cement, it like things got bigger and smaller and they weren't allowing enough for that.
The flow, right.
So wouldn't you be fixing that part underneath?
There is, so when we first built this, I should have looked it up.
Was it grant money?
It was our Common Backyards grant, which I think was in 2013, 12, 13, 14, somewhere in there. Because at the time we didn't have enough money for it. So the engineer within the city made a decision without really including me to change a pipe that runs to, it's like the discharge pipe. and made it from a 2-inch to a 1-inch. So there's not enough capacity for the flow to leave. So I think that's why a lot of times it gets backed up and has created some additional problems. So this also in this cost is to replace that 2-inch, to make it a 2-inch line. Unless now the modern one says it needs to be 3-inch. I just keep saying 2-inch because that's what it was originally.
Okay.
So yes, Mayor.
What's the new splash pad cost? Like if you
The splash pad is-
bulldoze it and put a brand new one.
So it's like 165,000 for just the all the features and stuff. But then it's the engineering, and then it's about 235 for the actual contractors to do the work. Because it's a lot of work, a lot of concrete work. It's not like you can just, be able to pull things up easy to
Would
fix.
Steve be helping with the plumbing?
Well,
I mean, you said contractors. Is it gonna be us?
No,
Not- he's
it would
not-
be like Mountain View, Landscape and Construction, are the ones that originally did it. And obviously whoever bids it, I'm assuming it would probably be them because they do a lot of splash pad installs in the valley. But Steve will be involved with when we, get training and all that stuff. That's what we did with Steve. Because obviously he's the one that's gonna be maintaining it, winterizing it, that kind of stuff. We do have to winterize it, just like you would, like your camper or whatnot with all that. Yep, antifreeze and blowing out all the lines. But what's important about this is that there's, it's within walking distance for families who are in the housing projects nearby and those that don't have pools in their backyards or access to water. And this summer was a record heat this past summer, which was good for the pool, but. So that was our first request. The second one is at the swim area. We need to resurface the basketball court. Over the years, it's really deteriorated. It has extensive cracking and grass growth, vegetation in it. It pools a lot of water, so during the summer, sometimes we'll get kids out there that want to borrow brooms and squeegees to try and clear it. And because of all the flooding that has happened down there, it's like the sides of the basketball court have increased in their height. So it really is kind of like a little skating rink and a little pond. So it doesn't even drain properly. So we do need to do some work down there. And this is our estimate for the repaving as well as the permitting and whatnot. So that one's pretty straightforward. And that was our second request. And the last one is a combination of site amenities because we have many parks and school grounds throughout the city that needs like different parts and pieces. So this would include benches. Like we need to replace several benches at Federal Street, Four Corners, Poet Seat, the swim area. We want to install playground mats at all of our swing sets so that's basically like a big rubber mat so that we don't get those giant divots from the kids kicking out the wood chips. And then we need parking bollards and bumpers for several handicap spots at Beacon, the swim area, and Green River Park that have either just disappeared or were damaged and just haven't had money to replace them. And the final thing are grills. We need to replace handicap grills at Green River Park, as well as the handicap grill at the swim area. And at the swim area, we have still about 10 that we need to replace down there at the barbecue grills.
We still need 10 more?
Yeah, we replaced 11, Mayor, and I have one spare right now. But there are close to 50 grills down there. And on the 4th of July, like every single grill is used. And sometimes they bring their own grills as well. So with all of that, we asked for 50. It's like 48.5 with our estimate with the equipment, but then with shipping, freight can be killer.
Christy, if we weren't putting the chess table back there, it was. And we need a pad under it. Where would you like that?
So we have.
I'm asking you on the spot, so you don't have to if you want to think about it, that's okay.
Yep, no, I always have plans in place up here, Mayor. So we put in for CPC requests, and one of those is for, to put, the same kind of equipment over by the bocce courts, over at Beacon Field. And one of them was a chess table. So if they don't fund us, that was one of the places that, we thought it would go nicely because it's, a calmer, area for, mixed ages, but mostly seniors that would play that. So there, is a potential.
So if somebody laid so if you get CPC money and somebody laid the cement,
Yeah, it could go there.
that would
Yeah.
be like saving for something else. Is it reusable?
Oh,
CPC? No, I'm sure the chess table is.
Oh, no, so I don't know if they're gonna give us all the money for
Yeah, me
CPC, so if they don't, and they say, well, you only have this much, then hopefully I can get the other things, like I asked for ladder ball and cornhole. And then in my mind, like if they don't give us money for the chess table I asked, then that was on my list to
Okay,
ask
okay,
you if we
got
can
it.
move it there, if it doesn't go back to
Yeah,
Main Street. Or there's plenty of other places that we can look
Good.
at.
Yeah.
Because it's a beautiful,
it is. And I mean, I don't want it up there getting broken,
yeah.
but I'm not thinking it's probably gonna go back there. I don't know what to do about that. So I'll take all suggestions.
I know this spring, like they'll get the benches back. They did pour the pad, but they just
Yep.
ran out of time in the fall.
Uh-huh.
Um,
One of the two, I think they just put a bench, I think there'd be an extra, just so you know, because I'm into, I think one, they put cement for one, didn't they?
I think you're right. Yeah,
Yeah, so there's another one somewhere.
because I think we made
It's a
it,
nice one.
we made it a little bit longer so that we could put a butt thing down there too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just so you know, it's there.
Okay.
Okay.
And I think that was my 3 requests.
And and good for you, you're one of the few people, if I point this out, that gave us a little report about what was done from the year before. And I just want to say I appreciate that and to take a minute to go over that. Sure. And I won't belabor it, but
So-
I'm gonna start on the tennis court resurfacing. You finished all of that.
Yep.
And had enough to do a little bit more and so that's good. That looked great. And the poet seat sandblasting, the amount is still out there authorized. And that's like kind of problematic. Right, is that okay if I talk about that or you talk about it?
Yeah, no, that's fine. So obviously, with transition with Marlo not retiring, leaving, and then Paul coming on board. Paul and I have had conversations about that. We have this special graffiti remover we want to try, so we need to
Right,
figure
oh,
out
yes.
the best way to do that and move forward. And Paul and Glenn are on board to working with us to figure that out.
Okay.
So my hope is that will move forward. And whatever we don't utilize, if we repurpose or return, we'll figure that out.
Okay. And would you think that should be done with or without a camera there? Because that kept coming up in the conversation, not just the in-house cameras, not ocular or whatever they are.
Not the flock cameras. So the problem with the cameras is there's not like Wi-Fi internet access up there or a lot of electricity.
Right.
It's been proven over and over in Parks and Rec departments and municipalities that if we keep on top of graffiti removal, meaning when it happens, we go and take care of it right away, then they're less deterred to do it. And just because we got so behind with staffing issues, it's got overrun. I don't know how else to say it, like every floor is covered right now. It's really disheartening, but we need to figure out how to clean it up. And then we just need to have a plan in place that when it happens, that we go and take care of it as quickly as possible.
Okay.
And I'm pretty confident that Paul will be on board with that.
Right. Thank you. Thank you.
And then the final one is the wayfinding map development. Like we've been working with the FERCog on that. And I know I've actually had conversations with Aaron. We might need to get the attorney involved on this.
I don't want to.
Because so the problem that we found is that there's like 9 parcels that we have trails that we've been using that truly are not ours. They're on private property, so we need to have some sort of agreement with the landowner, or if they don't want to, then we need to figure out how to reroute the trail. So I've had a couple of meetings with Nate Tripp, but I just think he's a little overwhelmed. So when I met with Aaron, I said maybe this is something that Gordon can help us with, but we can't move forward until we figure that out, and then I'll be able to finish the maps, and then we have money for the actual like markings, like where the trails all go and the distance and stuff. So I wish everything would go smooth from A to B, but I feel like we go from A to H to and back to B, and it's like up and down all around. Nothing is ever straightforward.
But none of them they're not easy either, like something where you have to get a legal opinion. And this I found fascinating because there was I was deciding with some land whether it was going to go to parks or conservation. And it went to parks. On conservation, if you have a trail, you can't put markers in it. So even, conservation agreed, because it was going into something where we were preserving it. And it was just going to be for paths, but I thought that was fascinating.
Yeah, I do talk to Jess, our conservation agent, a lot, because we obviously are gonna have to figure that out, so.
Right.
And then once Ella gets on board, we'll have conversations with Ella as well.
Yep.
I'm really excited to wrap up this project, but like I said, it's just takes forever to finish things sometimes.
But it is, I mean, my first thing and you were very gracious about it, one of the first things I was gonna do, somebody asked me, could we name these fields that came into my office? I think it was a coach, and I said, of course. And then I may have just said something to you in passing, and Christy was like, we have a procedure for this. And I'm like, no, I had no idea. I mean, the things aren't easy. And you have to tell 15 people and kind of go about it in a certain way. So, okay. Any other questions for Christy?
I have none.
Hi.
Thank you.
I'm sorry for you, Reed, but thank you for letting the chief go ahead of you. That was.
Yeah, no, he was anxious to get to his trip.
Yeah. Oh, here's the Millbrook well. Okay,
Okay.
all righty.
Thank you.
Thank you.
for your service.
All righty. These are DPW. This is all on the coast. Here.
So would we just go from our
Yeah, I'm gonna
thing
shut-
right from the beginning?
Yes.
Well, we need to know what, if we got all of it, what would it cost us?
7.5 million, a little bit more than that.
Okay, so we're not doing that.
Okay. So, yeah, so.
You want me to stop recording?
Yeah, it kind of
Please.
is, yeah, it's what I was hoping.